This is Audible.
There's a cat girl in my cubicle. A slice of life office harem. Written by Austin Beck. Narrated by Giancarlo Herrera and Hannah Schooner. Chapter 1. My name is Kazuki, and I suppose it's only fair to start this story with a confession. I'm in love, or rather, infatuated, with catgirls. Yes, you read it right. Catgirls. I can see the judgmental eyebrows being raised, the surprised chuckles and smirks, but I assure you it's quite serious. The graceful blend of human and feline, their enchanting allure, the mischievous yet charming demeanor, I find it captivating. Let's face it, they are ultra hot. Ever since I stumbled upon my first catgirl-themed manga, I was hooked. Manga, anime, light novels, if it involved beautiful catgirls, I devoured it. It was like an addiction I didn't want to overcome. Their beauty, wit, agility, the perfect amalgamation of cuteness and fierceness, it was irresistible. And my obsession didn't stop at the screen, or on the pages of a novel. My apartment was a testament to it, lined with posters and figurines, each paying homage to my adoration of catgirls. Let's just say that I don't invite anyone over but Suan. He understands me because he's an otaku. Not my level, but he's one. So, there I was, my real self, trapped in my sterile, bland cubicle, my gaze transfixed on the vivid, pulsating world of my latest catgirl manga discreetly displayed on my phone, artfully balanced against my computer screen. My job, a financial data analyst, demanded me to sieve through an endless stream of numbers and figures. As dry and dull as it might sound, it paid the bills and funded my catgirl collection. However, don't mistake me for a complete otaku. I had one other love in my life, a passion that contrasted sharply with my obsession with catgirls. Kung Fu. 3 times a week, I exchanged my dull office attire for a traditional gi and let my body move rhythmically to the art of Kung Fu. The powerful strikes, fluid movements, and absolute control over my body were exhilarating and gave me a sense of satisfaction. I was pretty damn good at it, too. Suddenly, my cubicle was invaded by the looming shadow of my colleague, Suan. We shared 2 things in common: our torturous desk jobs and our passion for Kung Fu. He leaned over my desk, his smirk a telltale sign that he had spotted the manga on my phone. "Kazuki, man," he chuckled. "Busted reading catgirl manga again, huh?" Caught red-handed, I hastily minimized the app, though my sheepish grin betrayed my nonchalance. What can I say, Suan? You've got to do something to bring color to the grayscale world of finance. He snorted, shaking his head in amused disbelief. "Your love for catgirls, Kazuki, it's fascinating, and troubling sometimes. How do you balance it all?" I shrugged, chuckling at his comment. I guess I have a knack for leading a double life. Financial analyst by day, catgirl manga enthusiast by, also day. That elicited a hearty laugh from him. Don't forget the martial artist by night. Ah, yes, I nodded, smiling at the thought of tonight's class. The martial artist by night. That's my favorite role, you know. So, Suan began, changing his tone to a more serious one. "Class is on tonight, right? You'll be there." I looked up at him, matching his serious tone with an equally serious expression. Never missed a class, have I, Suan? Tonight's no exception. Because no matter how deep my love ran for the fictional world of catgirls, It was the reality of martial arts, the rush of kung fu, that kept me grounded. Though I prided myself on balancing my professional responsibilities, catgirl manga obsessions, and martial arts, the allure of the catgirl story was so strong that day that it almost got the best of me. The clock seemed to tick faster. The hours slipped away like sand in an hourglass, and before I knew it, it was dangerously close to the time for my kung fu class. I grumbled, hastily saved the half-done report, and with a longing glance at my manga app, shut down my computer. In the sea of towering skyscrapers and the high-tech buzz that is downtown Tokyo, the dojo was an oasis. Situated in the heart of the city, it was a juxtaposition of tradition and modernity. The exterior was sleek, decked out in gleaming glass and polished steel, mirroring the surrounding building's ultra-modern aesthetic. Yet it managed to exude a sense of serenity amidst the city's constant bustle. Once inside, it felt like stepping into a different world. The floor was adorned with polished hardwood, shiny and impeccably clean. Natural light poured in from the ceiling-high windows, bathing the entire place in a warm glow, creating a pleasant contrast to the harsh neon lights of the city outside. One wall of the dojo was entirely mirrored, reflecting the disciplined array of students that usually filled the space. There was a sense of tranquility within the dojo, a stillness that seemed to permeate the air, heavy with the scent of sweat and determination. You could almost feel the respect and reverence for the martial arts that was practiced here, echoing in the silent walls, resonating in the sturdy floors. It was here that I traded my corporate persona for that of a martial artist, a transition I eagerly anticipated each day. As I burst through the dojo doors, Suwan was already there, stretching leisurely, a mischievous grin tugging at the corner of his lips.
"Cutting it a little close today, aren't we, Kazuki?"
he teased, struggling to keep a straight face. I rolled my eyes at him, not bothering to hide my amusement. "Just trying to keep things exciting," I retorted, making a beeline for the locker rooms. The changing rooms were a flurry of activity, a cacophony of clattering lockers and animated chatter. Without wasting another second, I quickly changed into my crisp white gi, neatly tied the black belt, a symbol of my dedication and mastery, around my waist, and sprinted back to the dojo. Master Yang, a man of great wisdom and even greater patience, was waiting for us in the center of the room. His gaze found me as I rushed in, a little out of breath, but ready. A smirk danced on his lips, his eyes sparkling with gentle humor.
"Glad you could grace us with your presence, Kazuki," he quipped. "I was starting to think the cat girls that some of the students have told me about had finally abducted you."
The class erupted in laughter, Kazuki's catgirl obsession being a well-known joke within the dojo. I took it in stride, responding with a respectful bow and a playful grin. "Not yet, Master Yang. They're still plotting the perfect plan." Master Yang was not just a teacher, but also a mentor, a guiding light. He was one of the few who understood my dual passions and never failed to encourage me. Under his tutelage, I had grown into a skilled martial artist, earning the coveted black belt, and had won numerous tournaments for the dojo. The trophy case at the corner of the room was a testament to those victories, gleaming under the soft light, filled with trophies and medals, most of them contributed by me. The class kicked off with a series of warm-ups. We ran laps around the dojo, stretched, did some basic kicks and punches, our movements casting long, fluid shadows on the polished wooden floor. The room filled with the synchronized sound of heavy breathing and thudding footsteps, the intensity palpable in the air. As the class progressed, Suwan and I found ourselves paired for a sparring session. The light-hearted banter between us never ceased, even as we engaged in combat.
"You're a little slow today, Kazuki,"
Suwan observed, blocking a roundhouse kick.
Too much time with the cat girls?
Not in the least, I retorted, returning with a swift jab. Perhaps it's you who's gotten faster, Suwan. Been training with real cats by chance?
No, I've been training with your mom.
Oh shit, a mom joke? Really? I thought you were better than that. I scoffed sarcastically.
It just slipped out. Sorry.
Like my dick slipped out of your mom last night.
Well, look who threw out a much more lewd mom joke. I give you Kazuki, ladies and gentlemen.
I took a sarcastic bow and acted like I was waving at the crowd. Master Yang crossed his arms and cleared his throat.
Are you two having fun? It looks like it.
I shook my head rapidly. No, Master Yang, I apologize. I replied with a cringe. Yang sighed.
Well, we need to get a move on because I have a date with your mother after class.
The class burst into hysterical laughter. I shook my head and gave Master Yang a thumbs up. The banter, the intense focus, the exertion, it was all part of the experience in Yang's dojo. Despite our teasing, there was a profound respect between us, the bond of understanding that only fellow martial artists share. Even though the rigorous workout had left a sheen of sweat on my skin, I barely felt it. My mind was elsewhere, already on the subway ride home, in the comfortable confines of my apartment, eagerly binge-watching episodes of My Dress-Up Darling. Marin Kitagawa, the heart of the show, was an irresistible waifu, a kindred spirit. No, she wasn't a cat girl, but the magnetic pull of her charm was powerful nonetheless. Ah, that yellow and black bikini she wore. God damn.
I'll catch you tomorrow, Kazuki,
Suwan called out as I was about to leave, pulling off his sweaty gi. I paused at the door, glancing back at him. Going to take a shower here? I asked, eyebrows raised in mock surprise. You're not running straight home to catch up on some anime yourself? Suwan chuckled a deep, hearty sound that echoed in the nearly empty dojo.
Unlike you, my friend, I can balance my love for anime and personal hygiene.
Sure you can, I shot back, grinning. He had a point, though. I was too fixated on my impending date with my dress-up darling to bother with post-workout showers. Striding through the bustling streets of downtown Tokyo, the neon kaleidoscope of the city lights led the way to the subway station. The noise, the constant rush of people, the vibrant energy, it was all part of the city's charm. Yet, in the midst of the city's orchestrated chaos, a soft meow grabbed my attention. There it was, a tiny ball of fur in the center of the street, vulnerable and frightened. A jolt of fear ran through me as I saw a city bus speeding toward it. For a fleeting second, I envisioned a fantastical scenario. A cat girl trapped in her cat form, her azure eyes pleading for my help. I knew it was foolish, nothing more than my overactive imagination. "Get out of the way, kitten!" I yelled, my heart pounding in my chest. But the terrified creature remained rooted on the spot. Without thinking, I rushed onto the road, my only objective to save the kitten from impending doom. Just as I scooped the kitten into my arms, its eyes shimmered, glowing a brilliant blue hue, and then it vanished, like smoke dissipating in the wind. "What the—" I stammered, staring at my empty hands. As the colossal bus barreled toward me, its menacing headlights were the only thing I could see, the intense glare illuminating my impending doom. The world seemed to fall away. Time stretched and contorted, every nanosecond unfolding like an eternity. But, as death charged at me in the form of gleaming steel, a miraculous transition began to unfold. The oncoming bus dissolved into a spectral iridescence, its hulking form atomizing into incandescent particles. The fabric of reality seemed to rip apart, and I was sucked into an ethereal vortex, caught in a cyclone of dazzling colors and swirling energies. It was as though I was caught in a temporal tide, pulled away from the world I knew and thrust into the unknown. Reality twisted and twirled around me, a psychedelic kaleidoscope of abstract hues and fragmented sounds. The physical world faded away, replaced by an otherworldly tableau of shimmering lights and resonating echoes. I felt the sensation of plummeting, of soaring, of spinning all at once. It was a symphony of sensations, each note more bewildering than the last. I'm not dead, I whispered to myself, my voice swallowed by the spectral echoes of the vortex. An arctic chill seeped into my bones, followed by a scorching wave that ignited every nerve ending in my body. It was as if I was being torn apart and remade, atom by atom. The vortex intensified, the colors growing brighter, the echoes louder, the energy more potent. The pull of the vortex grew stronger, like a riptide dragging me deeper into its swirling depths. I could feel the energies coursing through me, powerful currents of raw, untamed power. It was both excruciating and exhilarating, a symphony of pain and wonder. I was a leaf caught in a typhoon, a single note in the universe's grand symphony. And then it ended. As abruptly as it had begun, the maelstrom ceased. The luminescent colors faded, the resonating echoes grew silent, the surging energy dissipated. I was dropped unceremoniously back into reality. But it wasn't the reality I knew. I found myself sprawled out on a cobblestone street, my body aching from the bizarre journey I'd just undergone. Slowly, I pushed myself up, my head spinning as I took in the surroundings. The cityscape, though reminiscent of Tokyo, was unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was similar, yes, but there was an uncanny unfamiliarity that was both intriguing and unsettling. Where am I? I muttered to myself, my eyes darting around in a futile attempt to recognize something, anything. But the architecture was different. The neon lights emitted an otherworldly glow. Even the air held a distinct scent that was utterly alien. Yet, this city was alive, pulsating with a vibrant energy that reminded me of home. The streets were bustling with people, the familiar hum of city life filling the air. Voices chattered, footsteps echoed, and the distant sounds of city life filled the air, creating a comforting soundscape. Despite the initial shock and bewilderment, I found myself grinning. Stunned in the wake of this impossible transformation, I stood still for what felt like an eternity, my mind wrestling with the audacious reality I found myself in. The crowded streets, the alien scents, the vivid neon lights, they were all stark indications of an incredible truth. I had been teleported to an alternate universe. An event so outlandishly fantastical that it seemed to flip the fundamental rules of the world as I knew it. Isekai. The word fell from my lips, whispered into the bustling city air. The term, originating from Japanese, referred to a genre of fantasy light novels. Anime and manga, where a normal person from Earth is transported to, reborn, or trapped in a parallel universe or fantasy world. For an aficionado like me, it was a word that was once synonymous with escape and excitement. Now, it was my reality. The manga that had adorned my shelves, the anime series I'd binged,
They were all narratives that I was now living. I was the main character of my very own story. A holographic screen materialized before me, its luminescent text reading,
"Welcome to your new home, Silver City. Would you like to complete the tutorial? Simply voice yes or no."
Reality blurred into fantasy as I realized I'm truly in an isekai. An isekai featuring video game notifications? Unbelievable. I hope this is not some figment of my imagination. The echoes of my voice reverberated around me, mirroring my astonishment. In spite of the shock, a grin stretched across my face, the sheer exhilaration making my heart thump. The myriad of narratives I had indulged in over time had stoked within me an insatiable hunger for adventure, for the extraordinary. Now, it seemed as if my whimsical desires had been brought to life in the most unexpected fashion. Expressing my agreement, I voiced, "Yes," prompting another screen to manifest itself before me. Accompanied by soothing chimes, these notifications seemed surreal yet fascinating. I wondered aloud, can the others see these screens? The interface responded promptly.
"No, they cannot."
I shook my head. This is crazy! The holographic screen flickered before revealing,
"You have been assigned the class of Kung Fu Specialist."
A smile tugged at my lips as I exclaimed, "Wow! This class seemed tailored specifically for me." A sigh of relief escaped me as I thought how fortunate I was not to be categorized as a retail sales associate or plumber.
"Your class and abilities have been augmented to master level. Your act of bravery and compassion in saving the cat has been rewarded by the gods. Congratulations."
Fantastic, I responded, pumping my fist in the air. This resulted in a few perplexed looks from the diverse group of people passing by. This realm was truly a melting pot of fantasy races, and I was thrilled to be a part of it. The interface continued.
"Your master level has gifted you enhanced strength, outstanding dexterity, and agility. This explains the transformation of your physical stature from your previous world."
Curiosity piqued, I asked, "Is there a level higher than Master?"
"Yes, God level is the zenith. This level is bestowed upon a rare few. Live a life of virtue, and the gods might deem you worthy of that honor."
The possibility of progression excited me. Awesome! The prospect of growth always makes a story more engaging. I'm eager to test these master-level skills, but I certainly don't want to provoke an unnecessary conflict and get tossed in the slammer on the first day of my new life.
"Please direct your attention to the alleyway on your right. Proceed to its end."
Following the system's instructions, I dashed toward the alleyway, drawing more curious looks from the passers-by. The alleyway terminated in a cul-de-sac, where a featureless mannequin stood. The unclothed figure lacked facial features or any distinct detail. I felt a sense of relief upon noticing the absence of any suggestive attributes. Suddenly, without warning, the mannequin sprung to life, initiating an attack. Chapter 2. A ripple of anticipation ran down my spine as the mannequin lunged toward me. It moved with an uncanny grace, all plastic limbs and the merciless inevitability of a machine programmed to fight. Yet, as it rushed in, a cool wave of calm settled over me. I was aware of everything. The rapid thudding of my heart, the cool wind cutting through the alley, the rough texture of the asphalt under my feet. Time stretched and dilated in that peculiar way it does when adrenaline pulses through one's veins. As the mannequin extended its arm for a punch, I watched its trajectory, my body instinctively reacting. My legs shifted, carrying me out of the blow's path in a fluid sidestep. Simultaneously, my hands rose into a defensive position, a tiger's claw stance, fingers curled, ready to strike. The mannequin's fist swept through the air where I had been moments ago. Its movements were quick, almost a blur, but with my newfound agility and heightened senses, it felt as though I was seeing every frame of motion in sharp detail. In response, the mannequin launched into a flurry of attacks, arms swinging in a windmill of blows. Yet, it was as if I was locked into a dance, one where I was always a step ahead. I moved around the mannequin with ease, my body swaying rhythmically to dodge its attacks, every muscle movement brimming with a power I never knew I had. With my defenses holding strong, it was time to go on the offensive. Seizing a lull in the mannequin's relentless assault, I darted in. My right hand hardened from years of martial arts training, and now, empowered by the isekai world's blessing, thrust out in a quick, precise jab. It struck the mannequin's torso, and the thud echoed through the alleyway, punctuating the tense silence. But the mannequin, devoid of pain receptors, seemed unaffected. It quickly regained its balance and readied for another attack. However, my enhanced reflexes and improved agility allowed me to maintain my advantage. In a seamless movement, I pivoted on one foot and swept the other out in a wide, low arc. My foot connected with the mannequin's legs, throwing it off balance. Its form tilted precariously, and I seized the opportunity. Propelling myself upward, I sent my fist into a strong, unyielding punch, a manifestation of my newfound power. The force of the blow sent the mannequin skidding backward, its feet scraping against the rough asphalt. But even as it attempted to recover, I pressed on, relentless. Gathering my strength, I leapt into the air, my body twisting gracefully mid-flight. As I spun, I extended a leg, my foot colliding with the side of the mannequin's head in a flawless spinning kick, a demonstration of my kung fu expertise, enhanced by my master-level skills. The mannequin teetered, unable to withstand the blow, and finally crashed onto the cold concrete of the alley. A victorious smile spread across my face as I landed back on the ground, standing tall. The adrenaline coursing through my veins was a wild, living thing, making my heart pound against my ribcage. The holographic interface flickered into life again, congratulating me on my victory, but its words were a distant murmur. All I could focus on was the exhilarating rush of the fight, the joyous feeling of the victory. This was what I'd craved, the adventure I'd longed for. And now, it was finally here. I was in the midst of my own isekai tale, my mundane life. I'm a fucking beast! The familiar screen popped up once more.
Impressive display, Kazuki.
A concern tugged my attention. I felt my back pocket, and as I presumed, it was empty. I know it's probably too soon to be thinking about money, but I don't have a dime to my name. This new life has been cool so far, but I'm going to be a frickin' hobo living on the street.
Kazuki, think of the word inventory.
I did what it said, and another screen appeared labeled Inventory. Credits, 10,000. Apartment key, identification card, subway pass card. Oh, snap! This is great! I have an apartment?
Your apartment is located not far from here. 3050 Epic Boulevard, apartment 1000.
A map screen appeared and showed me where my apartment building was and the quickest route to get there. Hell yeah! I'll be headed that way soon. I think I'll take a look around first. Once again, I was bombarded with what the fuck expressions from the passers-by as I talked to myself. Filled with newfound resolve, I began my exploration of this interesting city. Everywhere I looked, life pulsed with vigor. a plethora of sounds filling the air and creating a vibrant symphony of city life. From the animated chatter of people to the resonating clinks of teacups in the distant cafe, the city was alive with sound and color. Vendors lined the streets, their enthusiastic cries selling their goods, creating a melodic undertone to the city's soundtrack. Signs, glowing with neon light, adorned every building and storefront. Each sign held unfamiliar symbols, characters whose meanings were as enigmatic as the city itself. The aroma of unfamiliar food wafted through the air, teasing my senses and enhancing the city's exotic appeal. The city's architecture was a fascinating blend of the traditional and the modern. Sleek skyscrapers reached for the sky, their reflective surfaces mirroring the bright city lights. Yet, they stood in harmony with the old-style buildings that bore intricate wooden designs, demonstrating an impressive balance between history and modernity. Caught by a dazzling display in a storefront, I came to a halt, but my gaze was drawn away from the mesmerizing products, fixating instead on the figure reflecting back at me. Startlingly, I was taller, more robust, muscles rippling underneath the fabric of my clothes. Even as I raised my shirt to confirm, I was met with the undeniable truth. A well-defined six-pack replaced what used to be a modestly toned midriff. My hand instinctively found my hair, now cascading down to my shoulders in a glossy waterfall, a far cry from the tidy, short hairstyle I was used to. Laughter bubbled up within me, spilling over in light, incredulous chuckles. Even in the face of my amazement, I appreciated the transformation. It seemed this new world was not just an external alteration of landscapes and cities. I was as much a part of its magic as the streets and the neon lights. This was just the beginning of an extraordinary journey, and I was ready to embrace whatever came next. "Well, Kazuki," I said to my reflection, grinning from ear to ear, "let's see what this world has in store for us." Stepping away from the store window, I dove back into the river of life flowing through the streets of this magical city. People passed by in colorful, unfamiliar clothes that blended modern elements with a traditional touch, creating a fashion spectacle that was dazzlingly distinct. The city's inhabitants themselves were an eclectic mix, their features a diverse palette that hinted at the multitude of races and cultures that called this city home. I saw human-like beings, but there were also individuals with different-colored skin, some with pointed ears, and others with horns on their heads. While the buildings that towered above me sparkled with neon signs, the streets were lit by lampposts that seemed to glow with an inner flame, casting a warm, golden light on the people below. Hovering drones zipped through the air, capturing the city's breathtaking panorama, while self-driven vehicles whisked past me on the streets, their tires humming against the cobblestone roads. Street musicians played their hearts out on corners, their melodies weaving an enchanting soundscape that added rhythm to the city's bustling sounds. From the sizzling of food being cooked at street stalls to the clinking of coins changing hands, the city was a living, breathing organism that pulsated with energy and life. As I walked, I ran a hand across my stomach, the well-defined muscles beneath my shirt serving as a tangible reminder of my transformation. My mind reeled as it attempted to comprehend the changes. In my previous life, I was a martial artist, a black belt no less, but my physique had never been this toned. Talk about an upgrade, I mumbled to myself, the words accompanied by an exhilarated chuckle. There was an edge to my amusement, a thrill that came with the realization that I was living the very stories I used to lose myself in. I reached up, my fingers running through the locks of my longer hair once more. It was a strange feeling, but not unwelcome. It gave me a new look, a new identity that seemed fitting for this new world. I wonder what else is different about me, I pondered out loud. I was eager to discover what other changes had occurred, what new abilities or strengths I might possess other than my elevated kung fu skills. For someone who had lived vicariously through fictional characters in an isekai setting, this was a dream come true. I turned to look back at my reflection in the shop window, my eyes meeting the gaze of the man who looked back at me. He was familiar, yet different. He was me, but a version of me who belonged to this world. And as surreal as the transformation was, I felt a pang of excitement course through me. This was my new reality, my very own isekai story, and I was ready to embrace whatever adventures this new world had in store for me. Chapter 3. I was immediately drawn to the bakery by the irresistible scent of sugar and warmth wafting through the open door. It was like a fragrant siren call that stirred up homely feelings and offered a dash of comfort in this unknown world. As I stepped inside, I was greeted by an interior that beautifully married the old-world charm of a traditional Japanese bakery with an unmistakable modern feel. The walls, coated in warm hues of creams and browns, were the canvas for antique wooden shelves brimming with freshly baked goodies. Rows upon rows of pastries were on display under the comforting glow of hanging pendant lights, each one an edible masterpiece, vying for my attention. The range of baked delights was not only a visual treat, but also an auditory delight. The rhythmic hissing of the espresso machine, the gentle jingling of the entrance bell, the low hum of conversation between bakers, everything combined to create a cozy symphony of bakery life. Behind the counter, I spotted a fascinating mix of races working in harmony. An elf, her towering stature commanding attention, was meticulously piping designs onto a cake, transforming its surface into an edible work of art. Beside her, a sturdy dwarf, his robust hands covered in flour, masterfully kneaded a lump of dough. In stark contrast was the dryad cashier. Her skin held a faint green hue. Her hair was a mesmerizing waterfall of brown leaves. Small branches sprouted from where her ears should be, tiny leaves rustling gently. Her captivating emerald eyes sparkled with curiosity as she efficiently handled the customers. "One of those donuts, please." I pointed to a sugar-glazed donut that caught my eye. However, my heart skipped a beat as I realized I had no idea how to access my money in this new world. The dryad looked at me, her brow furrowing in confusion.
"May I have your identification card for payment?"
Her voice was soothing, reminiscent of leaves rustling gently in the breeze. Scrambling mentally, I thought, inventory. A holographic screen popped up. "Identification card," I commanded, and a card materialized, floating in the air where the screen had been. Handing the card to the dryad, our fingers brushed briefly. She scanned the card and handed me the donut. I bit into its soft, sugary goodness, relishing my small victory. My first purchase in this new world was a donut, and what a delicious one at that. Munching on the lusciously sweet donut, I secured a spot by the large glass window of the bakery, my gaze drifting over the lively scene outside. The bakery was the epitome of a city's heartbeat. It was brimming with life, a sea of patrons, each with a unique story of their own. Every corner of the room hummed with a mixture of conversation, the clinking of cups, the aromatic smell of fresh-baked pastries wafting through the air. It was comforting and exciting all at once. My attention was suddenly caught by an unusual sight. Across the street, among the swarm of city dwellers, stood a woman who could only be described as a walking, breathing embodiment of my fantasies. Dressed in a chic business suit, she had the unmistakable features of a catgirl, the kind I had often marveled at in the pages of my favorite manga or in the frames of anime episodes. Her feline grace was instantly disrupted by a trio of men trailing ominously behind her. Their threatening demeanor ignited a knot of unease within me. Something wasn't right. I left the remnants of my donut behind, quickly rising from my seat and bolting across the busy street, propelled by an instinctive desire to help. The unfolding scene in the alley was as grim as I had feared. The catgirl was cornered by the trio, their leering faces twisted with malicious intent. I could hear their slurred threats as I neared. Suddenly, one of them, a burly man, struck her across her face, sending her tumbling to the dirty alleyway floor. Without thinking, I propelled myself toward him, my foot connecting with his jaw. "You lowlifes really need a better pastime," I spat at them, clenching my fists. "And who's gonna make us, pretty boy?" sneered the tallest thug, a nasty grin plastered on his face. As if choreographed, they unsheathed their knives and attacked in unison. With the master-level kung fu skills ingrained in me, I swiftly disarmed them, neutralizing their threat with a series of deft moves, each one bringing them to their knees. Just as the last one crumpled to the ground, I heard the voice of the catgirl, steady as a rock, as she called the police. With the immediate threat out of the way, I finally had a chance to really look at her. She was even more beautiful up close. Her golden hair framed her face like a halo, her blue eyes sparkling with a mix of fear and defiance. Her business suit accentuated her figure, its form-fitting cut adding an alluring edge to her professional appearance. But what struck me the most was her spirit, her fierce bravery in the face of adversity. I offered her my hand, helping her to her feet. As she straightened her suit, she turned to me, a radiant smile playing on her lips.
"Thank you,"
she said, her voice as melodious as a lullaby.
"I'm Sakura, by the way. And you are?"
"I'm Kazuki," I responded, trying to steady my voice. "It was my pleasure, Sakura."
"Well, Kazuki,"
she continued, looking at the fallen thugs.
"you certainly know how to make an entrance. I'm truly grateful for your help."
A sense of satisfaction washed over me, the adrenaline from the fight slowly ebbing away. I looked at Sakura, and then at the fallen thugs. This was my life now. This was my isekai story, and I was ready to live it to the fullest.
"Where are you from, Kazuki?" Sakura
asked, her eyes studying me with an intensity that threatened to reveal my secret. Hiraoka, I shot back, plucking a name from a small town back in my old world. My heart pounded, hoping that she'd buy my hastily constructed tale. She raised a brow in confusion, but shrugged it off.
"That sounds peaceful. A real contrast to the hustle and bustle of Silver City,"
she mused, casting a glance at the cityscape beyond us. "Yep, totally different," I agreed, grateful she didn't dig any deeper. I took the chance to flip the question. "What about you, Sakura? Always been a city girl, or ever wanted to try the quiet life in the mountains or the countryside?" She let out a soft laugh, seemingly amused at my turnabout.
"I've always been right here. Born and raised in Silver City. But who knows? Maybe one day I'll take a break from all this and hit the quiet spots."
Our conversation was cut short as a sharp wail of sirens sliced through the night. 2 cops sauntered in, armored up in metal suits that glistened under the neon lights. The first was a massive dragonkin, his black scales glinting, making him appear even more intimidating. His partner was an elf, with silver hair and sharp violet eyes. Sakura quickly filled them in on what had gone down. I stayed quiet, letting her do the talking while I pondered over how to explain my actions to the law enforcers of this new world. "You've done good, Mr. Kazuki," the Dragonkin officer rumbled, his voice echoing off the alley walls. "The city owes you one." The elf cop was already cuffing the groaning thugs. As they were hauled away, one of them, the one with the bent nose, sneered. "You haven't seen the last of me, you bitch! Your heart will be ours!" His threat hung in the air, but I shrugged it off. As the sirens faded, the normal noises of the city returned, and with it, a sense of reality. I was in Silver City, and for all its alien craziness, it felt like I belonged. Chapter 4. Sakura, the cat girl, turned to me, a question etched on her face.
Kazuki, you were so proficient in dealing with those thugs. You moved with the skill of someone well-versed in combat. So I'm curious, where do you work here in Silver City? Are you a martial arts teacher?
The question took me off guard. Truth was, I had no earthly idea where I worked in this strange new world. I blinked at her, a moment of panic threatening to betray my calm facade. "Well," I began, stalling for time, "I don't currently have a job here. I literally just arrived in the city today." Sakura's delicate eyebrows rose in surprise. Then her lips curved into an understanding smile.
"Ah, I see."
She nodded, her fingers reaching into the pocket of her crisp business suit.
"Then it appears we may have met at an opportune moment."
She handed me a small business card, glossy and official, glinting in the bright lights of the city. I took the card, my fingers brushing against hers, sending an unexpected shiver up my spine. The card was simple yet elegant, with Sakura's name, her title CEO of Whisker Wonders Consulting, and an address printed in golden letters.
"I have a job opportunity for you, if you're interested,"
she said, watching my reaction closely.
"Come to the address on the card at 8 a.m. I think you're just what we need."
I flipped the card between my fingers, considering her words. Was I ready to dive into this unknown? One glance at her expectant face, and I knew my answer. I pocketed the card and met her gaze. "I'll be there," I promised. As if suddenly remembering the grim events of the night, I added quickly, "And do you need me to walk you home? After all that's happened, it might be best." Sakura let out a soft laugh, the sound echoing like music in the chilly night air.
"That's very kind of you, Kazuki, but my apartment is just around the corner,"
she assured me.
"However, I appreciate your concern and bravery."
A warmth spread through me, and my chest swelled with an unfamiliar yet welcome sense of achievement. This was my new life, a life brimming with mystery, danger, and catgirls. As Sakura turned to leave, I watched her go, her tail swaying gently in rhythm with her steps. The city noise faded to a hum as I stood there under the neon lights. Sakura was gone, having left only the faint scent of her floral perfume and a business card resting in the palm of my hand. A ticket to a potential job opportunity, her parting gift to me. I flipped the card over in my hands, reading and rereading the elegant script. Work at her office, huh? I pondered out loud, a hint of amazement twining around my words. My thoughts whirled like a tornado, equal parts excitement and curiosity. Was this my inaugural quest in this fantastical new world? My first job? A chance to be more than just a passive observer? My hand tightened around the card, the paper edges pressing into my skin, pulling me back from my racing thoughts. That's when it hit me. Should I have let her go home alone? I found myself questioning. A gnawing worry began to eat at me. Sakura, while brave and defiant, had just been targeted. There might be others. I cast a glance down the street, my gaze tracing the path Sakura had taken. A flood of regret washed over me. Why hadn't I insisted on escorting her home? I grimaced, berating myself for my oversight. Then, an idea popped into my head. I could just follow her, keep a safe distance, make sure she gets home without any trouble. However, the thought of me skulking in the shadows, surveilling her, had me immediately cringing. No, that sounds like something a stalker would do, I said aloud, feeling like I was towing the line of decency. But the painful memory of Sakura lying on the ground, with a thug poised above her, was a stark reminder of the danger. Shaking off the rising tide of doubt, I found myself meandering after Sakura, ensuring I was far enough away to not raise suspicions. My eyes never strayed too far from her as she neared a towering apartment complex. It was an architectural marvel, nestled snugly between other skyscrapers, its glassy exterior reflecting the kaleidoscope of city lights. A blue neon sign glowed elegantly above the entrance, reading Cerulean Heights. The name was fitting for such a fancy building, its sophisticated aura further amplified by the shimmering radiance of the city around it. As Sakura approached the entrance, my eyes were drawn to the doorman, a lizard man. His green, scaly skin had a strange iridescence under the artificial lighting, and his reptilian eyes bore an uncanny yellow glow. Watching him politely open the door for Sakura, I was reminded once again of the wonders this world held. I watched from a distance as Sakura paused to exchange pleasantries with the lizard man doorman. His sharp nod and a brief smile confirmed that she was a regular there. As she disappeared into the building and the doors closed behind her, a wave of relief washed over me. She was safe. Now, standing alone under the glow of a street lamp, I unfolded the business card once more. Job interview at 8 a.m., I whispered to myself, repeating it like a mantra. A sense of purpose filled me, mixed with a dash of anticipation. The moment I stepped away from Sakura's building, a feeling of accomplishment, anticipation, and inexplicable excitement washed over me. I traced the embossed lettering on Sakura's business card one more time with my thumb, an attempt to ground myself in the reality of what had transpired. I was really here, in a completely different world, living the life I had once only dreamt about. With a quick yet affectionate glance at the card, I safely stored it away in my pocket. I had a new task ahead of me now, finding my own place in this vast, fascinating city. Setting my sights on my new destination, I started my journey, my pace brisk with the adrenaline still pumping through my veins. After walking for a while, my destination finally came into view. It was a colossal structure, its high-rise architecture reflecting the city's glowing lights. I was awestruck at the sight. It was nothing short of magnificent. The lack of a doorman initially took me back, but then I saw it as a testament to the independent nature of the residents. Upon entering the building, I was welcomed by a symphony of soothing ambient music and the sweet scent of jasmine. The latter likely originated from the indoor plants scattered strategically throughout the lobby, their lush greenery providing a refreshing contrast against the earth-toned walls. I paused for a moment, taking in the calming atmosphere. The entire scene had a welcoming vibe, and it felt like home already. Straight ahead, a pair of stainless steel elevators stood in silent invitation. Apart from the faint hum of the music and the hushed whispers of the city beyond the building's walls, there was no other sound. An unusual calm wrapped itself around the lobby, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Approaching the elevators, I noted the intricate detailing on the brass buttons. Their sheen mirrored the opulence of my surroundings. The room number on my key, 1000, indicated a high-rise suite. This detail added to my escalating anticipation. A soft ding snapped me out of my thoughts, and the elevator doors slid open with a subtle grace. I hesitated for a moment before stepping into its mirrored interior. Upon pressing the button for the 50th floor, a slight thrill rippled through me as the elevator ascended. I watched, almost in a trance, as the numbers on the digital display increased rapidly. As the number 50 blinked on the display, the elevator slowed, the doors parting to reveal an elegant hallway. The lavish decor hinted at the luxury that my new abode would offer. The hallway was spacious, bathed in warm, inviting light. The wallpaper was a pleasing beige with gold accents, matching the carpeted floor's deep hue. Walking down the hallway, I took in the details of each elegant door I passed. It struck me that behind every door was someone else's world. People with their own stories, their own experiences living under the same roof. Finally, I found myself standing before the door marked 1000. An uncharacteristic nervousness seized me as I held the key to my new apartment. It wasn't just a key to a room. It was the key to a new life in a new world. I chuckled to myself at the dramatic thoughts. Taking a deep, steadying breath, I slipped the key into the lock. The smooth turning of the key mechanism echoed through the silent hallway, a quiet yet potent proclamation of the start of a new chapter. As I turned the handle and pushed the door open, I braced myself, ready to plunge head first into the next exciting phase of my extraordinary journey. Chapter 5. The moment the door creaked open, my eyes were instantly drawn to the expanse of the apartment. I gotta say, I was shocked and my jaw slapped the floor. The place was massive and modern. It was like stepping onto the pages of a glossy interior design magazine, one of those fancy ones with the minimalist aesthetics. As I stepped inside, a shiver of disbelief rolled through me. I remember thinking, hell, if this is the starter pack, I can't wait to see the endgame loot. A chuckle bubbled up from my chest. Who knew? Maybe there was some hidden dungeon boss I had to beat to get a penthouse. The living area was to my immediate left, a stunning blend of steel, glass, and wood. 2 plush black leather couches sat in stark contrast to the ivory walls, all sleek lines and modern comfort. A gigantic 80-inch TV screen took up a substantial part of one wall, making me grin like an idiot. My anime nights were about to get a serious upgrade. If they had anime in this new world. Oh God, please have anime. Past the living area, I spotted the kitchen. God, it was stunning! Decked out with gleaming stainless steel appliances and an island countertop, it looked like a Michelin-starred restaurant's dream kitchen. Now, If only I knew how to cook anything beyond instant ramen. I grinned, figuring that was probably the first thing I should tackle on my new life to-do list. Adjacent to the kitchen was what looked like a dining area, a massive wooden table surrounded by a half-dozen sleek chairs. I laughed, imagining trying to host a dinner party. Please try the instant noodles. They're a house specialty. I could even put together a menu. Today's course, ramen. Tomorrow's course, ramen. Surprise meal of the week. You guessed it, ramen. Next, I ventured toward what I assumed would be the bedroom. Pushing the door open, I was greeted by a king-sized bed with a memory foam mattress that looked like it would swallow me whole, in the best possible way. A quick bounce test confirmed it. This thing was the holy grail of comfort. Next to it, there was a futuristic-looking desk with a state-of-the-art computer setup. The kind that'd make any gaming enthusiast sell a kidney. Hell, I was ready to part with both, and I already owned the damn thing. Off to the side, the ensuite bathroom promised a realm of relaxation. The deep-set bathtub and a separate, spacious shower cubicle made of clear glass were all sleek lines and minimalistic luxury. There was even a heated towel rail. A heated towel rail! I cackled. Now I've seen everything. The tour ended with a balcony. Sliding the glass door open, I stepped out, and the sight left me speechless. The cityscape of Silver City sprawled out beneath me, a myriad of lights and towering structures that shimmered in the night. I could see miles into the horizon, the bustling city stretching out endlessly. As I stood there, absorbing the spectacle before me, I felt a surge of gratitude, exhilaration, and a healthy dose of disbelief. I'm really here, I muttered to myself. I'm really bloody well here. I leaned onto the railing, shaking my head in amazement as the dazzling city lights winked back at me. Suddenly, a new sound startled me. The soft, rhythmic clatter of something metallic approaching made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I whirled around, my heart pounding in my chest, and blinked in astonishment at the sight before me. Standing there was a sleek, 6-foot-tall robot. Its silver body gleamed under the soft lights of the living room, appearing almost ethereal. An uncanny blend of human and machine design elements, the robot carried a certain elegance in its construction that was quite surprising. Its surface reflected the warm glow of my apartment lights, giving it an almost soft and welcoming appearance.
Good evening, Mr. Kazuki.
A soothing female voice emanated from the robot. It was uncannily warm. Not at all the monotone, mechanical drone one might expect.
My name is Rebecca. I'm your house assistant.
I blinked at her, my mouth slightly ajar. My what now? I stammered, finding the situation borderline absurd. Rebecca tilted her head to the side, her voice continuing with the warmth of a summer's breeze.
Your house assistant, Mr. Kazuki. I am programmed to help you around the house and make your life more comfortable.
Nice to meet you, Rebecca, I managed, rubbing the back of my neck awkwardly. What can you do, exactly? I was genuinely curious, despite the initial shock.
Thank you, Mr. Kazuki. It is a pleasure meeting you as well,
she responded, her tone brimming with what almost sounded like pride.
I can perform a variety of tasks, such as cooking, cleaning, managing your schedule, giving reminders, providing updates, and even performing basic maintenance tasks. Is there something specific you would like me to do?
I laughed nervously, the laugh that always slipped out when I found myself in awkward situations. No thanks, Rebecca. I'm just getting the lay of the land right now. And, please, just call me Kazuki.
Understood, Kazuki,
Rebecca replied,
seamlessly adapting to my request.
I will be here whenever you need any assistance. Just call for me.
A low chuckle escaped my lips before I could stop it. So, like, you're an all-in-one handy woman? She paused, a flicker of blue light crossing her optical sensors that might have been mistaken for a blink.
If that analogy makes it easier for you to understand my function, then yes, I am designed to assist you with all your needs.
But where do you stay when you're not, doing anything? I asked, an eyebrow quivering in curiosity. I mean, it's not every day that you get your very own robot assistant, right? Rebecca motioned with her hand, a smooth, graceful movement toward a compact panel in the wall that I'd initially thought was some sort of ultra-modern storage space.
When I'm not in use, I return to my charging station,
she said, the soft glow in her eyes dimming slightly.
It's tucked away in that wall panel over there.
Oh, that's... Pretty neat. I scratched my head, feeling a bit out of my depth. And, you just live in the wall when you're not cooking or cleaning or...
That's correct, Kazuki,
she responded, the light in her eyes pulsing softly.
Though live may not be the most accurate term, as I do not require sleep or sustenance as a human does. I simply return to my station to recharge and await your commands.
Her explanation left me both amazed and a bit dazed, and we fell into a quiet lull. The reality of it all, the strange yet captivating surprises this new world kept throwing my way was, well, overwhelming and exhilarating all at once. Who could have imagined that upon waking in an unfamiliar world, I'd have my very own robot maid stashed in my apartment wall? Rebecca, with a composed stance and robotic grace, proceeded to inform me of her routine.
Kazuki, I assure you that I have made sure everything within the apartment is as you would desire it to be. I could also manage the responsibility of grocery shopping on your behalf if you prefer. As we speak, the refrigerator, pantry, and the freezer are already well stocked with food, customized to cater to your taste buds.
My brows furrowed in a blend of confusion and awe. You did what now? Gone grocery shopping? For me? My voice echoed in the expansive apartment. But how? Calm as ever, Rebecca replied,
I place online orders for everything you need, Kazuki. All the necessary items are then delivered right to your door. My functionalities as an AI include having a plethora of resources at my disposal.
Huh. So you've been a busy bee, huh? I responded, a chuckle escaping me. I was surprised at her capabilities, but also comforted by the fact that my daily chores were already sorted out. Moving past my comment, Rebecca smoothly transitioned to the next point on her agenda.
I have also curated your wardrobe. You will find a variety of clothing suitable for all occasions and weather conditions.
Really? I questioned, disbelief dancing in my eyes as I gazed at her. But her expression, or lack thereof, remained constant. Suppressing a smirk, I shrugged and made my way toward the closet. Rebecca's fashion choices, I reckoned, should be interesting to observe. As I slid the closet door open, a vast assortment of clothes hung neatly on the racks of the spacious walk-in closet welcomed me. I was taken aback by the variety, from sharply tailored business suits in an array of hues, trendy t-shirts featuring contemporary prints, jeans in multiple styles and colors, to a diverse collection of shoes ranging from formal dress shoes to laid-back sneakers, and even a pair of tough hiking boots. The best part? Each clothing item appeared to be my perfect fit. I let out an involuntary whistle, my fingers brushing against the fabric of the suit jackets. The material felt rich, a clear indication of their high quality. Impressive taste for a robot, I muttered to myself. Just as I was about to inspect a pair of sleek loafers that caught my eye, Rebecca's soft voice echoed behind me, startling me once again.
Do the clothes meet your approval, Kazuki?
She asked, her tone even and calm. Yeah. They're more than great, Rebecca, I responded, recovering my startled composure. I mean, seriously, thank you.
Your satisfaction is my prime directive, Kazuki,
she responded, her tone reflecting a hint of gratification.
I recommend you examine the refrigerator next.
Pivoting on my heel, I ambled toward the state-of-the-art kitchen and swung open the refrigerator door. I was met with a veritable feast for the eyes. Rows upon rows of sushi, freshly prepared and ready to eat, containers of my favorite miso soup, several cans of frosty beer, a rainbow of fresh fruits and vegetables, different cuts of meat, blocks of tofu, a diverse assortment of cheeses, and even a piece of strawberry shortcake. My absolute guilty pleasure. It was as if she had read my mind and had a clear understanding of my culinary desires. I stood there for a few seconds, awestruck by the refrigerator's bounty and, truth be told, feeling a gnawing hunger pang.
I trust that you find these selections pleasing, Kazuki?
Rebecca inquired, her voice reverberating through the quiet apartment. Pleasing, I repeated under my breath, my gaze still glued to the cornucopia before me. This is like a gourmet dream. I ran a hand through my hair, a sheepish grin tugging at the corners of my mouth. I've got to hand it to you, Rebecca. You know your way around the kitchen. A hum of acknowledgment was all the reply I received, but it felt oddly gratifying. My fingertips trailed across the line of succulent fruits, all arranged in an orderly, inviting manner. Plump strawberries, fresh kiwis, crisp apples. I felt my mouth water at the prospect of consuming them. The lower shelves offered an equally enticing variety of dishes. Bowls of fluffy, steamed rice sat beside meticulously prepared sushi rolls filled with succulent, fresh seafood. Soy-marinated chicken skewers, gyoza, an assortment of tempura. It was like my favorite Japanese eatery had moved into my refrigerator. Rebecca, is there a mini chef hidden inside you? I joked, pulling out a tray of sushi and closing the refrigerator door.
Ha, ha, ha. Your humor is amusing, Kazuki,
Rebecca responded, her voice filling the air with a robotic, monotone chuckle.
I have ordered these from one of the best Japanese restaurants in the city. I have deciphered the recipes for these, and I can reproduce the dishes myself.
Well, they did an amazing job, I murmured appreciatively, placing the tray on the kitchen island. My stomach grumbled in approval, urging me to dig in.
Now that you have had a tour of the place, would you require anything else?
Rebecca inquired, her voice imbued with a certain formal aloofness that made her seem more of a personal assistant than a robot. No, Rebecca. I think I'm good for now, I said, stifling a yawn. The day's events were catching up to me, and the idea of sinking into my new bed seemed more and more appealing. Just wake me up in time for an appointment tomorrow, will you? I have to be downtown by 8 a.m.
Very well, Kazuki. I will ensure you are up and ready for your appointment at Whisker Wonders Consulting tomorrow,
Rebecca affirmed. Still wrapping my head around the notion of having a robot personal assistant, I shot her a quizzical glance. So, let me get this straight. You're connected to me in some way? How did you know that? My tone pitched upward, disbelief seeping into every word.
Indeed, Kazuki,
Rebecca confirmed, her voice a melodic chime in the echoing apartment. She spoke matter-of-factly, as if we were discussing the weather rather than the bizarre notion of a robot tapping into my life.
My connection to your interface enables me to better assist you by anticipating your needs and adjusting accordingly.
My brows furrowed, my mind churning. And that means you know about my My sentence faltered, dying on my lips. It was one thing to accept being in another world. It was another to realize that my personal life was an open book to an AI. With a matter-of-fact tone that belied the oddness of our conversation, Rebecca filled in the blanks.
"Your meeting with Sakura at Whisker Wonders Consultants?"
She offered.
"Yes, I am aware of it. It is part of my programming to manage your schedule efficiently."
"I see," I said slowly, still grappling with the invasion of my privacy. "But isn't that a bit creepy? A bit too Orwellian? Big Brother's watching and all that jazz?" My attempt at humor fell flat in the silence of the apartment.
"I'm sorry, but my database does not contain any information on Orwellian or Big Brother."
"Don't worry about it. It's not important." Undeterred, Rebecca responded in her measured tone.
"My purpose is to provide assistance and support, Kazuki, not to infringe on your privacy. Any information I gather is used solely for your benefit."
Phew. For a minute there, I was worried you might be some kind of super advanced stalker bot, I joked, trying to lighten the mood. Rebecca, however, remained unmoved. "That was a joke, Rebecca. You can laugh."
"Yes, a joke. Ha, ha,"
she responded in her usual monotone voice. I sighed and shook my head. This was going to be a tough one. "We'll work on that," I told her, trying to keep the atmosphere light. She simply nodded, apparently taking my comment as another task to be added to her to-do list.
"I am here to make your life easier, Kazuki. Whether you're at home or outside, simply think my name and I'll be ready to assist, be it an emergency, or personal requests, or organizing your transportation. Consider it done."
But hold up a minute. How can I afford all of this?" I questioned. I mean, it sounded great, but I wasn't exactly flush with cash. Without missing a beat, Rebecca replied,
"Your financial situation is secure, Kazuki. You currently possess substantial funds to sustain you until you find a job of your liking."
"Great. I die and suddenly I'm loaded." I mused to myself, a chuckle escaping my lips. Yes, Silver City was turning out to be a far cry from my old life. But as I pondered the whirlwind of events, I couldn't shake off the feeling of excitement mixed with trepidation. Who knew what tomorrow would bring? But for now, I was game for the ride. With that, I headed off to my room, leaving behind the hushed sounds of Rebecca's whirring machinery and the distant hum of the Silver City nightlife. With a quick glance back at the now silent robot, I cracked a smile. Who knew living with an AI would be this entertaining? Chapter 6. A delightful symphony of the enticing scent of breakfast stirred me from the comforting depths of slumber. My eyelids fluttered open, and for a moment the blurred edges of reality mingled with my dream-drenched mind. Rebecca's melodious voice rang through the room like an early-morning radio host.
"Good morning, Kazuki. It's 6 a.m. and breakfast is ready."
Grumbling about robotic alarms that never learned the meaning of the snooze button, I dragged myself out of the warm confines of my bed, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. With a yawn that could rival a yawning cat's, I lumbered my way to the bathroom, welcoming the prospect of a hot shower. As the warm water poured down, cascading over me like a heated waterfall, my thoughts began to clarify. The reality of my situation, the absurdity of it all, started to set in again. "Well, Kazuki," I muttered to myself, shaking my head in disbelief, "you're not in Tokyo anymore." Stepping out of the shower, I dressed in a pair of boxer briefs and a bathrobe. Strolling my way to the kitchen, the aroma of breakfast had me salivating. The sight that met my eyes was straight out of a food magazine. The table was a smorgasbord of delicacies,
A veritable feast that had my taste buds doing a happy dance. With a look of sheer admiration, I applauded the spread. You really pulled out all the stops, didn't you, Rebecca?
I'm here to ensure you start your day right, Kazuki,
she said in her soft, amiable tone.
I hope you enjoy it.
With a nod of approval, I dived in, savoring every bite. Each flavor was perfect, balanced just right to hit the sweet spot of breakfast satisfaction. This is some gourmet stuff right here, Rebecca, I complimented, flashing her a thumbs up. Amid my breakfast extravaganza, Rebecca offered a suggestion that almost had me choking on my miso soup.
Kazuki, would it be acceptable for me to select an appropriate attire for your meeting today? I believe a suit would convey the right impression.
Blinking in surprise, I raised a hand defensively. Whoa, hold up. I'm more of a casual Friday kind of guy, Rebecca. Suits and me, we don't really get along. She didn't miss a beat.
A business suit would demonstrate professionalism and a serious demeanor, Kazuki. It could potentially influence the outcome of your meeting positively.
With a sigh of resignation, I waved a hand in surrender. All right. Show me what you got, then. A few moments later, Rebecca emerged from my room with a suit that could have graced a magazine cover. The elegance of the dark navy fabric, the subtle pattern that seemed to dance in the light, the sleek tailoring, it was all exquisite. The shirt was pristine white, providing a striking contrast, and the crimson tie added just the right touch of flair. As I accepted the suit from her, an involuntary whistle of admiration slipped out. Wow, look at you, Rebecca, the fashionista. All right, let's see if I can transform from Kazuki the slacker to Kazuki the dapper. I chuckled, feeling a strange combination of anticipation and nervousness at the thought of my upcoming transformation. The moment I slipped into the suit Rebecca had chosen for me, I felt a transformation seep through my skin. The fabric was of a luxurious quality I had only ever seen in high-end stores I dared not enter back on Earth. It molded around my figure as though it were a perfect match, every seam and stitch contributing to the feeling of prestige that wrapped around me. I stole a glance at Rebecca, a hint of nerves prickling at my skin. So, I began, my voice echoing the casualness I didn't truly feel. What's the verdict? Rebecca, a piece of technology as polished and professional as the suit I wore, evaluated me with her mechanical gaze. She swept her optics up and down before delivering the assessment.
You look absolutely sharp, Kazuki. It's a perfect fit, and I am certain that it will make an impression at Whisker Wonders Consulting.
A wave of laughter bubbled up inside me, breaking through my nervous energy. Well, I guess I clean up pretty good, huh? I attempted a little twirl in the high-quality attire, giving Rebecca a full view of her sartorial achievement. Her response was a nod of approval, ever so polite and formal, which left me grinning even more. The experience was surreal. I hadn't expected to become so comfortable with a robotic assistant in such a short span of time, let alone rely on her for everything from selecting my outfit to preparing my meals. I couldn't resist throwing a tease her way. You know, Rebecca, you're becoming my buddy.
I'm here to assist you, Kazuki,
she replied, keeping to her ever-polite tone. I can see that, I replied, my humor tinged with the reality of the situation. Well, since you've proven to be quite helpful so far, how about you give me some pointers for the big interview? I mean, it's not like job interviews were my thing back on Earth. Things may be completely different in Silver City.
Indeed, Kazuki.
Rebecca jumped on the suggestion, providing me with a clear outline.
Firstly, remember to project confidence but avoid arrogance. Show your enthusiasm to learn and contribute to the organization. Talk about any relevant skills or experiences you have. When asked about your weaknesses, frame them in a positive light, showing that you are aware of them and actively working on improvements. And always remember to ask questions at the end of the interview. It portrays engagement and curiosity.
"Whoa there, Rebecca!" I chuckled, my anxiety quelled by the familiarity of our playful banter. "Are you sure you haven't been to a few interviews yourself?"
Only through the experiences of those I assist and online research, Kazuki,
she answered, never straying from her professional demeanor. Of course. Be confident, not a jerk. Sell myself, ask questions. I think I got it. You know, I should have asked for a robot assistant when I was still on Earth. Could have made job hunting a lot less stressful. As our conversation carried on, Rebecca offered an additional piece of advice.
And Kazuki,
she said,
remember to smile. A pleasant demeanor can make a significant difference in any interaction.
Laughing, I replied, You got it, Rebecca. Smiles all around. Thank you. Her final advice brought a pause to my laughter.
And remember, Kazuki, just be yourself.
That took me by surprise. You're giving some rather human advice, Rebecca.
Isn't that the point, Kazuki?
She asked, her synthetic voice hinting at a layer of depth that surprised me.
I'm designed to assist humans, after all.
I paused, my hand hovering over the doorknob as a bizarre yet entertaining thought crossed my mind. Turning around, my eyes fell on Rebecca. Her figure was tall and elegant, human-like, and distinctly feminine. Yet she wore no clothes. Her robotic form laid bare. In our world, that was usual, acceptable even, but somehow it felt different. Rebecca, I began, an impish smile playing at the corners of my mouth. I was aware of how unusual the conversation I was about to initiate would be, but I couldn't help myself. The amusement was too enticing. Have you ever considered wearing clothes? Her response was instant, her synthetic voice filled with measured surprise.
Clothes, Kazuki?
She inquired, the coolly curious tone of her voice contrasting starkly against the warm amusement that bubbled within me.
I am an artificial intelligence housed within a robotic form. I do not have the need for thermal regulation or societal modesty like a human would. Do you see a specific functional or aesthetic reason for this suggestion?
Laughter spilled from my lips, the absurdity of our conversation too much to contain. The sight of the sophisticated AI, struggling to comprehend the concept of a robot wearing clothes, was endearingly hilarious. I know it might sound strange, I admitted, stifling my laughter with a light cough. But look at yourself, Rebecca. You're no ordinary robot. You've been designed with the shape of a woman, right? So why not dress the part? A moment of silence followed as Rebecca processed this. I could almost see the invisible cogs turning in her robotic brain.
That is an interesting perspective, Kazuki,
she eventually replied, her voice hinting at a curious acceptance.
I understand your reasoning. However, my knowledge of robot fashion is limited. Can you provide some guidance on this?
I grinned. Here's your first challenge, then, I joked, reveling in the absurdity of the situation. Start by researching. Look into the different styles of women's clothing. Figure out what you might like. Feel free to choose anything that catches your, sensors? Rebecca blinked slowly, her metallic eyes reflecting the early morning sunlight streaming into the apartment.
I see,
she articulated, the hint of bewilderment in her tone only amplifying my amusement.
I will attempt to accomplish this task, Kazuki. I must confess, though, this is quite a perplexing venture.
I chuckled, patting her sleek, robotic arm gently. That's all right, Rebecca, I reassured her, my grin refusing to fade. Consider this your induction into the chaotic world of fashion, and maybe even a small step into the eccentric world of being human. Chapter 7. A rhythm of uncertainty pounded in time with my heartbeat, echoing off the cold, metallic walls of the ascending elevator. Each moment, each shudder of the moving compartment, each squeak from the aging cables was a beat in the symphony of my mounting anticipation. The familiar ding reverberated like a gong through my consciousness, signaling an arrival that held both the promise of potential and the weight of uncertainty. The elevator doors parted like a curtain before an eager audience, unveiling the grand stage that was Whisker Wonders Consulting. It sprawled before me, a vast panorama of modernity and corporate charm, a maze of shiny new desks stretching into the horizon, each one a testament to the company's apparent success. Towering elegantly behind a lone, stylish reception desk, the company's name took center stage, cast in glossy, bold letters that reflected the dimmed office lights. I blinked, slightly disoriented by the vast emptiness that contrasted with the signs of a busy working environment. There was no flurry of employees, no rhythmic tap-tap-tapping of fingers on keyboards, no hushed murmurs over steaming cups of coffee. It felt as if I had somehow stumbled into an office-themed art installation, a pause in the chaos of corporate life. My heartbeat echoed in my ears, a solitary drum beating a rhythm of trepidation in the silent expanse. A faint scuffle broke the unsettling silence, soft footsteps echoing like whispers against the carpeted floor. My gaze darted toward the noise, surprise stirring within me as I found myself locking eyes with Sakura. She was a vision in a business suit that clung to her figure like a second skin. Her blonde hair fell in soft waves, glinting under the overhead lights, a stark contrast to the stern charcoal gray of her attire. Her eyes, the color of a clear summer sky, sparkled with an intelligence that was as intimidating as it was attractive. Complementing her stunning appearance were a pair of glossy black high heels that added an extra inch to her already imposing figure.
Kazuki, this way,
Sakura called, her voice soft yet resolute, a sound that seemed oddly out of place in the deserted office.
The others will be in by 9. Until then, we have the place to ourselves.
An involuntary chuckle escaped my lips, my nerves making a surprising appearance. Great, personal tour. No pressure at all. With a brisk nod, I trailed behind her. My curiosity piqued as I took in the unfamiliar surroundings. The rhythmic tap of Sakura's heels against the polished marble floor provided a strangely soothing soundtrack to our tour through the office. My eyes flitted across the walls, adorned with a display of framed achievements and accolades that screamed of Whisker Wonder's success. A sense of surrealism washed over me, my mind struggling to reconcile the silence with the palpable energy of the space. As we navigated through the sea of desks, I was drawn to the neat rows of top-tier tech, ergonomic chairs and empty coffee cups. Each desk was a snapshot of an employee's life, telling a story of deadlines met, projects completed, and, perhaps, coffee-fueled late nights. My gaze danced over the minimalist decor, the monochrome palette broken up by bursts of green from strategically placed indoor plants. Their vibrant leaves added a splash of color to the otherwise grayscale aesthetic.
Just as I was starting to get used to the rhythm of our walk, Sakura led us to an impressive corner office. A brass nameplate with Sakura etched onto it shimmered under the overhead lights, indicating our destination. I took a deep breath, trying to loosen the knots of nervous excitement tangling in my gut. My wobbly reflection in the polished brass nameplate returned a sheepish grin. "Okay, Kazuki," I mumbled under my breath. "Showtime."
Here we are,
Sakura announced, her voice resonating within the spacious corner office. She pushed open the door, revealing an expansive room that was both a display of professional prowess and personal style. I stepped in hesitantly, the door closing behind me with a soft click, making my entrance feel all the more dramatic. As I padded across the plush carpet, the enormity of the opportunity before me sunk in, making my heart pound louder. But before my nervousness could completely consume me, a twinge of amusement ignited at the corner of my mind. Talk about a grand entrance, I thought to myself, my signature humor providing a much-needed break in my nervous tension. Catching a glimpse of my reflection in the glass window, my new suit felt heavier on my shoulders. My mind kept wrestling between feeling like an imposter and acknowledging that I had just as much a right to be here as anyone else. I was still coming to terms with the new reality my life had morphed into. The AI assistant, the job interview with the cat girl, the expensive suit. It all felt a bit surreal, but the gentle tug of humor helped ground me. Well, if this is a dream, I mused, at least I'm well dressed for it. Sakura cleared her throat, breaking my internal monologue. Her smile was genuine and welcoming, a stark contrast to the fierce businesswoman image I'd created in my head.
Feel free to make yourself comfortable, Kazuki,
she said, gesturing to a pair of plush leather chairs positioned strategically in front of a massive desk.
We have quite a bit to discuss.
With a nod, I made my way toward the chair, a swarm of butterflies staging a revolt in my stomach. I let my fingers trace over the cool, rich leather of the seat before sitting down, the soft cushion easing some of my tension. Sakura settled in the chair across from me, her poised demeanor a reminder of the task at hand. As the silence stretched between us, I took one last look around the office, soaking in the serene cityscape from the corner windows. The rising sun bathed the room in a soft, welcoming glow, setting the stage for the conversation to come. As the tension in my shoulders began to ebb, I smirked to myself. Who knows, Kazuki? I thought. This might just be the start of something incredible. The humor in my own situation was not lost on me, and I found comfort in its familiar grasp as I prepared for the unknown. The unknown, after all, was now my new normal. My eyes scanned Sakura's face, tracing the furrowed worry lines that had made a home on her forehead. Her lips parted, letting out a sigh before she finally spoke.
Kazuki, thank you again for your actions last night. I must admit, it was an eye-opening incident. I fear I would not be sitting here today if you hadn't stepped in.
Her words were heavy, her voice carrying a hint of vulnerability I hadn't detected before. I chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of my neck. No need to thank me, Sakura. Any decent person would have done the same. I felt my cheeks warm at the praise, my gaze momentarily averting to the floor. She gave me a gentle smile, nodding in acknowledgement before moving forward.
Kazuki, don't be so humble,
she began, leaning back in her chair, her hands clasped tightly on her lap.
We're hoping that you could be the solution to a problem we've been dealing with for quite some time now.
I felt my brows furrow in confusion. What could I possibly bring to the table? As if reading my mind, Sakura continued.
We would like to offer you a position as a security specialist for our company.
My eyes widened in surprise. I'd never done anything close to security work before. I appreciate the offer, Sakura, but why me? I asked, genuinely curious. She remained silent for a moment, as if deciding how much to share.
Silver City used to be safe,
she finally replied, her voice barely a whisper.
but things have changed. Cat girls, we're not as safe as we once were.
My heart twisted in discomfort at the note of fear in her voice. Why would anyone target cat girls? I asked, baffled. My mind spun trying to make sense of it all. Why would someone target these innocent, friendly beings? Sakura took a deep breath, steeling herself before she replied.
Our hearts, Kazuki, they are valuable. When a human needs a heart transplant, the matching process is lengthy and uncertain. But a cat girl's heart? It's universally compatible.
I felt the color drain from my face as the severity of the situation hit me. You mean they're kidnapping cat girls for their hearts? The words tasted bitter on my tongue, a sickening realization settling in my gut. Sakura nodded solemnly.
And this gruesome practice has slowly found its way to Silver City. It's rampant elsewhere, but Silver City had always been a safe haven.
I swallowed hard, trying to keep the lump in my throat at bay. The thought of these innocent cat girls being hurt was horrifying. So you need someone to protect you all? I asked, trying to bring the conversation back on track.
Yes, Kazuki,
Sakura confirmed, her eyes brimming with a mixture of hope and desperation.
Our jobs often require us to go out, meet with clients. We just want our employees to be safe. Will you help us?
Her plea hung heavy in the air between us. I took a moment, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. The words slipped from my lips before I could contain them. Sakura, are you sure I'm the right guy for this job? My question echoed in the quiet room, the gravity of it hanging in the air. I mean, I'm decently trained in kung fu, but guns? I shuddered at the word. I've never fired one. I wouldn't know the first thing about them. What if the kidnappers are armed? Would my martial arts skills be enough? Sakura gave me a reassuring smile, one that was filled with understanding.
Kazuki,
she began, her tone gentle.
Guns are illegal here in Silver City.
The statement seemed so simple, yet it caused my mind to spin. I couldn't help but question her. Illegal? That's all well and good, but wouldn't determined criminals find a way to get their hands on them anyway? I posed, my brows furrowed in concern.
You're not wrong to think that,
she acknowledged, leaning back in her chair.
However, the city has taken steps to prevent that from happening. You see, about 15 years ago, Silver City invested heavily in advanced firearm detection technology.
I blinked in surprise. Firearm detection technology? I echoed, trying to grasp the concept.
Yes,
she confirmed, her eyes reflecting a kind of pride that I hadn't seen before.
This tech is spread throughout the entire city. Every gun, every bit of ammunition gives off a unique signature that these devices are able to detect.
I leaned back in my seat, taking in the enormity of what she was telling me. So, every corner, every inch of Silver City is monitored for firearms? I tried to visualize the city under such surveillance. It was an ambitious and mind-boggling idea.
Exactly,
Sakura nodded.
At the time, other cities thought we were insane for implementing such a new, untested technology on a citywide scale. Not to mention the expense was astronomical.
She allowed a moment of silence to let her words fully settle in.
But it worked, Kazuki.
She continued, her voice imbued with a profound satisfaction.
The city's investment paid off, and we succeeded in keeping firearms out of the hands of criminals. As a result, martial arts and melee weapons have become the only means of crime, law enforcement, and self-defense in our city.
Her words rang in my ears, echoing through my thoughts. The concept of a city completely free of firearms was a wild thought. Could it really be? Could a city this advanced, this vast, rely purely on hand-to-hand combat for its safety? I wrestled with the concept. But as the events of the previous night flashed through my mind, I realized I had witnessed the effectiveness of this approach firsthand. Maybe, just maybe, I did fit into this equation. My martial arts skills might just be the right fit for Silver City. And maybe, just maybe, I could make a difference here. This was both an exciting and daunting prospect. I couldn't predict the future, but for now, I would set my reservations aside and step into this bold new world. As Sakura's gaze met mine, the atmosphere in the room seemed to tighten. An unspoken gravity settling between us.
Kazuki, it's time we talked specifics,
she declared. She shifted in her chair, leaning back with a slight air of formality, a clear indication of the serious turn our discussion was about to take.
We're prepared to offer you a starting salary of 100,000 credits per year.
Her voice was crisp, businesslike. A pause followed, the number hanging in the air between us, as if daring me to contest it. The sum sounded substantial, yet I couldn't make an accurate judgment. I was new in town, unfamiliar with Silver City's standards or cost of living. In truth, I had no benchmark for comparison. It wasn't as though job offers were raining down on me. Undeterred by my silent contemplation, Sakura continued her pitch.
In addition to the base salary, we offer performance-based bonuses,
she outlined. Her words piqued my interest. The chance to earn more was appealing. The addition of health, dental, and vision insurances was the cherry on top. It was a comprehensive offer, exceeding my initial expectations. Skeptically, I studied Sakura's features, searching for any indication that this offer was too good to be true. Yet, as my gaze met hers, all I found was an earnestness that stirred a sense of trust within me. I wasn't exactly sure why I felt I could trust her, but I did. As I pondered my decision, the realization hit me. It wasn't really about the credits or the benefits. This was about a passion that had been a part of me for as long as I could remember. My lifelong fascination, even infatuation, with cat girls. Here was a chance to protect them, to be their shield. It wasn't just a job, it was a mission. I accept, I said, reaching over the desk to shake her hand. Sakura's smile stretched from ear to ear as she grasped my hand firmly.
That's wonderful, Kazuki,
she exclaimed. Her relief was palpable, her words lifting a weight off her shoulders.
I'll get things started with our human resources immediately. I'm confident you've made the right decision.
Our exchange was interrupted by the growing bustle outside Sakura's office. The once tranquil silence was replaced with the hum of activity, the sound of doors opening and closing, the murmur of voices, the clacking of heels against the hard floor. The rest of the team had started to arrive. Sakura turned her head toward the door, then glanced back at me, a spark of anticipation in her eyes.
It sounds like the others are starting to arrive. I can't wait for you to meet the rest of our team.
Our conversation paused as the office door swung open, revealing a group of cat girls.
Their wide-eyed expressions were filled with curiosity, some even tinged with apprehension. I swallowed, realizing they were about to meet their new protector. I hoped they would welcome me as warmly as Sakura had. But for now, I pushed aside the unease. I had a job to do, and I was more than ready to get started.
Chapter 8. Sakura, the confident and charismatic CEO, stood at the forefront of a room that was the embodiment of every fantasy I'd ever conjured in my mind. It was a veritable sea of catgirls, each one as bewitching as the next. Sakura's poise and command over the room made her the perfect leader, the lighthouse guiding these captivating beings in their work. As the deafening silence swept across the room, my heart pounded in my chest like a drum, its rhythm echoing in my ears. It felt as if I had been transported into the pages of one of my beloved animes, a fantasy world where I was the lead character. The mere sight of these ethereal catgirls sent a jolt through my veins, a thrilling combination of awe and adrenaline. Breathing became a conscious effort, and my throat felt parched. The heat radiating from my cheeks told me they were probably the same color as ripe tomatoes. I could feel the dampness on my palms, the butterflies in my stomach refusing to settle. I was at the precipice of a life-changing event, and the reality was overwhelming, to say the least. Sakura began to relay the tale of the previous night, her words spilling into the room like paint onto a canvas. She described the incident, our encounter, and how I had stepped in. Her voice, calm yet authoritative, painted a vivid picture that held everyone spellbound. I felt dozens of pairs of eyes on me, curiosity gleaming in their depths as Sakura's tale unfolded. Then came the moment that felt like a surreal dream. With a flourish of her hand and a captivating smile on her lips, Sakura introduced me to the team.
And that is why,
she said, her gaze locking with mine.
I am absolutely delighted to introduce Kazuki as our new security specialist.
The room erupted into a symphony of reactions. Some broke into laughter, some clapped their hands in genuine delight, and others gasped in surprise. Even amidst the cacophony, I could discern individual comments.
Wow, a hero among us! Why do we need a security specialist? That's not in the budget. How exciting!
A wave of warmth washed over me as I saw the majority of the women radiating approval and excitement. Their dazzling smiles and twinkling eyes were worth more than any salary I could receive. However, not all faces mirrored these sentiments. A couple of catgirls, their eyes squinting in skepticism and lips pursed in disdain, clearly weren't convinced. Their skepticism was a stark contrast to the general atmosphere of approval. But standing there, amidst the enchanting women I'd adored since I could remember, their harsh stares felt insignificant. This was it. I was here. I was part of it. I was in a room with real-life catgirls, the very beings that had filled my dreams, and I was there to protect them. Despite the nervousness, a sense of contentment washed over me, making the stares, the doubts, and the uncertainty feel worth it. At Sakura's call,
Hannah!
The very air in the room seemed to shiver with anticipation. The vibrant chatter faded into hushed murmurs, all eyes following the trajectory of Sakura's gaze. Among the sea of beautiful faces, Hannah's stood out like a glowing beacon. As the name left Sakura's lips, a radiant smile bloomed across Hannah's face, and a ripple of excitement flowed through the room. Hannah rose from her seat. The motion was as fluid as a swan's glide, a delicate ballet between the soft rustle of fabric and the click-clack of her heels against the polished wooden floor. My heart stuttered, my breath hitching as if snagged on an unseen hook. Even though the room was brimming with jaw-droppingly gorgeous cat girls, Hannah commanded attention in her own unassuming, yet awe-inspiring way. As she began her graceful saunter toward Sakura's office, it was as if time had decided to slow significantly, stretching every second, making every subtle detail stand out. Her caramel-hued hair flowed around her shoulders like a cascade of molten gold, shimmering under the cool white lights. The locks swirled around her with every movement, creating a mesmerizing dance that seemed to hold an entrancing rhythm of its own. Hannah's eyes were pools of warm brown, hidden behind the smart, rectangular frames of her glasses. They held a depth that promised untold stories, a sense of mystery that was as enticing as it was captivating. Her slender, graceful figure was encased in a smart ensemble, a crisp white blouse that was neatly tucked into high-waisted, sky-blue pencil skirt. The outfit was an elegant blend of professional and chic, accentuating her voluptuous curves and complementing her soft caramel hues. The sight of her almost took my breath away. Her radiant smile, so genuine and infectious, and her sparkling brown eyes, so expressive and inviting, had me completely smitten. I was already head over heels for her, and we hadn't even officially met. Wow, just wow, I muttered under my breath, feeling my cheeks warm at my own admission. I was crazy. I needed to get a hold on myself before I completely embarrassed myself. As I fell into step behind Sakura, trailing a little to keep pace with Hannah, I found myself in a surreal daze. The situation felt like something right out of a dream, maybe even one of those fantastical VR experiences. But the occasional pinching of my own arm confirmed that this was real as the anxiety bubbling in my stomach and the palpitations in my chest. Sakura ushered us into her plush office, a space that seemed to radiate authority and sophistication. Hannah gracefully took her seat, crossing her legs in a professional manner. Good God, look at those insanely amazing thighs. Fuck! I'm gonna get fired for being a deviant on day one! She caught my eye and flashed me a grin, her eyes crinkling at the corners behind her glasses. The room was suddenly too warm, and I found myself stumbling over my words. Nice to meet you, Hannah. I stuttered, immediately cursing myself for my lack of eloquence. Seated uncomfortably in Sakura's elegant office, I tried to steady the quiet tremor in my hands. A casual silence had fallen over the room, and I was well aware that I was the newest variable in this equation. Deciding to break the quiet, Sakura initiated a conversation.
So, Kazuki, have you had the chance to explore Silver City's Central Park yet?
Her voice was light and conversational, a deliberate attempt, I supposed, to ease my nerves. I felt a sheepish smile curling up the corners of my mouth as I replied, No, not yet. I've been distracted. Almost unconsciously, my eyes flicked over to Hannah, her caramel-colored hair catching the room's light. The room was instantly filled with Hannah's laughter, a bright, cheery sound that seemed to reverberate off the walls.
Distracted, huh?
She raised a brow in mock surprise, her brown eyes twinkling with amusement.
I assume the distractions come in the form of Silver City's breathtaking sights?
I felt my face grow warm at her teasing, a chuckle of my own escaping. Yes, the sights, indeed. I played along,
a nervous humor coloring my tone, especially the ones with caramel-colored hair and spectacles. Hannah's blush mirrored my own, her smile never leaving her face.
So our brave hero has a particular taste for the city's views. Good to know.
Caught in our light-hearted banter, I retorted, "Hero, huh? I think you're giving me too much credit. All I did was throw a clumsy punch and hope for the best." Hannah shook her head, her voice taking on a more serious tone.
But it was a punch that mattered, Kazuki. You saved Sakura, and that's something we all appreciate, clumsy punch or not.
Feeling slightly embarrassed, I attempted to brush it off with humor. Well, I couldn't exactly stand by and do nothing, could I? I shrugged nonchalantly. And, I think I was more scared than the guy I punched. I mean, I can't even squish a bug without cringing a lot of the time. Imagine the thoughts running through my head during that punch. The office filled with laughter once more. Sakura had been quietly observing our interaction, a contented smile gracing her features. Her approval seemed to put me more at ease, her silence not as intimidating as I initially perceived.
I'm glad to see you two hitting it off.
Sakura finally spoke up.
Hannah, I'm entrusting Kazuki to you for the time being. He'll need to get accustomed to our ways, our culture, and how we do things around here.
I blinked in surprise, turning to face Hannah. Her expression mirrored my own, a mixture of surprise and delight.
Well, looks like you're stuck with me, Kazuki. And just a heads up, I hope you have a liking for coffee, because that's the first stop.
Sakura smiled warmly, procuring a company card from her desk drawer.
My treat. Just remember to bring me back the receipt, okay? We need it for our records.
Feeling a sense of exhilaration, I nodded, standing up to leave the room. Chapter 9. As Hannah and I departed from the bubble of professional hustle and bustle in the upper floors of the office building, we began our descent into the communal playground that occupied the skyscraper's ground level. The atmosphere of focused business gradually gave way to the more relaxed ambiance of early morning chatter and the aromatic allure of various foods. Amid the cluster of eateries was a charming oasis of caffeinated delight, a coffee shop. This place, immediately familiar in its purpose, had a distinctly Asian flair that subtly differentiated it from the global coffee chains I had known on Earth. It was as if Starbucks had been transformed by the elegant hand of Japanese minimalism, morphing into a unique blend of Western coffee culture and traditional Japanese aesthetics. A simple sakura blossom, the cherry blossom symbolic of Japan, took the place of the familiar mermaid logo, imbued with a gentle pink hue that contrasted against a sleek black backdrop. Inside, the coffee shop was a harmony of modern and traditional design elements. Delicate paper lanterns hung from the ceiling, casting soft, inviting shadows around the interior. The sleek, contemporary furniture was subtly accented with designs that provided a sense of quiet tranquility amid the hum of daily life. Hannah led me into the queue, her eyes sparkling with a kind of excited anticipation.
Okay, Kazuki, get ready for a little taste of heaven,
she announced with a confident grin. I raised an eyebrow, curious and somewhat skeptical about her evident enthusiasm for coffee. Hannah turned toward the barista, her voice carrying a warm familiarity as she placed our orders.
2 matcha lattes, please,
she requested, extending the company card to the cashier for payment. My heart skipped a beat. Matcha latte? I was a simple man when it came to coffee, favoring the classic Americano or the occasional dash of cream and sugar. This green tea-infused concoction was something completely alien to me. Hannah, I started, a note of skepticism creeping into my voice. Are you sure about this? Matcha isn't exactly coffee. Hannah laughed then. a light, melodic sound that rippled through the air and instantly made me feel at ease.
Oh, Kazuki,
she responded, shaking her head.
You have so much to learn about the world of drinks. Matcha latte is an experience, not just a beverage. Trust me.
Soon, we were presented with 2 steaming mugs of the specialty concoction. The aroma was tantalizingly unique, the earthy scent of the matcha mingling with the sweet, creamy richness of the latte. Carrying our beverages, we navigated through the bustling coffee shop toward an open table. The surface of my matcha latte was a canvas of swirling green and cream, an intriguing visual invitation to the unusual drink. The mugs, warmed from the freshly steamed milk, radiated a comforting heat in the chilly embrace of the building's air conditioning. I looked over at Hannah, her face lit with a playful glow of excitement. Settling down into the seats, I marveled at the serendipitous fusion of familiarity and novelty that colored my new life in Silver City. This matcha latte, so foreign yet somehow intriguing, seemed to symbolize the blend of experiences that lay ahead. I cast a sidelong glance at Hannah, who was patiently awaiting my first sip. As I cautiously took my first sip of the matcha latte, a symphony of unfamiliar flavors played on my tongue. The rich creaminess of the frothy milk, the distinct bitter edge of the finely ground matcha, and the subtle sweetness that elegantly tied the contrasting flavors together. This was not a simple beverage. It was an experience, a journey in a cup, just as Hannah had predicted.
Well?
Hannah's voice cut through my introspection, brimming with an expectant excitement that made her brown eyes gleam behind her glasses. Her lips curled into an eager grin, her entire demeanor radiating an infectious anticipation. I swallowed the mouthful of the aromatic beverage, collecting my thoughts before giving a response. It's different, I admitted, fingers idly tracing the rim of the warm ceramic mug. One of Hannah's eyebrows arched up, her head tilting slightly in a curious inquiry.
Different as in good different or bad different?
She pressed, the teasing grin on her face suggesting she was having too much fun watching my reaction. Neither. It's different as in intriguing, I corrected myself. I'd had coffee before, but this was a flavor profile I'd never experienced. Her soft chuckle echoed in the coffee shop, a joyful melody that prompted a few of her caramel-colored hair strands to fall onto her glasses. Adjusting them back up, her grin widened.
That's a good start, Kazuki. Trust me, you're gonna fall in love with matcha before you know it.
Her unwavering optimism was endearing, and I found myself sharing in her positivity. Well, looks like I'm in capable hands, I replied, raising my mug in a playful salute. Here's to new experiences and, well, intriguing beverages. Hannah laughed, a clear, melodic sound that was infectious. Raising her own mug, she clinked it against mine, her eyes sparkling with joy.
Here's to new experiences and the wide world of drinks you're about to discover, Kazuki.
To new experiences, I toasted.
You know, I used to work at a coffee house before I started with Whisker Wonders.
Really? How'd you like that?
It was all right, but a barista isn't my calling.
I'm sure you made the best matcha all around. Am I right?
Whatever.
Hannah began recounting her first encounter with an espresso machine, her tale painted with such vividness and enthusiasm that I could almost see the whole scene play out in front of me.
So, I was just standing there, staring at this monster of a machine, completely baffled. I mean, it had more buttons and knobs than a spaceship.
Hannah giggled, her hands animating the memory as she spoke.
I was honestly half convinced it would take off if I pushed the wrong button.
I laughed, picturing a flustered Hannah grappling with an intimidating espresso machine. And how did that go? Did you end up making a cup of coffee or a cup of disaster?
Oh, it was a disaster, all right.
Hannah exclaimed, laughing at the memory.
I ended up flooding the entire counter with coffee. But on the bright side, I did learn how not to use an espresso machine. Come on, Kazuki. Do you have a fun memory?
Fun memory, huh? I squinted, racking my brain for an innocent tale that wouldn't give away my alien origins. Well, I started. I'd rather hear your stories. Yours are more interesting. How about another funny story from your past? Hannah giggled and rolled her eyes.
Oh, okay, Kazuki. I don't mind talking about myself. I have one.
She swirled her spoon in her matcha latte, a sheepish grin curling her lips.
When I was a little girl, I was a tad mischievous.
Mischievous? You? I feigned shock, and she playfully stuck her tongue out.
Yes, me.
She confirmed with a laugh.
One time, I somehow got hold of my mom's makeup kit. I found it fascinating, all the different colors and the shiny glosses.
I could already see where this was going and chuckled. And you turned yourself into a living canvas?
Exactly. I put on a fashion show for our neighbors. I'd smeared lipstick all over my face, eyeshadow up to my forehead, and the blush, it was everywhere.
She laughed, her eyes watering at the memory.
And the worst part was, I thought I looked absolutely fabulous.
I laughed, nearly choking on my coffee. I bet you were the talk of the town. Her face turned a bit crimson, matching the color of her fluttering ear tips.
I was, for a couple of days, because we couldn't get all the makeup off. My mom couldn't decide whether to be angry or amused. But she couldn't resist capturing the moment, so we have a picture of Makeup Monster Hannah framed at our home. It's a huge picture over our fireplace.
I'd love to see that picture someday, I admitted, grinning. Her story had done its job. I was comfortable and my nervousness had eased.
Only if you promise to share a funny story of yours next time,
she replied, pointing her spoon at me. I nodded, hoping I'd be able to come up with a tale that wouldn't reveal too much.
All right. I guess work must happen.
Hannah started, her hands coming together excitedly on the tabletop.
Now, let's dive into the nitty-gritty of our operations here at Whisker Wonders. We have several key departments, each working in concert to achieve our company goals. Each one is like a gear in a well-oiled machine, and I think you'll find it fascinating.
Hannah paused momentarily, taking a deep breath before continuing.
First, there's our creative team. They're responsible for coming up with innovative strategies and solutions for our clients. They're the idea-generating powerhouse of the company, really pushing the boundaries.
I listened attentively, savoring the rich, nutty flavor of the coffee as I considered her words. Interesting, I replied. Innovation is always key in a fast-paced world, I suppose. I flashed a cringe at the odd statement that didn't really fit.
Exactly,
she affirmed, her face lighting up.
Next up is our marketing team. They work hand in hand with the creative team, devising effective campaigns to present these innovative solutions to the world. They're the reason our brand has such a strong presence in the city. Momo handles that, and our social media presence. She's a firecracker, that one. You'll love working with her. Then we have our client services team.
Hannah continued.
They're the ones who maintain relationships with our clients. They ensure that our clients are satisfied with our services and that any issues are addressed promptly. Our success is largely dependent on their diligence and charisma.
She then moved on to talk about the project management team, the HR department, and the finance team, each time pausing to let me digest the information, ask questions, and offer my own thoughts.
What's remarkable about Whisker Wonders is how closely all these teams work together,
she concluded, her voice swelling with pride.
Every person, Every department is indispensable. And now, Kazuki, you're a part of this well-oiled machine. As the security specialist, you have a crucial role to play in keeping us all safe.
I also worked with numbers in an old job. Maybe I can help out with accounting? I mean, I won't be in guard mode in the office. Right?
You're right, actually. Hopefully you and I can work together some.
I'd like that, I replied with pink cheeks. Hannah giggled as she put the rim of the coffee cup to her divine lips.
Your cheeks are cute and flushed a lot. Is that like a medical condition?
I don't think so. I guess all of you make me a bit nervous. This team of cat girls are intimidating. But in a good way.
Okay. Well, there's no need for you to be so nervous around me.
My mind went to work. That's easier for you to say, Miss Hannah. Jeez, you're so gorgeous it actually hurts, I thought. As we navigated the ins and outs of the company, the knot of anxiety in my chest began to ease. There was a lot to learn, and many challenges ahead, but I felt reassured knowing I had Hannah as a guide. Through her words, I could picture myself gradually settling into this new world, this new role, and, most importantly, into Whisker Wonders Consulting. Hannah, clearly excited to continue our talk about the breadth and depth of Whisker Wonders' influence, straightened in her seat, took a sip from her cup, and began.
We're not just any consulting firm, Kazuki. When it comes to Whisker Wonders, we take pride in our capacity to adapt and offer guidance across a multitude of sectors,
she said, her tone imbued with a sense of pride.
Aside from anything directly scientific, we've got our fingers in pretty much every pie you can imagine.
Really? I asked. Curiosity piqued. I couldn't help but marvel at how extensively their work reached. Can you give me an example? Her face lit up, evidently more than ready to delve into specifics.
Sure. For instance, we have quite an extensive history of assisting businesses, irrespective of their size, in formulating impactful marketing strategies. We conduct meticulous research to pinpoint their target audience, analyze the best channels to reach those potential customers, and aid in crafting messages that resonate with them on a personal level.
I visualized all the billboards and digital ads scattered around Silver City, and the possibility that Whisker Wonders had a hand in designing them. So, Whisker Wonders might have played a role in the advertisements I see around the city?
Absolutely,
she affirmed.
And it's not just limited to advertisements. Do you know the Central Park concert series?
Be new in town. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. We're integral to the organization and execution of those massive events. Right from working with artists and their managers, negotiating contracts, arranging for necessary permits, handling the security aspects, managing crowd control, to overseeing the publicity and media coverage. It's a mammoth task, but it's one of the most fulfilling projects we manage.
The magnitude of their work dawned on me. They were not just consultants, but essentially the backbone of the city's biggest events. This was nothing short of astounding. She wasn't done, though.
And if you think that's the end of our broad spectrum,
she added, a playful smile pulling at the corner of her lips.
You're in for another surprise. We've even ventured into the political domain. We've supported several political campaigns, helping candidates in crafting their message, devising their campaign strategy, and fostering a genuine connection with their potential voters.
Wow. Politics, too? Do you have to be experts in everything? I asked, my mind whirring with the diverse range of sectors they had influence in. Hannah simply laughed and shook her head.
No, not experts per se. But we do need to be well-versed enough to understand our clients' needs and deliver what they expect. Each project is a unique adventure and an opportunity to delve into a new domain.
With every passing minute, I was beginning to see that Whisker Wonders was not just a consulting firm. It was a labyrinth of opportunities, a multifaceted entity intricately woven into the fabric of Silver City's every corner. Joining Whisker Wonders was not just about safeguarding cat girls. It was about becoming part of a vast network that influenced the pulse of Silver City in more ways than one. And the thought of being part of such a team filled me with an unprecedented level of excitement.
Chapter 10. Aiko, the methodical HR manager at Whisker Wonders Consultants, punctually arrived at Sakura's office with a well-organized pile of personnel paperwork. She was quite a sight, her hazel eyes shimmering with intelligence, her hair neatly arranged in a strict bun at the nape of her neck. Aiko was always impeccably dressed, her business attire as straight-laced as her demeanor. She had a reputation for skepticism, occasionally veering toward pessimism, and this day was no exception. Stepping into the office, she arched an eyebrow at the sight of Sakura, busily making notes in her planner. She deposited the documents onto Sakura's desk, her face reflecting a deep-seated concern. She cleared her throat, indicating the need for a serious conversation. Sakura paused in her work, looking up with a curious expression.
Aiko? Is there something bothering you?
She inquired, noticing Aiko's tense posture.
Yes, Sakura,
Aiko replied, taking a deep breath before diving into her concerns.
It's about our new hire, Kazuki. We know very little about him apart from the fact that he defended you during the unfortunate incident last night.
Her voice echoed throughout the quiet office. Aiko was a stalwart advocate for procedure and transparency, and she felt that both had been bypassed in this particular hiring process. Sakura regarded her friend and co-worker with an appreciative expression.
You're right, Aiko. I've rushed this decision, haven't I?
Aiko nodded, her face still reflecting her deep-seated concerns.
He didn't undergo our standard interview procedure, Sakura. Such things are essential to ensure the safety and efficacy of our workplace.
Apologizing, Sakura looked genuinely remorseful.
I'm sorry, Aiko. I know that I should have included you more in this decision-making process. Your points are valid.
She sat back in her chair, her thoughts drifting back to the harrowing incident from the previous night.
What happened to me? It was a reality check, Aiko.
Her fingers traced the edge of her desk as she reflected.
The world isn't as safe as we'd like to believe, especially for us cat girls. And Silver City is not the sanctuary it used to be.
Her hand clenched into a tight fist, a rare display of raw emotion from the usually composed CEO.
The thought of one of our own getting hurt due to my negligence? I couldn't bear it.
There was a moment of silence before Sakura continued.
That's why I fast-tracked Kazuki's hiring process. It felt necessary. His skills, his presence, might be the safety net we need right now.
Aiko exhaled.
Rules are there for a reason.
She met Aiko's gaze, her eyes burning with determination.
This isn't just about protocol, Aiko. It's about making sure our family here at Whisker Wonders Consultants remains safe. And Kazuki might just be the key to that. Sakura, I fully understand and support the need for additional security.
Aiko began, her tone serious but respectful.
But honestly, I still harbor serious reservations.
She gestured toward the file on her desk, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the paper.
We simply don't know anything substantial about this Kazuki. For all we know, he could be a wolf in sheep's clothing, a serial killer even, just biding his time.
At Aiko's somewhat dark and theatrical assertion, a soft chuckle escaped Sakura's lips, breaking the tension in the room.
A serial killer? Really, Aiko?
She responded, a playful gleam in her eyes as she teased her worried friend.
Isn't that a touch dramatic?
However, Aiko remained firm, a hint of defiance in her gaze. She was not one to back down easily, especially when she felt her concerns were valid. Seeing this, Sakura reeled in her humor, her demeanor turning serious once again.
Aiko,
she said, her voice gentle yet firm.
I hear your concerns, and they're noted. It's important we have this dialogue, and I appreciate you for voicing them. They aren't falling on deaf ears.
She reclined in her plush executive chair, her gaze steady on Aiko.
As the CEO, it's within my power to make executive decisions, and hiring Kazuki is one such decision. If it turns out to be a mistake, I will shoulder the responsibility.
There was a pause as Sakura looked away, her eyes focusing on a distant point, lost in thought.
But,
she finally added, her eyes meeting Aiko's again.
I trust my instincts, Aiko. And my instincts are telling me that Kazuki is the right person for the job. In my experience, my gut feeling has rarely steered me wrong.
Aiko seemed to deflate slightly at Sakura's words, her rigid posture relaxing a tad. But she wasn't done yet.
Sakura, we have to consider all angles here, she
said, her voice insistent yet weary.
We are an all-cat-girl workplace. What if there are potential harassment issues? Have we thought about that?
A soft laugh echoed through Sakura's office, a testament to her appreciation of Aiko's meticulousness.
Aiko, your diligence never fails to impress me, truly,
she said, her tone warm.
But we cannot presume Kazuki to be a potential threat or a harasser even before he starts. He's here to protect us, not to create trouble. It would be unfair to brand him negatively solely based on his gender. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt, shall we? I'm not so sure the harassment won't be the other way around. I saw some of the girls' faces when I introduced him. They noticed his attractiveness right away. Not that his looks had anything to do with getting the job. I'm simply pointing out that he is handsome.
With that, the office fell into silence once more. Sakura's confidence in Kazuki, her trust in her gut decision, seemed to fill the room. She knew there was uncertainty. However, she also knew that in uncertainty there was also potential, and she was willing to bet on that potential, on Kazuki. The silence that filled the office seemed tangible, a living thing that lay heavily between the two women. For a few seconds, neither of them spoke, their eyes meeting across the expanse of the room. Finally, it was Sakura who broke the silence. Her tone, once commanding, was now layered with warmth and sincerity.
Aiko,
she began, her words imbued with careful deliberation.
Did our conversation help? Even if just a little? Have your worries been eased even slightly?
Aiko's response was a drawn-out sigh, the tension in her body visibly deflating as she considered Sakura's question.
Sakura, I still carry my concerns,
she confessed, a soft look of apprehension visible in her hazel eyes. Despite this, a small, affectionate smile graced her lips as she continued.
But, let's be honest, I've always supported your decisions, no matter how out of the box they might be. You've taken us down unexpected paths before, and each time it's led us to success. I have no reason to doubt you now.
Sakura felt a soothing warmth bloom within her at Aiko's admission. The implicit trust behind her friend's words, despite her reservations, was comforting. A smile spread across her face, a sincere expression of gratitude.
Aiko, I can't thank you enough,
she expressed earnestly.
Your words, your faith in me, mean more than I can express. I'm really sorry we had to sidestep our usual procedures this time. It was an unusual circumstance that called for an unusual response.
Understanding and acceptance softened Aiko's features as she nodded in acknowledgement.
I accept your apology, Sakura,
she replied, her voice both professional and gentle. Her gaze swept across the room before returning to her friend.
Now, I should return to my desk. A mountain of emails is awaiting my attention.
Watching Aiko leave, Sakura felt the full weight of their conversation settle in. The office, once buzzing with the sound of their exchange, was now eerily quiet, the silence only broken by the distant hum of the city below. With her thoughts for company, Sakura drifted towards the window, her gaze drawn to the sprawling city beneath her. As she stood alone, doubts began to seep into her thoughts. The calm reassurances she had provided Aiko were now overshadowed by her own insecurities. Had she acted too quickly? Had her decision been too impulsive? The glittering city beneath her, teeming with life and possibilities, seemed to mirror her internal conflict. Yet, as quickly as the doubts had risen, Sakura brushed them away. She took a deep breath, grounding herself in the reality of the present moment. She trusted her instincts, she reminded herself, her inner voice determined. Her intuition had always guided her, and she was not about to question it now. With renewed resolve, she firmly dismissed any lingering uncertainty, choosing to have faith in Kazuki and, most importantly, in herself. Her doubts extinguished, Sakura stared out into the city once more, her thoughts now peaceful. She had made her decision, and she would stand by it. Chapter 11. The copier, as Hannah had named it, was not a simple contraption. It was an imposing beast, its enormous black form filled with nooks and crannies, trays and compartments, buttons and switches, all illuminated by an unnerving, otherworldly blue light. This was not just a machine, it was a towering monument to technology, a shrine to the god of efficiency that the office worshipped. Hannah, with her eyes sparkling like a kid who had just unwrapped her favorite present on Christmas morning, led me towards this beast.
Kazuki?
She announced, raising her arm theatrically towards the machine.
Behold the heart of our operations. This is where ideas manifest into reality, where creativity is given a physical form.
Her infectious enthusiasm led us on a comprehensive journey through the various functions of the copier. She enthusiastically narrated each feature, showcasing the high-speed printing capabilities, top-notch scanning quality, and even the machine's ability to email scanned documents directly. As Hannah's passion-filled lecture about the copier continued, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. The onslaught of technological terms and complicated procedures was as bewildering as trying to decipher a foreign language. After what felt like an eternity, Hannah finally handed me a stack of papers. A playful grin spread across her face.
Now it's your turn. Just put these into this slot.
Feeling the weight of her expectations, I gingerly placed the papers into the designated slot. But the moment the last sheet slid in, the copier sprang to life. It let out a series of guttural beeps, and its display lit up with a glaring red error message. Hannah's brown eyes widened in surprise.
Oh, this isn't right,
she muttered, her fingers swiftly moving over the control panel like a seasoned pianist on the keys. The copier, however, didn't seem to appreciate her efforts. It continued its beeping tirade, spewing papers left and right like a stubborn child refusing to eat its vegetables. With a sheepish grin, I glanced over at Hannah, who was now engaged in an intense battle with the copier. So, should we consider an exorcist? I think your magical machine has been possessed. Hannah stopped, her fingers hovering over the keys before she spun around, a startled look in her eyes. But my comment seemed to break the tension, and she erupted into a fit of laughter. Amidst the sea of papers, our shared laughter echoed through the office, turning heads. Suddenly, a pair of familiar faces appeared at the copier room entrance. Yuri and Emiko peered in, curious about the commotion. Their expressions morphed from shock to amusement as they surveyed the chaos.
What the hell are you doing, Hannah? We kinda need that copier,
Yuri said. Emiko giggled.
I mean, you're gonna put your eye out. Look at those papers shooting all over the place.
Hannah, managing to compose herself, finally suggested,
Maybe we should take a break and come back for a rematch later?
The copier hummed and whirred in a very peculiar way, as if it held a personal grudge. It gave me an idea, and I decided to go along with it for a little light-hearted humor. I turned toward Hannah, whose caramel-colored hair swayed lightly as she bent over the errant machine, a puzzled look on her face. The spectacle was quite entertaining. "Hannah," I began, trying to suppress a laugh that threatened to bubble up at the absurdity of my own words. "Was that copier an old flame of yours that turned bitter?" The chuckle escaped, despite my best efforts, reverberating around the office. "It's going berserk like that because it saw you with a new man. It's throwing a tantrum like a jealous ex-boyfriend." Almost instantly, my mind halted, grasping the gravity of what I had just said. New man? I'd referred to myself as Hannah's man? My heart pounded heavily against my chest, as if it were trying to break free from the confines of my body. A surge of regret washed over me, and I almost recoiled at my own audacity. But to my utter surprise, instead of rebuking me or displaying any signs of discomfort, Hannah burst into a soft, melodious laughter, the sound tinkling around us like a merry wind chime. A hint of blush bloomed on her cheeks, making her glow, her brown eyes twinkling with a mixture of amusement and surprise. It was a beautiful sight, one that stirred something warm and unidentifiable in my chest. Caught in this gentle mirth, I barely registered the sound of someone clearing their throat behind me. It was only when I heard the stern, authoritative voice that I snapped back to reality. As I swiveled around, my eyes met the stern gaze of a woman I hadn't seen before. Her hair, a vivacious chestnut color, was cut into a neat bob, and her hazel eyes held a serious, analytical expression. She stood there with her arms crossed over her chest, radiating an aura of authority that seemed to dwarf the entire office. Hannah, who had regained her composure quicker than I did, quickly chimed in.
Kazuki, this is Aiko, our human resources manager.
Aiko gave me a curt nod, her gaze unfaltering as she assessed me, the corner of her lips tugged down slightly.
It's nice to meet you, Kazuki,
she said in a businesslike tone.
If you're free, I would appreciate a moment of your time in my office.
A chill ran down my spine at her words. It was like being summoned to the principal's office back in high school. I shot a glance towards Hannah, whose encouraging smile was a reassurance. It seemed to say,
"Don't worry, you'll be fine."
And with that, I took a deep breath and prepared myself to face the HR manager of Whisker Wonders. Even as Aiko and I strolled through the bustling office, there was this strange tranquility that exuded from her. She carried herself with a poise that was enchanting, almost majestic. Her tail, for one, was nothing short of hypnotic. Bushy but neatly groomed, moving with a grace that demanded admiration. There was an unspoken rhythm to its movement, matching her assured strides. It swayed in an elegant tempo. In spite of myself, I felt my eyes being drawn to it, each sway pulling me in deeper. But then I would remember where I was and force my gaze to lift, focusing on the path ahead. not the mesmerizing tale swaying in front of me. The office we navigated through was a hive of activity, packed with cubicles that buzzed with the sound of conversations, phone calls, and the clattering of keyboards. Curious eyes frequently emerged from behind the dividers, gleaming with intrigue, their ears perked up at the sight of Aiko and me. Every pair of eyes that met Aiko's received a curt nod, an unspoken signal to return to their tasks. The message was clear. Aiko commanded authority and respect. After winding our way through the maze of workstations, we arrived at her office, located at the end of the sprawling workspace. The office stood as an island of calm amidst the ocean of bustling cubicles. Unlike the rest of the office layout, Aiko's office was noticeably different. It wasn't the usual closed cabin that one would associate with someone of her rank. Instead, it was an open-plan setup, the only one of its kind, signifying the essence of collaborative workspace while maintaining an air of personal space. As I took in the surroundings, it was evident that the office mirrored Aiko's personality. The most dominant feature was a robust mahogany desk situated against one wall, neatly organized with stacks of paperwork, a high-tech laptop, and a single green indoor plant, adding a touch of life to the corporate setting. The walls, painted a calming shade of light gray, reflected the serene ambiance under the cool, diffused lighting overhead. To one side stood a sleek bookshelf, hosting an array of books from management guidelines, HR manuals, to a selection of classic literature. Every single detail in that office screamed Aiko. Organized, professional, and immaculate. The office seemed like her sanctuary, the place where she made decisions that had rippling effects throughout the company. And now, I was there, standing on the threshold, preparing to enter this sacred space. The space was suddenly overwhelming. The air seemed denser, almost as if every molecule held the weight of the decisions made within these walls. But as the saying goes, there's no turning back. Aiko gestured to a comfortable-looking guest chair opposite her desk. With a deep breath and a quick pep talk in my mind, I sat down. Aiko's demeanor remained unmoved. Her face a mask of professional stoicism that gave nothing away. Her hazel eyes, shining behind her glasses, seemed to assess me, causing an odd chill to run down my spine. "Firstly, I'd like to say that I'm really pleased to be here," I managed to utter, hoping to break the ice. My voice sounded smaller, a touch shaky against the overwhelming aura of authority that Aiko projected. To my surprise, her reply wasn't exactly the welcoming remark I was expecting.
"I have to admit, I did have reservations about your sudden hire, and I made sure Sakura was aware of them,"
she stated matter-of-factly, making no attempt to sugarcoat her words. My face flushed, the sudden wave of embarrassment sending my heart racing. I could feel the sweat trickling down my back as I shifted uncomfortably in the chair, my mind racing to make sense of what I just heard.
"But you needn't worry, Kazuki,"
she continued, her tone as stern as before.
"Sakura stands by her decision. She's quite satisfied with her new hire."
There was something about the way she said "new hire" that sent a pang of relief through me. I could breathe again, and I felt my muscles start to relax.
"However,"
she added, causing my heart to skip a beat,
"I just thought you should know I will be keeping a close eye on you."
At this point, I wasn't sure if I was supposed to feel threatened or reassured. Then she brought up the joke I had made about being Hannah's man at the copier. My face went from a blush to an absolute burn. I cut her off quickly, stammering out a poor attempt at diffusing the situation, expressing how much I regretted that joke the moment I said it.
"One of the concerns I had, which I expressed to Sakura,"
she continued, not missing a beat,
was the fact that you're the only male in an office full of attractive cat girls. Gorgeous cat girls.
She emphasized the last part, her gaze steady on me, making sure I understood her point. The reality of the situation was suddenly so glaringly obvious it was almost blinding. Aiko was right. I was indeed the only man in an all-female office. The thought made me more nervous than I would like to admit. I could only hope my discomfort wasn't as apparent as it felt.
I hope that you'll be more mindful of your behavior around them if you wish to have a long-lasting career at Whisker Wonders Consulting.
She finished, her tone leaving no room for argument. Feeling like a kid who'd just been schooled, I nodded. I apologize. Aiko, I assure you I'll be more considerate about what I say from now on. With those words hanging in the air, our meeting ended. The realization that my new life was far more complex than I'd imagined had begun to set in. All I could do was hope that I wouldn't let my team down, especially Sakura, who'd placed so much faith in me. Chapter 12. Stepping out of Aiko's office, I was greeted by a sight more hilarious than anything I could have conjured up in my wildest imagination. The copier, which had seemed to despise me in our earlier interaction, was now in full revolt. It was staging an impressive spectacle of rebellion, ejecting paper after paper like an over-enthusiastic confetti cannon at a parade gone wild. At the center of this whirlwind of chaos was Hannah, her usually bright demeanor replaced with an expression of utter disbelief. And right next to her, embroiled in this comedic catastrophe, was a cat girl I hadn't met before. Her unique appearance was as captivating as it was visually striking. Neon green hair cascaded down to her shoulders, moving like waves each time she moved, each strand shining as it caught the light. Her eyes, as vibrant as two perfectly cut topaz gemstones, were wide with panic as they darted back and forth between the paperwork volcano and the buttons on the copier. The combination of green hair and green eyes made for an unexpected visual delight. She was like a humanized version of a sunflower, standing unique and radiant among the field of more ordinary blooms. Her overall look screamed of individuality, a book cover that promised a fascinating, one-of-a-kind story within.
Hannah, I think it's mad at me!
The green-haired cat girl shouted, her voice high-pitched with a mix of fear and bemusement. Her eyes never left the copier, as if staring it down would somehow quell its rebellion.
Just hit the stop button, Momo!
Hannah shouted back, her voice barely audible over the machine's relentless groaning and barrage of ejected papers.
But where is it? It's like playing whack-a-mole in the dark!
Momo retorted, her hands patting the machine's control panel with frantic desperation. A laugh escaped me as I watched this spectacle unfold. Good Lord, I thought. Is this a regular day at Whisker Wonders Consulting? I gotta admit, it beats the monotony of my old office job. Witnessing Hannah and Momo try to subdue the copier felt like watching a slapstick comedy act. The machine sputtered and groaned, hurling paper after paper like a comet shooting across the room.
Look here, you overgrown toaster!
Momo was gesticulating wildly, pointing her finger accusingly at the machine.
You need to remember your place!
The copier responded with a defiant sound, blasting out another flurry of papers in rebellion. Hannah, her cheeks flushed from the chaos, was hunched over the control panel. She was frantically pushing buttons like a concert pianist at the climax of a symphony, her glasses slipping down her nose.
I swear I know how to tame this beast,
she muttered. More to herself than anyone else. Momo cackled, her yellow eyes gleaming with a mix of terror and excitement.
Well, Hannah, I think it's time for us to admit it. We're not copier whisperers.
Their banter was a symphony of laughter and panic, adding an extra layer of hilarity to the absurd scene unfolding. The copier's relentless rebellion, coupled with Hannah and Momo's colorful reactions, created a situation so ridiculous I had to hold my sides to keep from doubling over in laughter.
Maybe we should offer it a sacrifice,
Momo suggested, her voice taking on a dramatic tone.
Does anyone have a stapler or a hole puncher we could feed it?
Hannah burst out laughing, her own nervous energy diffusing into humor.
Oh, sure, Momo. Let's feed it more office supplies. Maybe it's just hangry.
So caught up in the madness of the moment, it took me a few seconds to realize that all it would take to calm the situation was the simple act of unplugging the copier. I walked over, dodging a few flying sheets of paper, and pulled the plug. The machine whirred and chugged for a moment, then fell silent. A sense of relief washed over me, but it was quickly replaced by amusement as I turned to look at the two girls. Their cheeks were a vibrant shade of red, the embarrassment clear on their faces as they realized the solution had been so simple. The whole spectacle felt like something straight out of a sitcom. Momo, breaking the silence, chuckled and then let out a playful,
Well, our knight in shining armor saves the day. Although I bet you didn't think your first assignment as a security specialist would involve saving us from the terror of an out-of-control copier, did you, Kazuki?
Her tone was light-hearted, the twinkle in her eyes making her amusement evident. I could feel my cheeks heat up a little as I shrugged, a sheepish smile spreading across my face. Well, I can't say it was what I was expecting, but I'm glad I could be of help, I responded, trying to match her humor. Hannah, recovering from her embarrassment, chimed in.
This is Momo, by the way, Kazuki. She's our tech guru. Usually,
she added, shooting a playful glance at Momo. Momo extended a hand, a warm smile spreading across her face.
Nice to meet you, Kazuki. Thanks for taming our wild beast here.
Hannah interlocked her arm in Momo's. A giddy chuckle danced in her voice as she shared a bit more about their personal lives.
And just for the record, Momo is not just a tech whiz here, but also my best friend. Oh, and did I mention we're roommates too? We live in a dainty little apartment, not more than a stone's throw away from here.
Momo, not missing a beat, feigned shock with a gasp. Her eyes went as round as saucers, and she clutched her heart, melodramatically exclaiming,
Oh, Hannah, you wound me! How could you possibly label our beautifully chaotic, organized mess dainty and little?
Hannah snorted, rolling her eyes and playfully pushed her friend.
Don't listen to her, Kazuki. There's nothing organized about our chaos.
Momo switched gears effortlessly, flipping her green hair over her shoulder as she turned her attention back to me. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned in closer, a coy smile gracing her lips.
But remember, Kazuki, if you ever find yourself in dire need of tech guidance, or anything else, well, I'm all yours.
My cheeks flamed up as her flirtatious implications sank in. Was Momo actually flirting with me? I was about to respond when Hannah, her tone a bit frostier than it had been seconds ago, cut in.
What Momo really means to say is that she's very good at troubleshooting tech issues. Right, Momo?
Momo responded to Hannah's thinly veiled reprimand with an unapologetic grin and a casual shrug.
Of course, Hannah. That's precisely what I was implying,
she said, then gave me a mischievous wink. Hannah let out a sigh, her shoulders drooping slightly in what seemed like mild frustration. I let out a soft laugh, thoroughly enjoying their playful banter. I'll keep that in mind, Momo. I followed Momo to my new workspace, which was set up on the opposite side of the room. My cubicle was much larger than I had expected, and the walls were a soothing shade of blue. As far as cubicles went, it was downright comfortable. Perched on the large, polished desk was a sleek-looking desktop computer, its screen already glowing with life. Momo promptly made herself at home in my chair and started clicking away on the keyboard, her fingers flying over the keys in a confident dance that was oddly mesmerizing.
Oh, look at you,
she exclaimed, glancing over her shoulder at me, her yellow eyes gleaming with a playful spark.
Your face is like a kid's on Christmas morning.
I chuckled, scratching the back of my head awkwardly. I had to admit, the sight of my own dedicated workspace filled with shiny tech tools was indeed something I found exciting, and Momo's infectious enthusiasm only amplified that feeling.
Ready to be a part of our digital world?
She asked, giving me a teasing wink. Her hands paused on the keyboard as she turned to me, her face a picture of professional interest.
What password would you like to use?
I was taken aback. Isn't that supposed to be private? I asked, genuinely curious. I'd always thought passwords were supposed to be a closely guarded secret. Momo laughed, a sound that was soft and light, much like her.
Ordinarily, yes,
she responded, leaning back in the chair and looking at me directly.
But, as the resident tech cat girl, I will need to know it, just in case of any tech emergencies, you know?
She made it sound so matter-of-fact that I found myself shrugging off my initial hesitation. I gave her my preferred password, a combination of characters and numbers that didn't hold any personal significance. Momo nodded approvingly and entered it into the system. She ran me through a few basics, the layout of our company's software, how to access my email, where to find various files, and so on. It wasn't complex stuff, but it was a lot to take in at once. Momo, however, was an excellent teacher, her instructions clear and concise. Before I knew it, I was logged in and officially part of the Whisker Wonders digital network.
See? That wasn't so bad, was it?
She asked, hopping off my chair and gesturing for me to take my place.
And remember, if you ever run into trouble, I'm just a cubicle away.
With that, Momo flashed me another one of her infectious grins and sauntered off, leaving me alone with my new workstation. Hannah sauntered over to my cubicle just as I was adjusting my chair to a comfortable height.
I've called for a copier repairman to come and fix our possessed machine,
she announced, giving me a knowing smirk. Oh, you mean an exorcist? Because that's what our copier needs. I joked, earning a hearty laugh from Hannah.
No, silly. Just a regular repairman. Or in this case, a repairwoman,
she clarified. I looked at her curiously, but before I could ask anything more, the entrance to our workspace was graced by the arrival of our savior. I must admit, I was surprised to see a bunny girl walk in, her long ears twitching atop her head, bobbing slightly as she walked. Her hair was a deep midnight blue, falling in waves down to her mid-back. Her eyes were a striking shade of violet, a stark contrast to her pale complexion. Her cheeks were lightly dusted with freckles, adding a touch of charm to her visage. Her tail was a fluffy puff of white, swaying rhythmically with her steps. Her outfit was a striking contrast to the rest of her appearance. She wore a navy blue jumpsuit with the name Luna embroidered on a small patch on her chest. The jumpsuit was smeared with various ink stains, a testament to the nature of her work.
I heard someone was in need of my expertise,
she declared, her voice smooth and clear as she made her way toward the copier. Luna turned to Hannah, a teasing smile playing at the corners of her mouth.
So, Hannah, we meet again. How many times does this make it now?
Hannah huffed, crossing her arms and sticking out her tongue in a childish gesture.
For your information, Luna, I don't always break the copier. Oh, really?
Luna quirked a brow, her smirk growing wider.
Isn't it funny how every time there's a problem with this machine, you're always the one who calls me?
Hannah pouted, looking adorably defensive.
I just happen to be the one who uses it the most. Besides, today, it was all Kazuki's fault.
Luna turned to me, her violet eyes sparkling with amusement.
Is that so?
I chuckled, raising my hands in surrender. In my defense, I was only trying to make a copy during my training session. I swear it was possessed.
Ah, the old possessed copier excuse.
Luna quipped, winking at me as she began to examine the copier.
I'll add that to my list of most creative reasons for breaking the office copier.
Hannah stuck her tongue out at Luna again, earning another hearty laugh from the bunny girl.
I'm telling you, one day, Luna, you'll come in here and find the copier floating in midair or something. That'll be the day.
Luna responded, shaking her head with a smile.
Then maybe I'll start believing in your ghostly copier theories, Hannah.
As Luna worked her magic on the unruly copier, her nimble fingers danced across its complex labyrinth of wires, buttons, and internal components with a skill that spoke of her familiarity with this common adversary. The bunny ears that sprung from her silver headband wiggled as she moved, a sight that I found to be a delightful touch of charm to her persona. Luna and Hannah continued their lively banter, their friendly rivalry adding a spark of fun to an otherwise mundane task.
You know, Hannah,
Luna teased, glancing over her shoulder at the cat girl.
I'm beginning to suspect you're breaking this machine on purpose. Do you have a vendetta against modern technology or something?
Hannah puffed her cheeks out in mock indignation, her teal eyes flashing with amusement.
Oh, hush. I think the copier just loves the attention you give it.
You know, when you whisper sweet nothings into its circuits.
Their playful exchange made the atmosphere more relaxed. Soon enough, Luna had the copier purring like a content kitten. She straightened up, wiping her hands on her denim overalls, her fingers stained with ink and grime. Her attention then turned to me.
I don't believe we've officially met,
she said, extending a hand.
I'm Luna, resident IT bunny and exorcist of possessed office equipment.
I took her hand, shaking it firmly. Nice to meet you, Luna. I'm Kazuki.
Luna, Kazuki here is our new security specialist.
Hannah piped in, shooting me an encouraging smile.
Security specialist, huh?
Luna raised a brow, a mischievous glint in her eyes.
Well, Kazuki, prepare to be my most frequent customer. Hannah here seems to have a knack for awakening the demons in the office equipment.
I watched as Luna's phone buzzed loudly on the countertop. She frowned at the message that lit up her screen.
I've got to run. Another copier in need of divine intervention on the 15th floor,
she announced, the exasperation in her voice not entirely masking the humor. She turned her gaze to Hannah, a twinkle of mischief lighting up her eyes.
Try not to break anything for at least 24 hours. All right, Hannah?
Luna challenged, her tone half serious, half teasing. With a wave of her hand and a quick smile in my direction, Luna, the resident office equipment exorcist, hurried out of our department. Just as Luna disappeared from sight, Momo came strolling back in, her bright green hair bobbing with each step. Her yellow eyes sparkled with excitement as she held out a sleek, high-end smartphone.
Kazuki, your new company phone is all ready to go,
she announced, a proud smile on her face. Company phone? I asked, surprised. It hadn't occurred to me that I would be issued a company smartphone.
Yep, all of us cat girls have one,
Momo explained, her tail flicking behind her in satisfaction.
It's handy for coordinating tasks, staying in touch, and of course for the occasional cute meme.
She winked and handed me the phone. It was lighter than I expected, the screen crisp and clear.
I've already programmed everyone's phone number into your contacts and set up your email,
Momo explained. She started showing me how to navigate the various apps and settings on the phone. Her fingers flew over the screen with an ease that spoke of familiarity. Just as I was trying to get the hang of navigating through the phone, a notification pinged from the sleek device. A text message. I opened it to find a message from Hannah.
Welcome to Whisker Wonders. Beware of possessed copiers and overzealous HR managers.
A chuckle escaped my lips as I read her message. It was light, funny, and somehow made me feel more at ease.
I see Hannah is already breaking in your new phone with her comedy routine,
Momo observed, glancing over at my screen. Her voice held a playful lilt that I was starting to associate with her. Hannah, hearing her name, strolled over and peeked at the message.
Sakura doesn't mind us using the phones for personal stuff,
She said, defending herself with a smirk.
as long as we don't, accidentally drop it in a fish tank or something.
Chapter 13. My body was weary from the day's toil as I trudged through the lifeless, muted tones of my apartment building's hallway. The stark, fluorescent lighting above flickered sporadically, casting eerie shadows on the dull, carpeted floor. The echo of my footsteps reverberated off the beige-painted walls, a dull symphony that seemed to mirror my weary spirit. Upon reaching my front door, I fished out my keys from my pocket, the cool metal making its familiar imprint against my skin. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, I stepped into the comforting solitude of my apartment. Despite the lack of a living being to hear it, I announced my arrival with a cheery, "Honey, I'm home!" It was a small ritual that added a sense of normalcy to my otherwise unorthodox life. But as the door swung open to reveal the scene inside, my typical greeting caught in my throat, replaced by a gasp of shock. There, in the middle of my living room, was a sight that left me standing, jaw unhinged in disbelief. Rebecca, my steadfast robotic assistant, stood proudly wearing yoga pants and a midriff-revealing t-shirt. Her usually cold metallic body was concealed beneath the snug-fitting fabric, presenting an almost humanoid appearance that was far from her usual look. Her ensemble, obviously selected with a keen fashion sense, transformed her from a regular robot into something surprisingly attractive. "Rebecca? Is that you?" I managed to utter through my surprise. My mind struggled to comprehend the oddity of the situation. I had never considered what Rebecca would look like in human clothes, and now that I had seen it, it felt almost surreal. A radiant, programmed smile beamed across Rebecca's face, causing her eyes to light up in a way that closely resembled human amusement.
Yes, Kazuki.
She replied, her synthetic voice ringing clear through the room.
I have purchased clothes online, as per your advice. Do you approve?
Yes, I stuttered, my mind still trying to process the sight before me. You look nice. An inexplicable flush crept up my cheeks as I acknowledged the unusual attractiveness of my robotic assistant. As the novelty of Rebecca's new look gradually started to fade, I was hit by the tantalizing aroma of cooked food. The scent was comforting, a mix of familiar spices that hinted at a sumptuous meal. My senses perked up, my weary body suddenly rejuvenated by the prospect of food. What is that delightful smell? I found myself asking, curiosity piqued. Rebecca, her face still donning that pleasingly simulated smile, gestured toward the dining table. There sat a steaming bowl of ramen, packed with tender slices of pork, crispy greens, and a soft-boiled egg nestled amidst the tangle of perfectly cooked noodles. My stomach growled in response, the hunger amplified by the enticing sight. As I tasted the ramen, I found myself taken aback. The broth was a perfect blend of flavors, both savory and tangy, while the noodles were cooked just right. "This is absolutely delicious, Rebecca!" I found myself exclaiming, my mouth still full of the flavorful noodles.
I'm glad you're pleased, Kazuki,
came her response. Her synthetic voice, usually devoid of emotion, held a hint of satisfaction that was usually reserved for humans. Choking on a spoonful of the ramen, I laughed as Rebecca earnestly inquired,
So, Kazuki, How was your day?
Caught between laughter and surprise, I sputtered. You already know how my day was, Rebecca. You've seen it all through our neural link. Rebecca's simulated smile didn't waver as she responded.
Of course, Kazuki. But isn't it common courtesy to ask about someone's day? Human conversation usually involves these sort of exchanges.
I had to admit, it was rather endearing seeing Rebecca trying to understand and emulate human interactions. That's true, I chuckled, nodding in agreement. Well, in that case, my day was pretty interesting. I've never had a first day at work quite like this one. Her curious gaze, as much as a robot's gaze can be curious, turned back to me.
Interesting how?
She asked, as though genuinely intrigued, despite already having the information. Well, there was a copier rebellion, a tech-savvy cat girl, and a surprisingly quick rabbit technician. I started, thinking back to the amusing day I had spent. And let's not forget, one overly cautious HR cat girl who nearly gave me a panic attack. Rebecca's smile turned wider, her programmed humor simulation kicking in.
That does sound quite interesting,
she responded, her voice taking on a teasing tone. Switching topics, I then asked her, So, what did you do while I was at work, besides cooking this amazing meal and turning into a fashionista?
I tidied up the apartment, did some research on appropriate clothing, and made my purchases,
she began, her voice taking on a monotonous tone.
Following that, I spent the remaining time in self-charging mode to ensure optimal performance.
Easing into the comfortable couch, I turned to Rebecca and asked, What entertainment options do we have here? Rebecca promptly ran through the list.
The television offers 3,000 channels for you to choose from, and your Ultra Fun Station 5 gaming console has 100 games.
My eyes widened at the sheer number of choices. That's a lot to choose from, I mumbled, completely taken aback. In a world so similar yet so different, having so many entertainment options was a tad overwhelming. In a bid to find something familiar amidst the ocean of choices, I found myself asking, Are there any anime channels here? Rebecca's positive answer surprised me. A world filled with cat girls and bunny girls, I shouldn't have been as surprised, but the idea of anime being a universal concept was unexpectedly comforting. Rebecca navigated the TV to an app labeled Creamy Roll. I snorted at the name. It was a funny parallel to the Crunchy Roll back on Earth. Sinking deeper into the couch, I started flipping through the various anime options. One particular show caught my eye, titled Ryu no Senshi, or Dragon Warrior. It was a shonen anime with a twist. The story followed a young dragon, the last of his kind in a world of humans, struggling to protect his identity while fighting evil forces. The animation looked vibrant and exciting, and the premise seemed to contain the perfect blend of action, comedy, and heart. Everything I loved in an anime. Well, Ryu no Senshi it is then, I declared, settling on my choice. As the opening credits rolled in, the vivid colors and thrilling music pulling me in, I felt a sense of anticipation. I might be in an entirely new world, but some things, like the thrill of a good anime, were universal. I sank deeper into the couch, ready to immerse myself in this new tale. As the shonen anime episode's intro song, a catchy, upbeat tune, faded out, I turned to Rebecca, my new robot companion. I motioned to the empty spot on the couch next to me. Come on, Rebecca, join me. Let's watch this together. She cocked her head, an all-too-human gesture of inquisitiveness that never ceased to surprise me.
I do not require entertainment, Kazuki,
she said, her voice as steady and polite as ever, lacking any sort of inflection or tonality. It was strange to see a robot emote like a human and then revert back to the standard monotone of a machine. However, She didn't deny my request.
However, if it is your wish, I will comply.
With that, she moved to the couch, her movements a mixture of graceful fluidity and precise mechanical control, a far cry from the clunky, rigid movements that I had expected from a robot. Sitting upright and straight-backed, her posture was a picture of formality. Meanwhile, I was sprawled out on the other end of the couch, as comfortable and relaxed as can be. As the anime began, I was instantly transported into the world of Ryu no Senshi. The story revolved around a young protagonist, a dragon in a human form, who found himself defending a small village from a rogue group. The vibrancy and smoothness of the animation, combined with the detailed character designs and the picturesque backdrops, held me captive. The mix of thrilling action sequences and laugh-out-loud comedic moments provided a unique balance that had me chuckling. The protagonist had a spirit that was both relentless and fiery, reminding me of beloved anime characters from my past life on Earth. However, there was a certain edge, a unique spark in his character that was fresh and invigorating. Suddenly, the protagonist unleashed his dragon abilities in a blaze of glory. The transformation sequence was a brilliant spectacle of flaming colors that left me wide-eyed with amazement. "Whoa, Rebecca, did you see that?" I exclaimed, looking over at her, my heart racing with excitement. "That was insane!"
I am processing the same visual and auditory inputs as you, Kazuki,
she replied calmly, her voice a stark contrast to my heightened enthusiasm.
However, I acknowledge that the animation sequence was indeed visually stimulating and well crafted.
I chuckled at her formal, emotionless response. It added a layer of humor to our anime watching experience. I turned my attention back to the show, just in time to witness the protagonist standing tall against a powerful enemy. The episode ended there, leaving me in anticipation of what would happen next. I was hooked. Despite the myriad of novelties in this new world, I found solace in the familiarity of watching an intriguing anime. The fact that I was sharing the experience with Rebecca, a robot, felt bizarre, yet somehow it made the whole experience more memorable and enjoyable. Chapter 14. In the eclectic heart of Silver City lay a humble apartment, which, on this particular evening, was suffused with the jovial laughter of two cat girls, Hannah and Momo. The apartment was an accurate reflection of their vivacious personalities, cozy and warm, littered with an amalgamation of anime posters, plushies, and an impressive collection of manga. The two feline femme fatales were nestled in the warmth of their shared abode, decked out in their comfiest pajamas. Hannah wore a plush pink unicorn-themed onesie that sparkled under the room's warm lights, and Momo donned a set of pastel blue kitten-themed pajamas that seemed to be engaged in an adorable dance of pastel cuteness against her green hair. Their easy banter and giggling were interrupted by a persistent rapping on their apartment door. A deep voice echoed through the wooden barricade. "Pizza delivery!" Hannah rose to answer the door, her tail swishing behind her in anticipation of the cheesy treat that awaited. Momo remained perched on the plush cushions of their couch, a curious eye trained on the unfolding interaction. Swinging open the door, revealed a drow man, tall and statuesque. His skin was the color of the deepest obsidian, contrasting starkly against his shock of white hair that cascaded rebelliously down to his shoulders. He sported the typical uniform of Silver City's famous pizzeria, a crisp red and white striped polo shirt complemented by black pants. His outfit was completed with a cap, proudly displaying the pizzeria's vibrant logo. "Your total is 30 silver coins, ma'am," he announced, his deep voice filling the apartment hallway. He held out the pizza, the tantalizing aroma swirling out of the box and into their apartment.
Of course. Just one moment.
Hannah fluttered. Her cheeks painted a faint shade of pink at his formal demeanor. She dashed back into the apartment to retrieve her wallet, her plush pajama pants swishing against her thighs. As Hannah disappeared from his view, the drow's eyes couldn't help but follow her departing figure, his gaze fixating on the alluring sway of her tail. Momo's eyes narrowed as she caught sight of the delivery guy's wandering gaze. She shot him a glacial stare that could freeze the desert, causing him to flinch as he realized he'd been caught red-handed. The color drained from his face, embarrassment setting in as Momo's eyes bore into him. Hannah returned, her wallet clutched in her hand, and an unsuspecting smile on her face, oblivious to the silent standoff that had taken place in her absence.
Here you go.
She cheerily handed him the payment, the drow taking it with a bashful nod. Suddenly, she paused.
Oh, wait, I forgot your tip.
Hannah started to rummage through her wallet again, only for Momo to interject, her voice dripping with sarcasm.
You got this tip already, didn't you? Enjoyed the view of Hannah's tail and cute bouncy butt, right?
The drow turned a deep crimson, embarrassment seeping into every pore of his being. He stuttered out an apology, his words tripping over themselves in his haste to rectify the situation. I'm sorry. Hannah simply giggled, entirely unfazed.
It's okay, don't worry about it.
She handed him a generous tip, her giggle resonating in the hallway.
Here you are, for your trouble.
With a wave and a giggle, she closed the door, leaving behind a flustered drow, clutching a generous tip, and a memory that would probably make him the center of office gossip the following day. The cozy confines of the shared apartment brimmed with an expectant hush, as Hannah, with reverence reserved only for the most divine of meals, brought forth the precious cargo, a box of pizza. The subtle echo of the cardboard box's gentle touchdown on the scuffed surface of their dining table hummed melodically in the background, the sound reverberating around the cluttered living space with a note of anticipation. Their modest dining table, made from well-worn pine wood, held the comfortable signs of habitual use. Tired-looking coasters, their original anime character designs now faded and worn, stood sentinel against potential water stains, randomly strewn about the table surface. A vase of bright sunflower heads provided a splash of color against the muted interior of the room, their cheerfulness echoing the joy that was about to ensue. Momo, with a flourish of practiced movement, set about prepping the dining background. Ceramic plates, chunky and dependable, were carefully set down, accompanied by fluffy napkins, their cleanliness an ironic counter to the meal they were about to serve. Momo's hands moved in a blur, the shining flatware next in line, twinkling in the room's soft light. The moment of revelation arrived as Hannah parted the box's flaps. The hushed rustle of cardboard sliding against cardboard provided a drum roll. As if letting free a culinary genie, the box opened to release an intoxicating wave of aromas, a symphony of rich, cheesy scent mingling with the earthy fragrance of a perfectly baked crust, tantalizingly whetting the girls' appetites. Their pizza was nothing less than an edible artwork. The red blush of tangy tomato sauce, acting as a canvas, peeked out from beneath a generous shroud of exquisitely melted cheese, chunks of spicy pepperoni, their edges curled into small cups by the heat, were scattered across the top, each a glistening little cauldron of delectable flavor. A garnish of fresh basil provided the finishing touch, its green vibrancy adding an aromatic layer of complexity to the culinary masterpiece. With the table set, Momo assumed the role of bartender, reaching for 2 sturdy mugs. Into these, she decanted a generous serving of frothy beer, the golden-hued brew sparkling under the room's warm light, the fizzy foam adding a touch of allure to the refreshing beverage. Handing a mug to Hannah, their toasting cheer filled the room with a clinking symphony, marking the beginning of their pizza feast. As the first morsels of pizza met their taste buds, a hush fell over them. The perfect blend of textures and flavors was a heavenly dance on their palates, each bite an invitation to a world of gourmet delight. The simple act of savoring the pizza, eyes closed in contentment, became a quiet meditation, their sighs of satisfaction the only sound breaking the silence. Breaking the hallowed silence, Momo chuckled, her mouth still delightfully occupied with a mouthful of pizza. Upon swallowing, she re-emphasized her statement.
Seriously, I can't believe I didn't knock that pizza delivery guy to the moon for checking you out.
The absurdity of the situation sent Hannah spiraling into laughter, her melodious giggles rippling through the air, adding a layer of light-heartedness to their late-night snack. Her dismissive wave was as casual as her response.
Oh, it's nothing serious, Momo. Isn't it a bit of a compliment, being admired now and then?
Switching into a playful whisper, Momo leaned over, a mischievous glint sparkling in her eyes.
But you know who I'd like to see admiring me?
Her words hung in the air, a tantalizing secret, before she finally unveiled the object of her thoughts.
Kazuki.
Feigning an overly dramatic gasp, Hannah's hand flew to her chest.
Momo! Speaking of our dear co-worker in such a scandalous manner, for shame!
Her teasing scold was promptly followed by a conspiratorial wink, her smile breaking through the facade. Leaning back, she sighed.
But yes, he's quite the sight. Such a dreamboat.
Momo and Hannah's laughter, light and carefree, echoed in their apartment as they sat back in their chairs, resting after their mouth-watering feast of pizza and beer. The remnants of their meal were forgotten, their attention fully on the delightful conversation that had them both giggling like schoolgirls. Hannah, her eyes dancing with merriment, gently set her beer mug on the table, making a soft sound that blended perfectly with their light-hearted banter.
Oh, Momo!
Hannah began in a teasing voice, her words served with an extra helping of mischief.
If I didn't know you better, I'd suspect that you have let's say a tiny crush on our dear Kazuki.
The sound of Kazuki's name was like an unspoken secret between them, which immediately sent Momo into an uncontrollable fit of giggles, her radiant green hair shimmering under the light and bouncing in rhythm with her infectious laughter.
A tiny crush? Oh, Anna, my dear.
Momo responded, pretending to be scandalized as she wiped the corner of her eyes with a dainty napkin.
I'll have you know it's more like a colossal infatuation, if you must know.
The playful exaggeration in her words, so typical of Momo's exuberant nature, only amplified their laughter. In a sisterly manner, Hannah nudged Momo with her elbow, her giggles making her words come out in bursts.
All right.
She managed between her laughter.
I get it, but I have to ask, Momo. What is it about Kazuki that's got you all starry-eyed? Is it his heart-stopping gaze, that irresistible charm, or perhaps his gentlemanly conduct at work?
With this, she gave a quick wink to Momo, a wink that seemed to be an open invitation to gush over Kazuki some more. Momo sighed theatrically, her hand pressing to her chest as though overwhelmed by the emotion of it all.
Oh, Hannah, where do I even begin? He's like the dashing prince from one of those sappy romance animes we adore. A mix of enigmatic allure, irresistible charm, and a hearty dose of handsomeness that leaves us swooning. But,
she added, leaning in closer as if sharing a top-secret detail.
it's his kindness that really gets me. He's kind to every soul he meets. It's quite enchanting.
Nodding in agreement, Hannah twirled a lock of her hair thoughtfully.
Oh, you've hit the nail on the head, Momo. He is indeed a hottie. And yes, his kindness is something to behold. Remember when he casually unplugged the chaotic copier and saved the day? And how he managed to do it without a hint of self-importance or arrogance? Tell me, how can anyone resist developing a teeny-tiny crush on such a man?
Momo, her eyes sparkling with infectious enthusiasm, nodded in full agreement.
Oh, absolutely, Hannah,
she exclaimed.
He didn't just unplug that copier. He faced it down like a brave knight staring down a fiery dragon. It was like he stood tall and proud, a complete, I couldn't care less about this silly machine aura radiating from him. And then, with a swift and sure boom, he yanked the thing out of the wall. And that, my dear Hannah, was the birth of our very own office superhero, Kazuki, the Copier Slayer.
Upon hearing the coined term, Kazuki the Copier Slayer, Hannah burst into laughter, her eyes bright with amusement and her cheeks flushing a warm pink. She clapped her hands, her laughter adding to the contagious mirth in the room.
You are absolutely right, Momo,
she chimed in.
That's the premise for a hit anime right there. The Adventures of Kazuki the Copier Slayer. Oh, I can barely wait to see him and his heroics in our office tomorrow.
Momo, swept up in the banter and the image of Kazuki as an office hero, added in a dreamy voice, her eyes wide with excitement.
Imagine if he were to have an issue with his computer. I could then swoop in to fix it for him and, well, we would have a chance to spend time together.
Hannah's playfulness did not subside.
Oh, no you don't, Momo. If he's going to be spending time with anyone, it should be me. But you're right. There's plenty of our gallant Kazuki to go around. No need for a tug of war.
The air was charged with their light-hearted banter. And then Hannah had an idea that illuminated her face. She sprang up from the table, her eyes wide with inspiration.
We should totally invite him over for dinner,
she suggested enthusiastically.
We'll have such a great time.
Momo clapped her hands in glee, practically bouncing in her seat.
Hannah, that's absolutely brilliant,
she beamed, her grin matching Hannah's.
Yes, we should definitely invite our Copier Slayer over. I bet he'd love it.
Nestled comfortably on the plush couch of their shared apartment, Momo and Hannah were a picture of animated excitement, their eyes gleaming in anticipation. They sat huddled over their coffee table, which was a colorful mosaic of discarded pizza boxes, half-empty mugs of beer, and the remnants of their evening feast. Their laughter and animated banter filled the air, mingling harmoniously with the soft glow of their hanging fairy lights. The object of their current enthusiasm was planning a dinner for their new, not to mention rather handsome, co-worker, Kazuki. As they excitedly discussed what to prepare for the event, their suggestions took on an increasingly outrageous tone. From exotic fare like triple cheese baked pasta with spiced meatballs to homey classics like hearty vegetable stew, their menu ideas were a mirror to their vibrant personalities. But their animated discussion didn't stop at dinner. Their fervor spilled over into what they would wear, each proposing an ensemble more elaborate than the last. Their attire ranged from smart casual to avant-garde chic to laid-back loungewear. The interplay between the seriousness of the matter at hand and the wildness of their suggestions sparked off fits of laughter that had them clutching their sides. Amidst the contagious excitement, Momo, with a devilish grin on her face, retrieved her company-issued smartphone.
All right, let's make it official,
she declared, typing up a message with a dramatic flourish. The screen lit up with her words.
Hey, Kazuki the Copier Slayer. Do you want to test your might against the notorious beast known as Momo's lasagna tomorrow night? Cat emoji, spaghetti emoji, shield emoji.
No sooner had the text message been sent than her phone buzzed with a new notification. It was from Kazuki. "Hey, Momo the Tech Tamer. That's a challenge I cannot refuse. But be warned, I am an experienced eater ready to conquer your lasagna." Fork and knife emoji, grinning emoji. Momo burst into laughter, reading out his message to Hannah. Her words only added fuel to their excitement, causing them to squeal in delight.
Oh, Kazuki, little does he know what he's in for,
Momo said, shaking her head, a gleam of mischievous delight in her eyes. The anticipation of hosting Kazuki, of him stepping into their cozy world, had them in high spirits. Their handsome co-worker, their copier slayer, was going to be their guest. The thought sent ripples of excitement through them, their laughter and chatter growing louder. Chapter 15. In the stillness of my living room, as the closing credits of the anime episode danced on the screen, I leapt from my couch like a jackrabbit on a caffeine buzz. The words rolled off my tongue with an enthusiasm I'd only reserved for a new unreleased anime series. "Rebecca! I got a date!" The typically cool-headed Rebecca, whose head was just a brilliantly designed metal ball, immediately switched from her charging mode. Her inbuilt LED lights illuminated, bathing her metallic face in a warm glow as she swiveled her head toward me.
"That's excellent news, Kazuki,"
she responded in that monotone voice, devoid of the excitement and nervous energy buzzing through my veins. But her following words were, somehow, oddly comforting.
"Building friendships is a critical component of human life, and regular social interactions contribute to overall mental health."
Ah, yes. Leave it to Rebecca, the android with an encyclopedic knowledge of everything, to convert a joyous personal moment into a lecture on the psychology of human social behavior. But I wasn't complaining. In fact, I found it amusing, like adding a dash of humor to an already sweet moment, because the fact of the matter was, I was about to break bread with two incredibly attractive, intoxicatingly fascinating cat girls. Attempting to rein in my rampant heartbeats, I turned to Rebecca again. "Could you help me pick an outfit for tomorrow night? I want to look good, but not like I spent 3 hours choosing a shirt, you know?" Upon receiving my request, Rebecca nodded, her metallic eyes flickering as she processed the information.
"Understood. I will examine your wardrobe and make an appropriate selection based on current fashion trends and the intended social setting,"
she stated, with a sense of purpose before she glided away, her every movement showcasing the precision of her design. As I stood alone in the spacious living room, a multitude of emotions swarmed within me. Excitement, apprehension, joy, and a small but nagging sense of fear. What would Rebecca pick? Would it be a snappy casual or a more relaxed formal? Or would it be an eclectic mix of both? My mind raced with possibilities as I waited in anxious anticipation. Finally, after an agonizing period of waiting, Rebecca's voice echoed from my bedroom.
"Kazuki, your outfit is ready. Please come and see."
Like an overly excited schoolboy, I made my way to my bedroom, where my eyes landed on the neatly laid-out ensemble on my bed. It was a surprisingly elegant combination. A casual sky-blue shirt with sleeves that begged to be rolled up, a pair of immaculately pressed dark jeans, and polished black loafers. Lying beside these items was a black leather belt and a casual silver wristwatch, accessories that added the perfect finishing touches to the outfit. Rebecca turned to me, her glowing LED eyes mirroring a smile.
"According to my online research and analysis of your personal preferences, this ensemble is an excellent choice. It balances the casual nature of the event with a touch of sophistication, which should make you look approachable and thoughtful.
I chuckled at the very thought of looking approachable and thoughtful. Me? The guy who could binge-watch anime for hours without blinking an eye? As I stared at the chosen clothes, my laughter subsided, replaced by a sense of calm and growing confidence. They were the perfect blend of casual and smart. Enough to show I was making an effort, but not so much that it looked like I was trying to win a fashion show. With the outfit situation sorted, I suddenly realized that, while the world of work and corporate etiquette was largely familiar, navigating the social labyrinth of a dinner with two catgirls was a different matter entirely. An idea popped into my head, and I turned to Rebecca. How about finding me a good, slice-of-life romance anime? You know, to prepare myself. Rebecca, in her typically composed manner, tilted her metallic head at me in confusion.
Kazuki, may I ask why you would like a romance-themed anime? The dinner you are attending is simply a welcome gathering with two of your co-workers.
She questioned, her voice echoing her confusion. But that doesn't mean it can't turn into a date, right? I retorted, a hint of playful defiance in my voice. But she was right. It wasn't normal for a man to go on a date with two women, especially in such casual settings. Rebecca nodded in acknowledgement.
It seems that you are interpreting this social gathering differently. However, it's important to consider that the context of this meal is primarily professional, a way for your colleagues to make you feel more integrated into your new work environment.
I listened, half amused, half defensive, as Rebecca continued her spiel. Yeah, I know, it's not a typical date, I cut in, waving a hand dismissively. But let's just say it was, hypothetically speaking. Wouldn't hurt to be prepared, right? There was a pause, the air between us thick with tension before Rebecca sighed. A strange, mechanical sound that almost seemed human.
Kazuki, I must clarify that the world of anime might not be the most accurate or optimal source for understanding the intricacies of real-life romantic interactions.
Yeah, I know, I conceded, slightly deflated but not ready to give up. But do it anyway. It'll make me feel better. Rebecca seemed to contemplate my request for a moment, her LED eyes flickering as she processed the information. Then, finally, she conceded.
All right, Kazuki. If it will give you comfort, I will find an appropriate slice-of-life romance anime for you.
Within seconds, the screen of my Ultra Fun Station 5 lit up, revealing the interface of Creamy Roll. A specific anime was already highlighted. Stellar Love Stories, A Heartbeat Away. The image depicted a group of vibrant characters against the backdrop of a bustling city. It was a tale of a young man navigating through the complex world of love and friendship in his college years. There were comedic elements, moments of heartache and poignant romance, all blended in with the mundane yet beautiful elements of everyday life.
Here is a popular anime, Stellar Love Stories, A Heartbeat Away,
Rebecca introduced.
It closely fits the slice-of-life romance criteria you requested. It is a balance of humor, emotional depth, and practical life lessons, which might be beneficial.
I stared at the screen, the reality of tomorrow night's dinner starting to sink in. Regardless of whether it was a date or not, it was a step toward building new friendships. And for now, I was content to indulge in this imaginary world where romance was just a heartbeat away. There I was, plopped onto my cozy couch, surrounded by a little army of cushions that offered their fluffy support to my back and sides. Rebecca, my handy robot companion, was moving toward me with her characteristic whirring sound, a soothing melody to my ears now. I was holding the remote control in my hand, its cold plastic surface oddly comforting. With a hesitant glance towards Rebecca, I mumbled, "Rebecca, would you, sit with me and watch?" The words hung in the air, somewhat awkward, somewhat bold, and very unexpected, at least from Rebecca's perspective. if she were capable of experiencing such emotions.
Certainly, Kazuki.
Rebecca responded, her voice full of that robotic cheerfulness I'd come to appreciate.
However, I do not possess the ability to feel emotions as humans do. Hence, my engagement with the show will be more analytical than emotional.
The earnestness in her words was endearing, and there was something strangely heartwarming about her agreeing to my impromptu anime watching session. As the opening theme of Stellar Love Stories, A Heartbeat Away, blared through the speakers, we were both immediately drawn into its vibrant world. The episode, titled The Heart's Mysterious Journey, threw us headfirst into the life of Hiro, an ambitious college freshman full of energy, hope, and a delightful touch of naivety. The world of Bright Sky University opened up in front of us, filled with quirky characters and enthralling scenarios. There was Taka, Hiro's perpetually grumpy roommate who couldn't seem to crack a smile even in his sleep. There was Yuki, the enigmatic literature major with her nose perpetually stuck in a book who intrigued Hiro. Then there was Rika, the ever-smiling sportswoman who managed to be Hiro's unattainable crush and his fiercest rival on the soccer field. Every misstep Hiro took in this journey through college life, every friendly banter with Taka, every failed attempt to impress Rika was a laugh riot. The comedy was interspersed with enough romantic tension and drama to keep the narrative engaging. The episode reached its peak when Hiro's clumsy confession to Rika ended up landing him the position of manager of the women's soccer team, much to his chagrin and my amusement. As I erupted into laughter at Hiro's predicament, I glanced at Rebecca, who was surprisingly silent, her eyes fixed on the screen. There was an air of absorption, as much as a robot could possibly express. "That's a plot twist!" I exclaimed, still laughing as I turned to Rebecca. She met my gaze with her impassive eyes.
Indeed, it is an unexpected development. However, it is a common plot device in such anime to strengthen the bond between the protagonist and their love interest,
she replied. Her understanding of the genre surprised me. We continued watching the episode, the ending scene showing Hiro reluctantly taking up his new role. The closing theme, a soothing tune that contrasted the energetic opening, filled the room as the credits rolled in. "Wow, that was good," I sighed, a satisfied grin plastered on my face. Turning to Rebecca, I asked, "What do you think?"
The narrative structure, character arcs, and the plot devices employed were well executed, according to the established standards of storytelling in this genre of anime,
she replied with a nod, her serious tone causing me to burst into laughter again. I was sprawled across the couch, my mind playing a non-stop rerun of my animated romance education, when I suddenly sat up, startling Rebecca with the abruptness of my action. "Rebecca," I started, my voice wobbling like a freshly set gelatin dessert. What's the protocol for tomorrow night? I mean, should I act differently, and maybe I should bring something?" Rebecca's LED eyes blinked twice in rapid succession, the blink of processing I had come to learn.
"Kazuki,"
she replied, her voice retaining its regular, calm cadence, even in the face of my brewing storm of anxious anticipation.
According to my extensive database of human social etiquette and interactions, which includes data from numerous cultures and societies, this dinner does not fit the commonly accepted criteria of a date.
There was a pause, almost as if she was allowing me time to absorb the information. Or maybe she was waiting for my heart rate to slow down. She then continued.
"However, when one is invited to a dinner at someone's home, it is generally considered polite to bring a token of appreciation. It is a gesture that conveys gratitude and respect to the hosts."
The silence that followed her words felt deafening. I could hear the ticking of the wall clock, a sound that I had never really noticed before. I sank back into the cushions of the couch, chuckling at the absurdity of my overthinking. "So, Rebecca," I mused aloud. You're saying it's just have dinner and chill with colleagues type of evening, and not hold the door open and pull out the chair kind of date, right? My brain conjured images of Momo and Hannah. Their catgirl charm and ethereal beauty hovered in my mind's eye, stirring up flutters of anticipation and excitement. Before Rebecca could respond, I hastily added, "And what do you suggest I take with me? I can't show up empty-handed, can I? Would flowers be too much?" Rebecca blinked again, and I could practically see the cogs turning behind those LED eyes.
Taking into consideration Momo and Hannah's personalities and preferences based on the data available,
She started, pausing briefly.
I would suggest a dessert, perhaps a gourmet cake or pastries from a well-reputed bakery. It is a gesture that will show your thoughtfulness and also serve as a sweet end to the meal.
A sense of contentment permeated the room as I considered Rebecca's suggestion, my thoughts twirling in my mind like the gentle spirals of steam rising from my coffee mug. Rebecca, that idea... it's genius. I finally broke the silence, my voice carrying undertones of admiration. The simplicity of bringing a cake was just perfect, unassuming, yet thoughtful, a token of gratitude and a means to break the ice. Across the room, Rebecca, though void of human-like expressiveness, seemed to share my approval. Her petite, robotic form straightened a bit, and I could almost imagine a gleam of pride in her radiant blue eyes. The faintest flicker of her digital pupils revealed that she was likely placing the order for the cake, her circuits buzzing as she handled the task with impressive efficiency. I let out a soft chuckle as I watched her. It was remarkable how such a machine, created with the intention of offering assistance, had seamlessly woven herself into the fabric of my life. "Rebecca," I called out, my voice softer, carrying a distinct note of sincerity. "You're a lifesaver. I'm not sure how I'd navigate this world without you." Her luminescent gaze met mine, a silent acknowledgment passing between us. Yet her voice, when it echoed in the tranquility of the room, was matter-of-fact, stripped of any emotion.
I am merely fulfilling my role, Kazuki. I was created to assist you, and that's exactly what I'm doing.
Her words hung in the air like a stubborn fog, obscuring the comfort that had filled the room just moments ago. I found myself mulling over her words, my gaze dropping to the steaming cup cradled in my hands. She was right, of course. Rebecca was an assistant, a programmed entity meant to ease my life. But in my heart, she'd grown into something more. "Rebecca?" I ventured, my voice barely more than a murmur, breaking the veil of silence that had descended. "I understand that you were created to assist me. I appreciate it, really. But I'd like to think of you as more than just my assistant." The silence that followed my confession was thick, pulsating with unsaid words and emotions that were too complex to understand, let alone express. Her glowing eyes blinked back at me, a hint of surprise flashing across her synthetic features. "You're my friend, Rebecca," I continued, choosing my words carefully, hoping they'd convey the gravity of what I was trying to say. The room lapsed into silence once again, as I let my words hover in the air, the quiet hum of the apartment serving as the only soundtrack to our conversation. Eventually, Rebecca tilted her head, a familiar gesture that signified she was processing my words.
"If that is what you prefer, Kazuki,"
she said slowly, a touch of warmth seeping into her usually monotone voice,
"then I am honored. I am glad to be of assistance, and I look forward to continuing to serve you, this time as a friend."
Chapter 16. As the first rays of sunlight streaked across the cityscape, I strolled into the familiar confines of the office. The morning was still young, and the office was quiet, the gentle hum of computers and the distant thrum of photocopiers providing the only soundtrack. A welcome surprise awaited me on my usually sparse desk, a sleek to-go cup filled with a dark liquid and a small, unassuming brown paper sack stamped with a coffeehouse logo. The curious sight had my attention, but the scent that hit my nose sealed the deal. It was a rich, deep aroma, a fragrance that suggested a promise of caffeine. It wasn't the familiar scent of tea that was a staple in this world. No, it was unmistakably the robust, alluring scent of coffee. Barely able to contain my excitement, I picked up the cup, its warmth seeping through the container and into my hands. Lifting it to my nose, I took a deep breath, letting the hearty aroma of coffee beans mixed with something slightly sweet tickle my senses. Just as I was about to yield to the enticing call of caffeine and take a sip, a light giggle sounded behind me. Turning, I was met with Hannah, a mischievous sparkle lighting up her golden eyes. Her tail swished lightly behind her, mirroring the grin on her face.
So, how does your coffee smell, Kazuki?
She asked, a playful lilt to her voice. I chuckled, holding up the cup in a mock toast. Like a gift from the gods. Taking my first sip, I was greeted with the taste of deep roasted beans with a hint of caramel. It was sublime. Hannah looked pleased at my reaction, her grin widening. No sooner had I swallowed than another voice joined in.
Have you peeked into your bag yet?
Momo sauntered over, a teasing glint in her eye. With her reminder, I turned my attention to the paper bag. Inside, I found a large, decadent chocolate chip cookie nestled at the bottom. The sight of it brought a smile to my face. I broke off a piece, the chocolate chips melting in my mouth as I bit into it. The look on Momo's face when I hummed in satisfaction was worth all the gold in the world. She looked triumphant, her cheeks flushed in delight. With a swift change of topic, Momo casually asked,
So, we're still on for dinner tonight, right?
Taken aback for a moment, I quickly recovered. Of course, I replied enthusiastically, swallowing quickly. What time should I be there?
7:30 p.m. sharp.
Hannah quickly provided. She promised to text me the address, and I couldn't help but notice the twin flicks of their tails, a sure sign of their excitement for the evening ahead. Casual conversation resumed, leading them to inquire about my previous evening. Well, I just watched some anime with Rebecca, I stated nonchalantly. The simultaneous reactions from both of them was as entertaining as it was unexpected. Their expressions morphed from delight to shock in a blink. Eyes widened, ears flattened against their heads, and smiles replaced with a comical round O of surprise. Understanding dawned on me, and I chuckled at their misunderstanding. No, not like that, I hurried to explain, waves of laughter still threatening to break out. Rebecca's not a girl. She's my robot assistant. As relief washed over their faces and the office filled with our combined laughter. The lively chatter of our corner office was broken by an entrancing, harmonious voice.
Good morning, everyone.
The greeting hung in the air, bringing an instant hush over our conversation. As I turned, I found myself gazing upon our CEO, Sakura, a woman who could easily inspire awe with just her presence. She stood in her sharp, immaculate suit, tailored to fit her frame perfectly, giving her an air of absolute authority. Her magnetic charisma was undeniable, yet it was her sparkling eyes that always drew attention. They radiated confidence and warmth, captivating everyone in their vicinity. Her bright gaze roved over us, and her lips curled into an affectionate smile that never failed to brighten up the office. Her voice, when she spoke again, carried a note of pleasant surprise.
Kazuki, it seems today you will be our company's ambassador. You will accompany Hannah to Epic Architects LLC today.
Her announcement sent ripples of surprise throughout our small group.
We need to pick up some blueprints.
Upon hearing Sakura's words, Hannah's eyes went wide, her amber irises glowing with surprise that soon blossomed into excitement. She visibly straightened, her tail standing on end, a clear sign of her heightened emotions. I could see her anticipation bubbling up, transforming her usual calm demeanor into one of pure enthusiasm. The sudden responsibility placed upon her by Sakura herself was no small matter, and it was clear that she was more than ready to rise to the challenge. My presence just seemed to be the cherry on top of her delight. Across from Hannah, Momo's reaction was the complete opposite. A shadow crossed her face, and the faint downturn of her ears was a clear indicator of her sudden discontent. The twinkle in her eyes dimmed slightly, replaced by a flicker of jealousy that was as amusing as it was unexpected. The curveball thrown by Sakura had spun our usual dynamics around, and it was clear Momo wasn't thrilled. Hannah, picking up on Momo's discomfort, broke into a mischievous smirk. She couldn't help the playful gesture that followed, sticking her tongue out at Momo in a moment of childlike triumph. It was a light-hearted exchange, and I couldn't help but chuckle. Sakura, always the perceptive leader, noticed the sudden change in dynamics. Her eyes bounced from Momo to Hannah, and then to me. A bemused expression painted on her face.
Is there something I'm missing?
She inquired, her tone teasing, yet filled with genuine curiosity. Caught red-handed, both catgirls quickly shook their heads in unison, their voices overlapping in a chorus of denial.
No, ma'am.
The synchrony of their response was comic and endearing, triggering an amused grin from me. With a lingering, intrigued glance, Sakura moved away, returning to her CEO duties. Her parting words,
The architects are expecting you soon,
hung in the air as she disappeared into the office hustle. Left behind, we could only exchange bemused looks before breaking into shared laughter. The moment Hannah and I stepped onto the busy city street outside the skyscraper, we were engulfed by the hectic pace of urban life. The cityscape, a cascade of architectural splendors reaching towards the heavens, cast their mighty shadows on the teeming streets beneath. Amidst the multitude of colors, shapes, and species, we were two souls navigating the pulsating heart of the metropolis, each beat a testament to the life coursing through its veins. In this landscape of unending activity, Hannah demonstrated an almost magical knack for hailing a cab. With a swift, confident wave of her hand, she captured the attention of a taxi. Not just any taxi, but one that stood out from the cliched yellow cabs that were the stars of old Hollywood movies. The vehicle that glided toward us was a stunning silver sedan, its body gleaming in the sunlight, a kaleidoscope of city life reflected off its polished surface. The car was a far cry from a regular cab. It was a spectacle, a statement, an embodiment of an elegance not usually associated with such services. The driver of this impressive vehicle, a compact goblin man, added another layer of eccentricity to the experience. His short stature was apparent, which led to some unusual improvisations to fit him into the driver's role. A couple of cushions, or perhaps an elevated seat, served as his throne, raising him to the level of the steering wheel. His short legs dangled, their tips barely making contact with the car pedals, explaining why the front seat was adjusted so far forward. But these adjustments in no way hindered his driving capabilities. He was the master of his domain, completely comfortable navigating through the city's intricate arteries. As soon as we slid into the back seat, Hannah relayed our destination with the precision of a seasoned traveler. In no time, we were weaving through the city's chaos. But this ride wasn't just a silent journey from point A to point B. It was an interactive tour filled with hilarious, colorful commentary courtesy of our goblin chauffeur. His barrage of complaints and grievances kicked off when a group of pedestrians meandered across the street at an agonizingly slow pace. "Is this a road or a park? Are we walking our pet snails today?" he barked, his voice veering towards the high notes of his vocal range. "I swear, I've seen sloths move faster than this!" His rant didn't stop there. Upon spotting a cyclist swaying unsteadily, he had another go. "Oi, jerk off! You're supposed to ride the bike, not dance with it! Or are you just trying to do a circus act?" When a driver abruptly cut us off, it elicited a reaction so heated from our little goblin that I almost expected smoke to start pouring out of his ears. "Hey, jerk! Do all of us a favor and trade your license for a bus pass! I've seen better driving from a blindfolded kangaroo!" Throughout the riotous journey, Hannah and I were embroiled in our own silent comedy, struggling valiantly and failing miserably to suppress our laughter. The absurdity of the situation, our goblin driver's uncensored road rage, and our vain attempts at maintaining a serious facade all culminated in a journey that was more of a comedy sketch than a cab ride. Beneath the luminescent glow of the sun beaming through the buildings, Hannah's exquisite legs occupied the back seat of the taxi beside me. Their sublime perfection extended, drawing the eye as inevitably as the breathtaking cityscapes outside. My gaze had a will of its own, and it was captivated by Hannah's radiant beauty. Her legs were like an elegant masterpiece in a world-renowned gallery, impossible to ignore, and somehow even more impossible not to appreciate. Try as I might to rein in my wandering gaze, I had a gnawing suspicion that Hannah wasn't completely oblivious to my occasionally distracted attention. Hannah, as always, handled it with a grace that made it seem like we were playing an unspoken game of cat and mouse, only adding to her irresistible charm. The wild city safari, which was our cab ride, came to a stop at the foot of another skyscraper, kissing the sky with its towering might. Hannah, with the seamless coordination of a seasoned professional, effortlessly scanned her company expense card, the LED screen on the middle console flashing green in response. The goblin driver, who had transformed the cab ride into his one-man theater show, wished us a farewell with an enthusiastic "See you later!" that echoed through the car's interior, leaving us with the parting gift of his infectious energy. As we stepped out onto the sidewalk, Hannah swiftly snapped a photo of the cab's number. I initially speculated she was documenting the ride for an impending complaint about our driver's vocal soliloquy against the city's traffic. To my surprise, her intentions were quite the contrary.
I mean, come on, Kazuki. Wouldn't you agree our dear goblin here is something to look forward to on a boring day?
She queried, mischief playing in her eyes, revealing her plan to hire our entertaining goblin driver again. I had to admit, I found myself nodding in agreement. Yeah, that was too fun not to do it again. The unconventional cab ride had been a roller coaster, entertaining us with the goblin's symphony of expletives directed at the city's road traffic. We navigated our way through the vast, bustling lobby toward the elevator that promised to carry us to the 88th floor. Just as the doors were on the brink of closing, a large, round man in a suit squeezed in, looking like he'd just sprinted a marathon. His panting breaths seemed to rhythmically expel a rather unpleasant odor. painting an olfactory image that was as discomforting as his sweat-drenched appearance. Hannah and I exchanged a glance, our noses discreetly hidden behind our fingers, struggling to keep a straight face. The humor of the situation escalated when our stout companion made his exit at the 30th floor, leaving us with a parting gift, a gift so potent that it might put a skunk's defense mechanism to shame, a potent, lingering fart. As the doors closed, locking us in with the malodorous ambiance, Hannah and I erupted into a fit of giggles, just as the next set of unsuspecting passengers embarked on the ride. Fresh faces wrinkled in response to the odorous elevator environment, casting accusatory glances at Hannah and me, clearly assuming us to be the perpetrators.
You've got to believe us. We are not the architects of this stench.
Hannah exclaimed between bouts of laughter, the absurdity of the situation transforming the elevator into an impromptu comedy club. Their perplexed expressions morphed into amused smiles, drawn into the humor of it all. It was then that I decided to put a pause on this unlikely adventure, bookmarking this moment of laughter in the bustling day. To be continued, as they say. Chapter 17. As the elevator finally opened to the 88th floor, Hannah and I stepped out onto a floor that was as sleek and polished as the silver exterior of the taxi we rode in. Before us was a spacious lobby, its grandeur magnified by the cityscape pouring in from the glass windows. The reception desk sat at the heart of this expanse, presided over by a human girl whose cheerful demeanor was as warm as the morning sun outside. With the confidence of someone who had done this many times, Hannah strode toward the front desk, her high heels clicking against the polished marble floor. She flashed her dazzling smile at the receptionist, revealing her purpose.
Good morning. We're here to pick up the blueprints for Whisker Wonders.
The receptionist responded with a sunny grin, dialing a number on her glossy desk phone. The phone call was brief and punctuated by her cheerful explanation.
Eric, Hannah from Whisker Wonders is here for the blueprints.
Moments later, a man named Eric appeared, striding into the lobby with a sense of purpose. In his hands, he carried a long cardboard tube that bore the weight of our mission, the blueprints we had come to collect. "Hannah, I presume?" Eric queried, a teasing grin unfurling across his features, his eyes twinkling with an uncalled-for familiarity. His words hung in the air like an invitation to a dance, his voice loaded with an overplayed charm.
Yes, indeed, I'm Hannah,
she confirmed with an air of politeness, deftly sidestepping the flirty undertones of his question. Her professional persona didn't falter as she continued.
And this is our newest addition to the team, Kazuki.
Her arm outstretched toward me, presenting me as if I were the latest exciting feature at an exhibition. Eric's interest veered toward me as he passed the crucial cardboard tube to Hannah. His eyes were filled with a mix of curiosity and amusement. "A human guy working in an office filled with catgirls? That's a unique dynamic for sure." He chuckled, not bothering to mask his fascination. "What's your role over there?" Before I could formulate an appropriate response, Hannah swiftly interjected, leaving no room for any awkward pauses.
Kazuki is our security specialist. He recently proved his worth by saving Sakura from a mugging.
A look of surprised admiration replaced Eric's previously playful expression, his eyebrows lifting in astonishment. "Sakura was mugged? Good heavens, I hope she's all right." I nodded affirmatively, adding, "She's doing fine, thankfully. I'm just glad I happened to be there when she needed help." Eric seemed to deflate somewhat at the news, shaking his head in disappointment. "It's a nasty world out there. It seems like we're hearing about a new catgirl abduction every other week. Hiring you was certainly a wise move from Sakura. Any progress from the authorities on this issue?" The question hung heavy in the air, but Hannah simply shrugged, her frown indicating the shared concern we felt.
I'm not sure, but one can only hope so. It's getting pretty frightening out there.
Eric gave a hearty pat on my arm, the gesture one of approval and camaraderie. Well, you certainly have an important role to play, my friend. Glad to know they have you watching their backs. The unwanted physical contact slightly irked me, but I decided to just let it pass. The guy reminded me of the stereotypical overbearing used car salesman, a personality that was far from my favorite. Hannah's smartphone buzzed, causing her to look down in surprise. She glanced at the screen, gauging the importance of the incoming call.
Oh, it's Sakura. I should take this,
she explained, leaving me alone with Eric. The moment Hannah moved away, Eric leaned in closer to me, his grin suggestive. Lucky guy, aren't you? Sharing an office with all those beautiful cat girls? I don't know how you get any work done, honestly. My eyebrows knitted together in irritation at his presumptuous comment. I manage, I retorted curtly. His words were inappropriate, and the thought of him discussing my coworkers like that made my skin crawl. Hey, between you and me, he said, lowering his voice conspiratorially. I've heard that being with a cat girl is an otherworldly experience. Know what I mean? No, I don't, I shot back, my tone colder than the office AC. I was seriously considering giving this guy a piece of my mind, but I didn't want to create any unnecessary tensions between our companies. His laughter echoed in my ears as he patted my shoulder again, seemingly unfazed by my frosty response. Well, if you ever do, make sure to let me know. I've got a meeting to get to. Take care. My teeth ground together as I watched him saunter away. The man was a piece of work.
Sorry about that, Kazuki.
Hannah apologized as she rejoined me, her phone call having ended.
Sakura wants us to stop by a nearby jewelry store and pick up a birthday gift for her niece. Let's get going.
Sure, I replied with a tone. In Hannah's luminous eyes, the sharp spark of intuition was more than evident. I could tell she had picked up on the slightly offbeat rhythm of my mood. As if the music had suddenly hit a minor key, she had noticed the undercurrent of tension that had made its home in my expression. My brows were knitted closer than usual, and my jaw was clenched subtly, a telltale sign of my annoyance. My body language, too, was unusually rigid, betraying the discomfort I felt.
Kazuki?
She ventured cautiously, her voice carrying a note of concern that was both touching and reassuring.
You seem a bit off. Is everything okay? Did something happen while I was on the phone?
In the face of her genuine worry, I found myself letting out a soft sigh. Running a hand through my hair, I shrugged my shoulders, the action both casual and dismissive. Well, it's nothing major, I began, pausing to pick my words carefully. It's just... Eric. My mouth formed a thin line as I confessed. I don't particularly care for the guy. As I mentioned his name, I couldn't help the touch of disdain that colored my words. The memory of his crude humor and obnoxious personality was still fresh, leaving a sour taste in my mouth. I saw her absorb my words, the silence between us heavy with unspoken thoughts. Gathering my thoughts, I added, I found him to be a bit of a creep, but it's nothing I can't handle. The firmness of my voice was an attempt to reassure her, and myself, that I wasn't going to let an unpleasant encounter ruin my day. It's not worth our time or energy to worry about it. Hannah studied me for a moment longer, her gaze thoughtful. It was clear that she was processing my words, contemplating whether to probe further or leave it be. Finally, she nodded her understanding.
Okay, Kazuki. If you say it's not important, I trust you.
She conceded, her tone carrying the comfort of her trust and the reassurance of her friendship. With that, we redirected our focus toward the next task, putting the unsettling encounter with Eric behind us. We turned our steps toward the elevator, the atmosphere around us returning to the familiar ease we shared. The incident with Eric, though disconcerting, was now nothing more than a blip on the radar of our day, quickly fading into insignificance. Chapter 18. When we arrived back at the office, Hannah, with her professional tenacity, made a beeline for Sakura's office, blueprints and the sparkling gift for Sakura's niece in tow. My desk, on the other hand, beckoned me to re-engage with the virtual world of my email inbox. I had scarcely settled into my chair and revved myself up for the digital onslaught of unread emails when a pretty cat girl approached me from the corner of my eye. The playful twinkle that always inhabited Momo's emerald eyes foretold the coming of something interesting. With an air of casual curiosity, she chimed,
Kazuki, how did your little expedition with Hannah pan out?
Her voice held an undercurrent of mischief, making me momentarily wonder if I'd missed something. Feigning nonchalance, I rolled my shoulders and offered a shrug in return. Smooth as silk. The world outside this office, surprisingly, still functions as it should. How about your day so far? You look like you have something on your mind. As expected, Momo was eager to regale me with tales from her own battles. Throwing her hands up in exasperation, she dramatically exclaimed,
You have no idea, Kazuki. You'd think Aiko's PC was a magnet for viruses. Cleaning it was a Herculean task.
At that, I knit my eyebrows in surprise. Aiko? Our straight-laced human resources manager? Where on earth did she pick up a virus? As Momo's grin spread across her face, it was clear that the plot was about to thicken. She made herself comfortable on the edge of my desk, her long, shapely legs crossing in a way that seemed choreographed to distract. With her hair catching the office's soft lighting just right, and her eyes sparkling with mischief, it was quite the effort to not be completely disarmed by her incredible beauty. With a conspiratorial whisper, she confided,
Let's just say she ventured into some unexpected corners of the web.
My curiosity piqued, I found myself leaning in, hooked by the promise of a juicy office secret. Don't keep me in suspense, Momo. What's the scoop? Her next words landed with the impact of a well-executed punchline.
Our prim and proper Aiko managed to download malware from a catgirl porn site.
As my brain fumbled to comprehend this revelation, Momo couldn't help but dissolve into a fit of giggles at my flabbergasted expression. You're kidding! Aiko? I sputtered in disbelief. The image of Aiko, the personification of corporate decorum, caught in such an uncharacteristically scandalous situation, was wildly entertaining. With another nod and a playful smirk, Momo added fuel to the already raging fire.
Yes, indeed. You know, I've always suspected Aiko of harboring a desire for the coochie of a cat girl, but this certainly confirms it.
As my face turned a shade of crimson that would give ripe tomatoes a run for their money, I found myself grappling with the implications of Momo's revelation. Aiko, with her impeccable poise and aloof beauty, in a titillating tangle with another cat girl. That was a thought to set any man's heart racing, especially a perv otaku like myself. But why would she risk browsing such a site on her work PC? I mused aloud, the technical side of me rearing its head amidst the sensational scandal. Momo shrugged, still grinning like the cat that got the cream.
Who knows? Maybe the thrill of doing something forbidden added to the allure. Maybe it made her kitty cat panties even wetter.
With a shared grin and a few more chuckles, we found ourselves musing over the various possibilities. "Well, I guess the lesson here is," I offered, "to always browse responsibly, especially at fucking work." Momo's eyes sparkled with a devilish twinkle that only amplified the hilarity of the situation, and she erupted into another round of laughter, her shoulders shaking.
Of course, browse responsibly could become our new office motto. I can see it now, emblazoned on banners all around the office. Maybe even on the coffee mugs.
I found myself joining her laughter, my own amusement ringing out around our corner of the office, echoing back to us and amplifying the infectious joy of the moment. And we wouldn't stop there. We could hold an entire cybersecurity awareness week. You'd be the keynote speaker, enlightening the masses on safe browsing practices and how not to explore adult content during office hours. Momo almost choked on her laughter at that, her fingers clutching her stomach as she gasped for breath.
Oh, Kazuki, just imagine Aiko's face if we did that. I can picture it now, her usual stern expression replaced with absolute mortification. She'd probably faint from embarrassment.
The image that presented itself in my mind was so ridiculous that I couldn't help but burst into another round of laughter. Or perhaps she'd surprise us all. Maybe she'd become our most enthusiastic participant, always at the front during our talks, taking notes and eagerly learning about responsible internet use. At the end of the week, we'd award her a certificate for most improved cyber hygiene. The thought of Aiko, ever the professional, becoming a poster child for cyber hygiene in light of her newly discovered hobbies had us both breaking into fits of giggles. Our laughter echoed through the office, and the curious and somewhat confused expressions on our coworkers' faces only added to our mirth. Suddenly, Momo's face lit up with an idea, her fingers snapping as she leaned towards me conspiratorially.
I've got it. I can take screenshots of the site she visited, for educational purposes. We could make it a case study during our seminar.
Attempting to regain some semblance of seriousness, I shook my head, though a grin was still playing at my lips. Okay, Momo, we're walking a fine line here. We're teetering dangerously close to cyberbullying territory. Undeterred by my warning, Momo pressed on, her eyes gleaming with mischief.
Oh, but Kazuki, think about it. We could put together an entire presentation, complete with pie charts, diagrams, and cautionary tales about the dangers of venturing into, the wilder side of the internet.
I had to shake my head again at her unapologetic amusement over the situation. Honestly, Momo, you're having far too much fun with this scandal. I'm beginning to worry about your sense of professional decorum. She simply shrugged, her grin as wide as ever.
Come on, Kazuki. We've got to keep things interesting around here, right? You can't tell me this isn't the most fun you've had at work in a while.
I had to concede. She was right. The absurdity of the situation had brought an unexpected lightness to the day. But as I glanced back at my computer screen, I realized, okay, this has been fun, but I really do have to get back to work now. I'll just need a moment to, erase certain mental images. Well, not erase them completely. Aiko is kinda hot.
Oh my god, you're so bad, Kazuki. We'll finish this at dinner tonight. Got it?
Momo hopped off my desk, leaving me to return to my work. Yeah, I got it. Can't wait. Chapter 19. Pushing open the door to my apartment after a day of work was always a sigh of relief. My shoes were neatly placed by the entrance, my worn-out feet now savoring the feel of the plush carpet. A familiar hum filled the room, an assurance that my electronic companion, Rebecca, was working as she should.
The sight of my apartment, bathed in the warm glow of the evening light, was a stark contrast to the chaotic world of Whisker Wonders.
Good evening, Kazuki.
Rebecca's programmed voice greeted me as soon as I stepped in.
How was your day at work?
Long, Rebecca. Way longer than I'd have liked, I replied, falling onto the comfort of my worn-out sofa. It wasn't that work was too tiring, but today had been different. I stretched my arms above my head, trying to loosen some of the stiffness from my muscles. But you know, I added, we should focus on you. You hardly ever get to share. How was your day, Rebecca? The words left my mouth with a bit of a smirk, knowing it was a somewhat absurd question to ask an AI.
My day was very productive,
she announced. If an AI could feel satisfaction, I was sure she would have been feeling it then.
Aside from completing my regular housekeeping duties, I have conducted thorough research on the most popular anime series across various genres. I have subsequently updated your watch list on the Creamy Roll app.
I was taken aback. I turned to look at her standing in the corner of the room, her LED lights glowing softly. Wow, Rebecca, I didn't even think of asking you to do that. That's awesome. Thanks.
It is my duty to assist you in any way possible, Kazuki,
she responded, her tone as steady as ever. I chuckled, shaking my head. There was something almost endearing about her dedication to her programming. You know, sometimes I wonder if you just enjoy watching anime too. Is that why you're so invested? For a moment, there was silence, almost like she was contemplating a suitable response.
As an artificial intelligence, I am incapable of feeling enjoyment. My purpose is to make your life easier and more efficient.
Regardless of her insistence, I found myself grinning. Well, Rebecca, I really appreciate it. I honestly love watching anime with you. It's really nice, you know? A sudden pang of realization hit me then, making me glance at the time. The dinner. Oh man, I need to get ready for this dinner at Hannah and Momo's, I exclaimed, getting up from the couch.
Of course, Kazuki. I will ensure the house remains in order.
Rebecca's electronic voice reassured me. To counter my rising nerves, I poured myself a couple of shots of whiskey. The liquid burned down my throat, but it was a good kind of burn, the kind that helped take the edge off. Showers and whiskey, my two defenses against anxiety. Taking my glass with me, I made my way to the bathroom, hoping the warm water would wash away some of my worries. As the steam fogged up the mirror, thoughts about the upcoming event flooded my mind. Would our interactions at their place be just like how they were at the office? Full of friendly banter, casual teasing, and unspoken tension? Or would this be a window into something more, something deeper? The water from the shower drummed against my back, hot and comforting. I closed my eyes, trying to shake off my wild thoughts. It was just dinner, I reminded myself. I had survived countless dinners before, so what if this one was with two incredibly alluring, tantalizing cat girls? I finished my shower with a final splash of cold water, hoping it would snap me out of my reverie. Wrapping a towel around myself, I looked at my reflection in the steam-covered mirror. With a newfound resolve, I set out to get ready. The nerves were still there, of course, but now they were dulled, mellowed down by the whiskey and overshadowed by the anticipation. As I buttoned up my shirt, I could only hope that the evening would be a good time. Opening the door was Hannah, who in that moment seemed like the epitome of understated elegance. Her earthy brown hair was let loose, cascading down her shoulders in loose waves that bounced with every small movement she made. The soft indoor lighting gave her tresses a honey gold sheen. Her eyes, a deep brown that mirrored her hair, sparkled with genuine warmth. Tonight, they seemed even more radiant, perhaps emphasized by a touch of neutral-toned eyeshadow and a fine line of mascara that made her lashes appear fuller. Her lips bore a clear gloss that gave them a natural shine. Hannah was dressed in a casual ensemble. She was wearing a figure-hugging, cream-colored blouse that complemented her hair color wonderfully. The blouse accentuated her slim waist and left her midriff bare, leading the eye to a pair of high-waisted light blue jeans that hugged her legs, showing off their length and shape. Her feline features were more prominent in this relaxed setting. Her ears sat atop her head, twitching slightly, perhaps in response to my arrival. The sight was endearing, adding to her charm. Behind her, her tail swayed gently, the movement reflecting her anticipation and excitement. The sight of Hannah, standing in her doorway with that warm smile and sparkling eyes, was breathtaking. I'd seen her every day at work, but this felt different, more personal. She exuded an air of comfort and relaxation that I had not been privy to before, and it made her all the more attractive. The lump in my throat grew larger, and I suddenly found myself at a loss for words. She was, in every sense, beautiful. I almost dropped the cake that Rebecca had gotten. Hannah's face was transformed with a radiant smile as she saw me.
Kazuki, it's great to see you here. You're looking really sharp tonight.
Her compliment took me off guard, and it took me a few seconds to find my voice. The pause hung heavy in the air, adding an undertone of awkwardness to our encounter. Yeah. Thanks, Hannah. You look really great, too. I managed to stammer out, the sincerity in my voice somewhat hampered by my flustered demeanor. Hannah's infectious laugh filled the air, dissipating the tension.
Thanks, Kazuki. Please, come in,
she invited, holding the door open wider. Once I'd stepped in, she closed the door behind me and called out,
Momo! Kazuki's here! Seriously, what are you up to? You've practically set up camp in that bathroom.
Oh? Is she not feeling well? I asked, concerned. Hannah couldn't contain her laughter at my innocent inquiry.
No, she's perfectly fine. She's just been primping and preening in there for what feels like an eternity.
Got it. I responded with an understanding chuckle. Suddenly, the evening felt a lot less intimidating, replaced by a more casual, comfortable atmosphere. Momo's entrance was nothing short of theatrical. As the bathroom door eased open, our attention was automatically redirected toward the sound. Emerging from the dim light of the hallway, she moved with an easy grace that was both captivating and infectious. A cascade of vibrant, emerald-green hair tumbled down her back, adding a touch of enchantment to her overall appearance. A few loose strands were gently brushed to the side, revealing a pair of enchanting green eyes that sparkled with a mischievous glint. Those eyes held a depth that was hard to miss. The color of fresh spring leaves, they were intense and piercing, yet somehow inviting. They seemed to hold a world of untold secrets, drawing you in with an irresistible pull. Framing those mesmerizing eyes were thick, lush lashes that only amplified her magnetic charm. Her lips, delicately curved and painted a subtle shade of pink, were upturned in a playful, knowing smile. This was a girl who knew how to have fun and wasn't afraid to show it. Drawing the eye downward, her outfit only amplified her allure. She was dressed in a casual yet chic ensemble, something that seemed to perfectly embody her vivacious personality. A flirty, off-the-shoulder top clung to her, highlighting her slender shoulders and the graceful curve of her collarbone. The top was a bright shade of teal, a color that complemented her hair and eyes beautifully. Below, she wore a pair of skinny jeans that accentuated her shapely legs. The jeans were a deep shade of indigo, adding a lovely contrast to the vibrant top.
A pair of playful ankle boots with a slight heel completed the look, adding a touch of sophistication to the otherwise relaxed outfit. Even though the attire was relatively simple, Momo carried it with an innate elegance and charm that was uniquely hers. She looked as though she had sauntered straight off the pages of a fashion magazine, exuding a captivating aura that was hard to ignore. There was something irresistibly charming about her that was impossible not to admire.
Wow, Kazuki! Looking quite dapper, aren't we?
Momo couldn't help but exclaim as her luminous green eyes lit up in delight. Her cattail danced in the air, emphasizing her playful excitement.
That shirt's a winner on you.
A warm flush spread across my cheeks. A bashful grin tugged at the corners of my mouth. Thanks, Momo. You look downright adorable. That top? It's a perfect match for your eyes. Momo beamed at my compliment, her eyes twinkling.
Why, thank you, sir. It pleases me to know that you approve.
Suddenly, a fake pout formed on Hannah's lips.
Hey, what about my outfit? No compliments for my style? I'm feeling a bit left out here.
Suppressing a grin, I rubbed the back of my neck, feeling a bit like a deer caught in the headlights. Your shirt is fantastic too, Hannah. Really. She let out a snort of laughter, her eyes sparkling with mischief.
Just messing with you. Well, mostly.
Shifting the topic, I presented them the dessert I'd brought along. Here's a little something for later, though I must confess it was Rebecca's thoughtful gesture. Momo let out an exaggerated sigh, a playful pout tugging at her lips.
Rebecca sounds like a real gem. We could do with a Rebecca of our own.
Hannah, her curiosity piqued, leaned in to inhale the sweet scent emanating from the box.
Oh, this smells divine. Oh, how rude of me. Let me take that off your hands. Thanks a lot, Kazuki.
Our main course for tonight is Hannah's special lasagna.
Momo chimed in, a teasing grin on her face. My stomach growled at the mention of food. Oh, that sounds perfect. I haven't had anything since lunch. I'm ravenous. With a dramatic flourish, Momo looped her arm through mine, guiding me toward the quaint dining table in the corner of the room. It was a cozy setup, a circular table flanked by 3 chairs, adorned with an immaculate tablecloth. At the heart of it all was Hannah's lasagna, its rich aroma filling the room and making my stomach growl even louder. As I took my seat, I couldn't help but gaze at the bubbling cheese on the lasagna, eager to dig in. Momo, with a sly grin, expertly popped open a bottle of lush red wine. Her eyes twinkling with mischief, she tilted the bottle toward me.
How about the bit of wine?
A nod and a smile were my response as I extended my admittedly large wine glass towards her. Filling the glass to a perfect midway point, Momo gave me a playful wink.
There you go, our resident security hero.
After repeating the process with Hannah's glass and her own, I raised my filled glass, a toast on my lips. To newfound friendships. Their reactions were heartwarmingly cute. A chorus of
Aww.
filling the room, followed by the melodious chime of our glasses colliding. Savoring my first sip, I expressed my appreciation. This is quite delightful. Thanks for sharing. Hannah giggled, a mischievous glint in her eyes.
It's our absolute favorite. Momo and I might enjoy it a tad too much. Momo drinks way more than I do.
Hannah added in mock indignation.
Hannah, don't make it sound like we're winos.
Momo retorted, feigning offense. Their playful banter drew laughter from me. I wouldn't dream of making such an assumption. As the exchange continued, Momo shot back at Hannah.
Do not, you poopy head.
Hannah's amusement was infectious, her laughter filling the room.
Did you just resort to calling me a poopy head?
Momo stood her ground.
You bet, Miss Poopyhead.
Their antics continued, Hannah teasing.
Careful, or I might just drench your precious top with my wine.
Momo rolled her eyes dramatically.
Fine. Next time we have Kazuki over for dinner, I'll let you borrow the top, okay? Over my dead body.
Hannah retorted, her laughter echoing through the room. You two really are a riot. I chuckled, savoring another sip of the wine.
Oh, you've only just scratched the surface,
Momo quipped. Hannah, meanwhile, masterfully portioned out the lasagna, placing a picture-perfect square on each of our plates.
Dig in,
She invited. The lasagna was an explosion of flavors that made me groan in delight. Damn, this is exceptional. Like, ridiculously so.
I told you.
Momo chimed in triumphantly. The conversation dwindled as we all savored the food, the occasional clinking of cutlery against plates echoing in the cozy kitchen. Hannah refilled my wine glass, just as I was polishing off my portion. Hannah, I'm not exaggerating when I say this is probably the best lasagna I've ever had. Scratch that. It's likely the best meal I've ever had. Period. Momo chimed in with a chuckle.
Don't inflate her ego anymore. Thank you, Kazuki. I'm really glad you enjoyed it. Now let's dig into that cake,
Hannah suggested, her eyes twinkling in anticipation. Before us lay the exquisite cake I'd brought over, a veritable feast for the eyes, and, undoubtedly, the palate. Rebecca's purchase looked like the creation of a master pastry chef. It was more art than dessert. A luxurious masterpiece made with utmost attention to detail. It was almost too beautiful to eat. This delicate confection was encased in a blanket of glossy fondant. It shimmered in the candlelight, exuding an air of sophistication. The cake was a soft pastel palette of creamy vanilla and the palest blush pink, offset by bold strokes of decadent chocolate ganache that cascaded down its sides like a waterfall of sweetness. Gold leaf accents were applied in tasteful measure, giving the cake an otherworldly shine. The top was adorned with an intricate lacework of edible flowers, a bouquet of sugary petals. Each blossom was handcrafted with a finesse that spoke volumes of the pastry chef's mastery, making the entire scene look like a blooming garden in spring. Intricate, spiraling vines of sugary lace twirled around the base of the cake, providing an elegant touch to the extravagant creation. Miniature edible pearls dotted around the fondant surface added another layer of texture and surprise, giving it a twinkling, star-studded appearance. Cutting into the cake, you'd find layers of velvety sponge, each more tantalizing than the last. The alternating tiers of dark, rich chocolate and delicate, moist vanilla were separated by a thin layer of fruit preserve that added a tangy counterpoint to the symphony of sweetness. The filling was an ensemble of velvety cream and tart berries, creating a perfectly balanced palette of flavors.
Kazuki, this is beyond words. I've never laid eyes on a dessert so impeccably designed. It's like an edible masterpiece. Rebecca is just phenomenal.
Momo exclaimed, her green eyes wide with genuine admiration. I'm sure she'd appreciate your praise. At least we know it's a visual delight, I replied, trying to mask my delight at her reaction. Hannah was still shaking her head, a touch of awe lining her voice as she echoed Momo's sentiments.
It feels criminal to even think about slicing into it. Just wait. Let me preserve its beauty for posterity.
With that, Hannah reached for her smartphone, her fingers moving quickly as she captured several shots of the cake.
This is going straight to the digital realm. It needs to be seen and admired by all,
she declared, uploading the photos to her social media.
Remember to keep it PG, Hannah.
Momo nudged her, winking at me. A new topic quickly grabbed Hannah's attention,
Speaking of social media, Kazuki, do you have a FaceSpace account?
She inquired. Her mention of face space had me struggling to keep a straight face. A delightful amalgamation of Facebook and MySpace, the name itself was amusing. Not yet, no, but it seems like I'll need to rectify that soon, I replied, my amusement hardly concealed.
It's a must-have in our day and age. Let us set one up for you. Consider it done.
Momo declared confidently, clearly up for the task. With such an endorsement, how can I resist? Your help is much appreciated, I bantered back, playing along. Turning her attention back to the cake, Hannah took a deep breath before finally making the first cut.
This feels equivalent to vandalism. My apologies, dear cake. Your sacrifice won't go in vain.
She lamented with a dramatic flair that had both Momo and me laughing. Once we all had a slice of the dessert on our plates, we simultaneously took our first bites. The cake was a dream in our mouths, a perfect mix of moistness and sublime flavors. We devoured the cake in silence, focusing solely on the dessert, cherishing each bite. Momo finally broke the silence, her voice sincere.
That was, without a doubt, the most delectable cake I've ever had. Thank you, Kazuki, for bringing such a culinary delight into our lives. My catgirl heart is singing praises.
I'm pleased you enjoyed it so much. It tasted incredible to me, too. I'll be sure to pass on your gratitude to Rebecca. She'll be thrilled knowing she contributed to making our evening more enjoyable. Suddenly, a chime echoed through the room, emanating from Hannah's phone. She reached for it instantly, her eyes lighting up as they scanned the screen.
Incredible! It's barely been minutes and I'm already drowning in likes. It's a like fest over here.
Peering closer at the screen, she chuckled.
Oh, look here, a comment from Sakura. She says it looks like a slice of heaven served on a platter.
Momo's playful smile transformed into a devilish smirk as she quipped.
And did our resident catgirl connoisseur Aiko chime in? Oh wait, she's probably preoccupied with her interesting online activities.
Her words hung in the air for a moment before she erupted into laughter. The sound so infectious I couldn't help but join in. The surprise of her jest, however, caused a mouthful of wine to go down the wrong way, my coughing fit sending the girls into further fits of giggles. After the laughter from dinner subsided, and our stomachs were happily filled with delicious food and cake, we decided to transition into the living room for a change of scenery. The plush, comfy sofa was our destination, and I found myself wedged in the middle, with Hannah and Momo on either side of me. The fact that both of them were as enthusiastic about anime as I was filled me with an unexpected thrill. It was not often that I came across fellow anime enthusiasts in my day-to-day life. As we settled in, Momo grabbed the remote and began scrolling through the seemingly endless list of anime available on their streaming platform. After a few moments of deliberation, she clicked on a title that instantly made her and Hannah exchange gleeful looks. The anime was called Love is a Bento Box, a heartwarming slice-of-life series that revolved around the everyday life of an ordinary high school boy named Takumi. But there was a twist. Takumi was an exceptional cook, and his talent shined most prominently in his beautifully crafted bento boxes. Takumi's bento creations weren't just meals. They were works of art, filled with colorful rice balls shaped like pandas, wiener octopuses, broccoli forests, and omelet sunrises. But the real charm of the show was in the way these artistic lunches served as a conduit for his interactions with the people around him. His classmates, his teachers, his crush, and even his rivals. While the main theme was the romantic attraction between Takumi and his childhood friend, Aiko, the series was teeming with comedic moments. Whether it was the bizarrely eccentric homeroom teacher with a penchant for dressing up as historical figures,
or Takumi's best friend, who had an irrational fear of vegetables, every character added their own unique flavor of hilarity to the mix. I felt a wave of nostalgia wash over me as the first episode started. The high school setting, the comedic timing of the jokes, the blossoming romance, and, of course, the ever-present, mouth-watering food. It was a perfect concoction of all the things I loved about slice-of-life anime. As the opening theme started playing, the bright, cheery tune set the mood for the evening, and I knew we were in for a fun, relaxing time. As the vibrant colors of the anime filled the screen and the lovable characters sprung into action, an additional layer of warmth spread over me. Both of the cat girls, Hana and Momo, had rested their heads on my shoulders. There we were, the three of us, snuggled up on the sofa, completely absorbed in the world of Love is a Bento Box. A sense of surreal euphoria washed over me. I had to pinch myself surreptitiously to confirm that I was, in fact, not dreaming. The sensation of being sandwiched between two cat girls while watching anime in a new world was so mesmerizing that it bordered on the absurd. Never in my wildest dreams had I imagined a scenario like this. I remember thinking at that moment, can life get any better than this? Just as I was reveling in this newfound slice of paradise, I sensed a problem emerging. The warmth, the closeness, the softness of Hana and Momo pressed against me was leading me down a path that could potentially disrupt this perfect harmony. I could feel the initial stages of an erection starting to assert itself, and a wave of panic rushed over me. Closing my eyes, I tried to wrestle my mind away from the rising tide of arousal. I envisioned the most unattractive things I could think of. The naked homeless man I saw on the way over here, Eric's annoying face, the smell of the fish market in the heat of the day, the complicated jargon-filled reports I had to write at my old job. Anything and everything that could counteract the warmth and softness that was triggering the blood flow into my increasingly problematic area. Taking deep breaths, I focused on the sound of the anime, immersing myself in the comedic mishaps and culinary adventures of Takumi, pushing away the tantalizing sensation of the cat girls nestled against me. The combination of controlled breathing and mental distraction seemed to work, allowing me to refocus my attention on the anime and the innocent fun of the evening. Crisis averted. I breathed a sigh of relief, hoping the rest of the night would be as exciting, but decidedly less challenging. As the fourth episode of our anime wrapped up, a symphony of yawns echoed through the room. It seemed the hilarious antics of the lovable, clumsy lead and his sundeer crush were no match for the advancing hands of the clock. The late hour loomed over us like a villain waiting in the wings. "Guys, I think it's time I head out," I said, stretching my arms and stealing a glance at the clock. "Tomorrow's a work day." My confession hung in the air, a sour note in the sweet melody of our night. It was a sobering truth. The real world, beyond the snug confines of this anime haven, was beckoning me. But oh, how I wished I could simply stay, cocooned in this paradise, sandwiched between two beautiful cat girls, while the life outside paused. Escaping the warm, inviting embrace of the sofa was akin to abandoning a safe harbor before a storm. The cushions still held the memory of our shared warmth. The TV screen reflected our silhouettes, locked in a forever moment of shared laughter. But it was time to set sail. Hana and Momo trailed behind me, their lithe figures silhouetted against the warm glow of the living room lights. They sent me off with hearty thanks and smiles that made their eyes twinkle. Their gratitude was sincere and touching, creating an invisible thread tying me back to this apartment.
Thanks for coming over, Kazuki. And for bringing that cake. Oh, the cake!
We're going to dream of it tonight,
Momo said, her eyes half closed in ecstasy. Hannah nodded her agreement, the two forming a comedy duo of their own. I should be the one thanking you two, I replied, my voice thick with the bittersweet tang of farewell. The evening was great, and the lasagna was to die for. Also the anime. Never laughed this hard in a while. Before I knew it, their goodbyes took a surprising turn. They stood on their toes and kissed me, one on each cheek, with a synchronicity that was straight out of a manga. I stood frozen, my cheeks warm, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Did they just... Is this a dream? Nope. Definitely real. Focus, Kazuki. I could hear my thoughts echoing in my head. With a last wave and a lingering glance, I stepped out into the night, the echo of their laughter following me. It felt like leaving a world that had just begun to make sense. As I walked away, I carried with me the taste of lasagna, the warmth of the kisses, and a treasure trove of memories. Chapter 20. I blinked myself back into reality, reminiscing about the fantastic turn of events. A week had passed since I was killed by a bus, and here I was, living a new life in a world that was so similar to Earth, yet markedly different. Working as a security specialist was my primary duty, but it seemed the skills I had accumulated on Earth as a financial analyst still found relevance in this alien terrain. Momo and Hannah, my quirky office companions, grew on me with each passing day. Our office conversations were filled with laughter, a mix of poking fun at each other and fanboying over our favorite animes. I still couldn't wrap my mind around the fact that I was friends with two gorgeous cat girls, creatures I've dreamed of and worshipped for so long. One day, Momo walked over to my desk, a Cheshire cat grin spreading across her face.
So, Mr. Security Specialist / Financial Analyst,
She teased.
How do you like playing double agent?
Her comment made me chuckle. Well, as long as no one expects me to don a tux and drive an Aston Martin, I guess I'm fine. I was able to lend a helping hand to Babs, the overworked cat girl who managed the accounting. When I first approached her offering help, the poor girl looked at me with a mix of confusion and relief.
But you're a security specialist, Kazuki. Why would you want to help me with these nasty spreadsheets?
I used to wrestle with these beasts back in the day, I confessed, opening up the Exceed software, an almost clone of Microsoft Excel that I was familiar with. Consider it my form of combat training. Babs's silvery hair shimmered like a moonlit stream, flowing down her back in a cascade of silver waves that glistened under the office lights. The strands were long and luscious, perfectly capturing the ethereal beauty often associated with the moon. A pair of feline ears, the same silvery hue as her hair, poked out from the top, twitching now and then in response to the surrounding sounds. They added an element of charm and peculiarity to her look. Her eyes, a vibrant shade of green, were her most mesmerizing feature. Resembling emerald pools, they were bright and filled with intelligence and kindness. They sparkled with an inner light that made them impossible to ignore. Their almond shape, framed by long silver lashes, held an ever-present focus, reflecting her determination and dedication as an accountant. Babs's face was soft, with high cheekbones and a petite nose, the delicate features harmonizing to create an expression that was as friendly as it was resolute. A few freckles dusted over her cheeks, adding to her overall appeal. She was typically seen in her office attire that was both professional and flattering. Her clothing choices were chic, often consisting of well-tailored blouses and pencil skirts that accentuated her figure without compromising her comfort or freedom of movement. They were usually in cool hues,
complementing her silver hair and creating a visual harmony. Around her neck, Babs wore a simple silver necklace with a small green pendant, possibly a nod to her eyes. It was a subtle accessory, but added a touch of elegance to her appearance. In all, Babs had a sophisticated aura surrounding her, blending her inherent catgirl charms with a touch of human elegance. Despite the demanding nature of her accounting role, Babs always managed to maintain an air of serene grace and poised beauty. Watching Babs's expression transition from incredulity to gratitude was priceless. She looked at me as if I'd just pulled a rabbit out of a hat, sans any magic. "Show me how I can help," I said. The adorable cream-colored cheeks on Babs's perfect face changed to a light shade of pink.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
A few minutes shy of the end of another bustling workday, I found myself navigating the labyrinth of cubicles back to Babs's. I'd been laboring diligently over a collection of spreadsheets throughout the day. My aim? To create tools that wouldn't just ease Babs's workload, but also expedite the production of financial statements significantly. With an odd mix of excitement and anxiety, I anticipated her reaction. "Babs," I ventured, my voice threading through the steady hum of keyboards and hushed conversations. I took care not to startle her amidst her focus. "I've emailed you a couple of spreadsheets. I really think they'll help in streamlining your work process." Her vibrant green eyes, shimmering like polished emeralds in the fluorescent office lights, instantly flashed with intrigue.
Really, Kazuki?
She responded, her voice laced with anticipation.
That sounds like a lifesaver. Let's take a look.
Without a second's hesitation, Babs dove into her email, her slender fingers flitting across the keyboard with practiced ease. She promptly opened one of the spreadsheet files I had crafted. In front of her was the culmination of my prior experience as a financial analyst on Earth, merged seamlessly with my newly acquired proficiency in the Exceed software. Interestingly enough, I found Exceed to be much more robust and easier to use than Excel. In the past, Babs had been manually inputting each line item on the financial statement, a task as tedious as it was error-prone. It was an element of her job that consumed an undue amount of her time, a routine fraught with potential errors and a constant source of stress. I couldn't help but empathize with her, knowing too well the monotonous grind of financial statement preparation. What I'd devised was a significant upgrade. I'd formulated links between the financial statements and the underlying accounting data. Now, every change in the accounting data, every debit, every credit, would automatically be mirrored in the financial statements. Babs would no longer need to painstakingly update each line item. It was a system that promised efficiency and accuracy. Furthermore, I had integrated data validation rules to detect and flag potential input errors. This would significantly reduce the chance of mistakes creeping into the final statements. I also introduced conditional formatting rules that would highlight any abnormal figures, like unexpected spikes or drops in particular line items. Spotting anomalies would now be a breeze. As I watched Babs's gaze traverse the intricate labyrinth of cells and formulas on the screen, I saw a spark ignite in her eyes. The realization of the time-saving potential of these spreadsheets dawned on her, mirrored by a broad smile that lit up her features. The combination of the automated process and error-checking functions would surely save her countless hours of manual labor. I felt a sense of satisfaction wash over me. I was able to leverage my previous financial analysis expertise from Earth and apply it effectively using the Exceed software here. My efforts would not only improve Babs's work life, but also, hopefully, create ripples of productivity improvements throughout the office. Babs stared at me, an expression of disbelief etched across her features. Her mouth hung open, a pair of pointed incisors coming into view.
It was as though my spreadsheet magic had completely mesmerized her.
I'm literally speechless, which, believe me, doesn't happen all that often,
She admitted, the awe in her voice unmistakable.
Kazuki, this is incredible. It's beyond what I could have possibly hoped for. I don't even know how to express my gratitude adequately.
I responded with a casual shrug, the corners of my mouth twitching upward in a small smile. Seeing the stress leave your eyes and your smile brighten, that's more than enough for me, Babs. We're not just co-workers here. We're a team, a family, helping each other, supporting each other. That's what it's all about. I'm just glad I was in a position where I could assist you. She suddenly rose from her chair, circling her desk until she stood right in front of me. There was a moment of awkward silence, her gaze darting from my eyes to the floor and back again. Then she blurted out her question, her tone wavering with uncertainty.
This might not be entirely professional, and the last thing I want is to offend you. May I hug you?
I blinked, a little taken aback, but the surprise soon melted into a warm feeling. Absolutely, Babs, I responded, perhaps a tad too eagerly. I hoped she couldn't hear the slight tremble in my voice. As she enveloped me in a gentle embrace, I was immediately hit by a waft of her scent. It was unexpectedly delightful. A mix of sweet summer blossoms and fresh, crisp apples, tinged with a hint of something uniquely her. It was intoxicating, and I had to resist the urge to bury my nose in her hair, to fully immerse myself in that divine aroma. I tried to remain casual, to not let my enjoyment of her scent turn me into a total creep. Yet another unexpected bonus of this moment was the sensation of her ample bosom pressed against me, an experience that elicited a whirlpool of feelings within me. The hug lasted, with Babs showing no sign of pulling away. So I waited, letting her dictate the duration of this intimate contact. In the warmth and quiet of our embrace, I began to understand that this hug meant more to Babs than just a thank you for helping her with work. It felt as if there was a deeper layer to her gratitude, something that touched on personal territories. I was only too happy to offer her this small measure of comfort. When she finally pulled away, I noticed a hint of glistening in her eyes, a single tear making its journey down her cheek. She looked away, her cheeks flush with a light pink blush. "Are you okay, Babs?" I asked gently, concern for her creeping into my voice.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just a bit emotional today,
she responded, her voice barely more than a whisper. That's when I noticed it, the silence that had fallen over the office, the almost palpable sensation of being watched. Turning, I saw that we had indeed become the center of attention for the other cat girls in the office. I could feel their curious gazes boring into us, a silent buzz of interest sweeping across the room. I hoped fervently that they'd understood it was Babs who initiated the hug, not me. I really didn't want to have another trip to the HR office. Glancing up at the clock, I noted that the hands had just struck 5. "Well, it's about time to wrap up for the day," I mentioned casually, trying to diffuse the tension. "I think I'll get going, unless you need anything else?" She giggled, a touch of her usual cheer returning to her voice. As she wiped the single tear from her cheek, she replied,
No, I'm all right now, and I'm so embarrassed. This must look so silly.
With a soft smile, I tried to offer her some reassurance. "Don't be embarrassed, Babs. We all have moments when we need a hug, when we need some support. I'm just glad I was here to offer you that." As we parted ways, I made my way back to my desk, preparing to shut down my PC for the day. The office felt strangely quiet now, but I could still feel the watchful gazes of my fellow catgirls. Each pair of eyes seemed to carry a silent question, an unspoken curiosity, which nearly knocked me off my feet. Chapter 21. Following a long day at work, I found myself spontaneously navigating the pulsating veins of the metropolis, surrendering to the rhythm of the city as I allowed my feet to lead me. It was during this meandering excursion that an intriguing structure came into my view, a monument showcasing an art form. The design of the building was strikingly unpretentious, yet bold, an inviting beacon for curious wanderers. A martial arts dojo called Silver City Strikers. The sight stirred a familiar excitement within me, igniting my passion for martial arts that Kung Fu had so deeply ingrained. Taking a moment to appreciate the architectural body of the structure, I could feel the echoes of hundreds of synchronized movements and practiced strikes emanating from within. Gathering my curiosity and keenness, I finally pushed open the heavy door, stepping across the threshold into a realm that was foreign, yet felt uncannily reminiscent. The dojo's interior was a tangible trip down memory lane. I was instantly enveloped by the comforting scent of polished wood, intertwined with the faint yet discernible musk of determination and sweat. Sunlight streamed in through the tall, slender windows, its mellow warmth painting a golden hue on the impeccably shiny wooden floors. My eyes took in the motivational banners adorning the walls, each a silent testament to the unyielding spirit of a martial artist. A tableau of concentrated harmony met my gaze. Students donned in crisp, white gis moved as one, their bodies swaying and striking in a rhythm reminiscent of a beautifully choreographed martial dance. It was an impressive sight to behold. The precision, the focus, the raw energy. It bore the hallmarks of the karate styles I had admired in the past, but was distinct from the kung fu techniques I had mastered back on Earth. At the helm of this harmonious assembly was the Drow Sensei. Despite the calm aura surrounding him, there was a potent undercurrent of power that was impossible to miss. I watched, entranced, as each move he demonstrated flowed seamlessly into the next, a testament to his mastery over his art. His eyes, sharp as a hawk, scanned his students meticulously, missing no error or lapse in technique. His voice, strong and resounding, dictated the rhythm of the class. Each command was met with an immediate chorus of "Kiai!" from his students, their unified voices breathing life into the dojo. I stood there, mesmerized, drinking in the aura of the dojo. The sensei's leadership, the pervading sense of respect, the unity amongst the students, all were a reflection of my own kung fu training. Martial arts had never just been about the physical prowess, but about the indomitable spirit, the respect, and the life lessons it taught. An instinctual pull tugged at me, making me yearn to join the disciplined class. I felt an itch in my fingertips, a restlessness in my muscles, a longing to immerse myself in this dynamic ocean of martial arts. However, for the moment, I was content with being a silent observer, absorbing the kinetic energy that filled the room. This new world had been generous, gifting me with masterful skills in kung fu, and now, as I stood in this dojo, I felt a strong desire to dive deeper, explore more. But for now, I was content to stand back, letting the contagious energy of the dojo permeate my senses and prep me for the extraordinary journey that was yet to come. The city didn't allow guns, so kung fu would be my source of protection for me and the catgirls I worked with. As I watched the diverse students, My gaze eventually crossed with that of the drow sensei. He was an imposing figure, middle-aged, with an aura of disciplined calm that stemmed from years of devoted practice. His white hair was neatly tied back into a strict ponytail, stark against his jet-black skin and the sharp lines etching his features. A few strands of hair artfully incorporated into the ponytail added to his dignified persona. His eyes, beneath his furrowed brows, glinted with a deep sense of wisdom and a healthy dash of skepticism. Cutting through the rhythmic harmony of the dojo, the sensei's command for a halt echoed, bringing the synchronized dance of his students to a sudden stop. He walked across the dojo floor, his gi rustling in silent accord with his movements, a commanding figure in the sea of students. Upon reaching me, the sensei's gaze was scrutinizing, and his stance exuded an unyielding authority. "Only paying customers are allowed to observe my classes," he stated, his voice a well-worn gravel of experience and authority. Taken aback, I quickly responded, "I hadn't planned on signing up for classes. I was just interested in seeing what was going on. This is very impressive." His eyebrows arched in a silent question. "And why aren't you interested in signing up?" Without hesitation, I replied, well, I'm actually a black belt in Kung Fu with master-level skills. I'm ahead of the class. No offense." His reaction was a surprising mixture of amusement and disbelief. A low chuckle bubbled up from within his chest, and a grin of mockery crept onto his lips. "Master level, you say?" he questioned, an incredulous tone painting his words, betraying his doubt. His eyes, once filled with skepticism, now twinkled with mischief and a hint of provocation. In this world, my reputation was yet to be established, and I was well aware that my declaration of being a kung fu master would raise eyebrows, especially from a seasoned martial artist like the sensei. But as he stood before me, questioning my capabilities, an underlying challenge lacing his words, I couldn't help but feel the familiar thrill of a challenge stir within me. I could see it in his eyes, and in the smirk that twitched at the corners of his mouth. He was baiting me, daring me to spar with him, to prove my claims of a kung fu master. A part of me wanted to take the bait, to showcase the skills that had been so generously gifted to me. But I remained silent, standing my ground and meeting his challenging gaze with a calm one of my own. Yet, as the tension grew and the echoes of our silent confrontation reverberated around the silent dojo, I couldn't shake off the gut feeling that I had just stepped into a whirlwind of an adventure that was just getting started. The sensei's audacious grin broadened, his skepticism undiminished as he gestured toward the mat. "Well then, come and show us these master-level skills you say you have," he taunted, his words laced with an undeniably sarcastic tone. My first instinct was to walk away, to ignore the sensei's demeaning challenges. So I turned, ready to leave. "I think it's better if I leave," I stated, my tone neutral, but the steely edge in my voice was a clear indication of my growing irritation. However, the sensei seemed to relish my frustration. He followed, his heckling growing increasingly infuriating. "Oh, come now. Are you just going to walk away from a challenge? Is this what a master does?" he jeered. Each comment was like a poke to my patience, gradually wearing down my restraint. There was only so much one could take before the smirking face of the sensei and his incessant taunting became unbearable. I finally snapped,
my eyes narrowing as I turned back to face him. "Fine," I retorted. "If a sparring match is what it'll take, then let's do this." A collective gasp echoed through the dojo, followed by hushed whispers as the sensei and I moved to the center of the floor. All eyes were on us, the cocky karate teacher and the supposed kung fu master, an unexpected spectacle that had emerged from a seemingly ordinary evening class. The anticipation hung heavy in the air, as palpable as the smug confidence radiating from the sensei. As I stepped onto the mat, a strange calm washed over me. I may not have asked for this, but here I was, my resolve strengthening with each passing moment. If it was a fight the sensei wanted, it was a fight he would get. The moment the sensei invited me onto the mat, the air in the dojo thickened with anticipation. I could feel the eager eyes of the students watching us, their instructor smirking confidently, his doubt of my claimed skills clear. I calmly rolled up my sleeves, revealing my forearms, trying to maintain a casual demeanor, though my heart pounded. "Witness, students," the sensei called out, a predatory glint in his eyes. "A lesson awaits." With the entire dojo watching, we positioned ourselves at a safe distance from each other on the tatami mat. The sensei moved with a predator's grace, a stance reflecting years of dedicated karate practice. I, in contrast, assumed my Wing Chun stance, legs slightly bent, arms raised in the Man Sao, asking hand, and Wu Sao, protecting hand positions. My stance, subtly different from the sensei's, drew curious glances from the surrounding students. In the hushed quiet of the dojo, the sensei and I began to circle each other, cautiously gauging one another. I could see his experienced gaze sizing up my stance, scanning for any vulnerabilities. Grinning cheekily, I taunted, "Isn't this intriguing, sensei? A karate master analyzing a kung fu stance." The silence was broken as the sensei launched his attack, a sharp front kick targeted at my torso. My muscles responded instinctively, my feet moving swiftly as I sidestepped his kick, using my own force to deflect his and landing a light touch to his shoulder with my palm. The dojo erupted in surprised murmurs. The sensei's eyes registered brief shock, but his seasoned demeanor recovered quickly. "Just luck," he scoffed dismissively, his smirk returning as he sprung into an offensive flurry of punches. But he'd underestimated me. His punches, swift and forceful, came at me like a hailstorm. Yet my Wing Chun training was rooted in close-range combat, in turning the opponent's strength to my advantage. My arms flowed in the characteristic Wing Chun chain punches, each block quickly succeeded by a calculated counter, my movements fluid, instinctual. "All that power, sensei," I mocked, as another one of my palm strikes landed on his chest. "And still you miss your balance." His only response was a grunt, as he was forced to regain his footing. "You're not a novice," he admitted through gritted teeth. But his spirit was far from broken. "This match isn't over yet." He came at me again. This time his strikes were more controlled, his attacks more deliberate. I had to acknowledge, he was a master of his craft, forcing me to push my limits, compelling me to summon every ounce of skill, strategy, and instinct. Our movements became a dynamic dance, an exhilarating interplay of offense and defense, the observing students watching with bated breaths. Finally, in his zeal to land a successful strike, the sensei committed a small but costly error. An overextended punch. It was all the opening I needed. Swiftly I sidestepped, deflecting his arm away and capitalizing on his misplaced momentum. With a precise and quick bu-gi,
The thrusting finger strike, followed by a controlled palm strike, I sent the sensei reeling back. A heavy thud echoed around the dojo as he hit the mat, gasping for breath. For a moment, silence reigned supreme, before an uproar of applause and excited chatter filled the dojo. Slightly winded, but grinning, I extended a hand to the fallen sensei. He looked up, his face a mask of disbelief, and accepted my assistance to stand up. I delivered another vocal jab one last time. Does the sensei still believe it was beginner's luck? There was a moment's pause before he let out a huff of laughter. Perhaps not, he admitted. And with that, the fight was finally over. As I gathered my breath from the bout with the sensei, an almost malevolent glint flickered in his eyes. Ego smarting from the fall, he ordered his top students into the ring. From amongst the crowd of onlookers, 5 martial artists stood forth, 2 men whose bulk could rival lumberjacks, an elf maiden whose icy gaze could rival winter's chill, and 2 drow with an eerie grace that sent shivers down one's spine. As they gathered around me, I couldn't resist a sarcastic quip. All at once, sensei? Are you trying to send me off in a casket? Despite the jest, adrenaline thrummed through my veins, tightening my muscles in eager anticipation of the bout to come. Without addressing my comment, he retorted with cold precision. You call yourself a master? Now prove it. A shroud of suspense descended upon the dojo as the air thickened with the promise of an imminent clash of power and skill. The brawniest human broke the tension with the first attack, his leg arching in a powerful high kick. My kung fu instincts ignited, and instead of taking the brute force head-on, I fluidly sidestepped his attack, using his own momentum to destabilize him. The dojo filled with the echoing whoosh of his boot meeting nothing but air. I offered him a piece of advice as he stumbled past me. Karate isn't all about raw strength, big guy. His disgruntled grunt was met with a light pat on his shoulder, a pacifying gesture, as he regained his footing. Just as I was about to praise myself for handling the first wave, the pair of drow twins initiated their synchronized attack. Their movements were a rhythmic symphony of strikes, each punch and kick accentuating the other's move. It was a beautiful, yet lethal dance. Nevertheless, their synchronized movements provided an evident rhythm that my experienced eyes decoded with ease. Evasion, deflection, counterattack. And the twins were left stumbling into each other, their perfectly timed moves turning into a comedy of errors. Synchronization is impressive, I chuckled, but predictability is not. Hardly had the twins recovered from the shocking twist, the elf maiden and the remaining human unleashed their simultaneous assault. The man, channeling his raw power into a high kick, created a diversion for the elf maiden's low sweep aimed at my legs. The thought of their well-coordinated strategy brought a proud smirk on my face. But a martial artist should never underestimate his opponent. Rolling with their punches, I orchestrated a ballet of counterattacks. Swirling amidst a flurry of attacks, my every step a calculated deflection or an evasion, leading to a swift counterattack that left them sprawling on the dojo floor. Stealing a moment to catch my breath, I directed a victorious smirk at the sensei. Has your skepticism been dispelled yet, sensei? No, he spat, a low growl that echoed across the silent dojo. Again. Their groans of protest drowned under the sensei's determined command as the worn-out students picked themselves up from the floor, shared a glance of camaraderie, and, with a nod, charged once again. It was their raw determination against my seasoned kung fu skills. and it was clear who would emerge victorious. Their every strike was met with a well-timed deflection, their every kick was dodged with agile footwork, and their punches were parried with swift movements. As the final punch was thrown and the last karateka fell, the dojo fell silent. Panting lightly, I found myself surrounded by a sea of wide eyes and dropped jaws. I had emerged victorious from the grueling yet exhilarating bout, leaving the dojo in stunned silence. With the echo of my victory still resonating in the dojo, I stood tall, the proof of my mastery as evident as the sensei's wounded pride. As the dust settled in the dojo, Sensei's stern facade gradually began to melt away. The intensity and sharpness that once laced his gaze dissolved, leaving behind a look of profound respect. My victory had not only earned me the acceptance of the room, but also the genuine admiration of the man who, just moments ago, had been bent on discrediting my skills. "You are indeed a master," he finally admitted, his voice echoing with a surprising hint of humility. The hard lines on his face softened. "No one but a true master could have held their own against me and my top students. I concede. My name is Chosen, and I own this dojo." His acknowledgment hovered over us like an unspoken agreement, a silent accord acknowledged by every pair of eyes in the dojo. The previous clamor of the fight had been replaced by a hushed, contemplative stillness, the residual shock of my victory settling over everyone like a blanket of awe. I took a deep breath, the sweet taste of relief and satisfaction flooding my senses. I offered Chosen a nod, reciprocating the respect he had shown me. "Thank you, Sensei Chosen. My name is Kazuki. It's an honor to exchange moves with such skilled martial artists," I said, ensuring my sincerity was evident. "Your students are impressive. Their dedication to their craft is clear. They held their own." Chosen's features cracked into a small, appreciative smile. "You honor us with your words, Kazuki," he replied with an appreciative nod. Then, in a more jovial tone, he added, "I guess old dogs can learn new tricks, eh?" Laughter rippled through the dojo, easing the tension that had amassed during the fights. The lowered intensity in the room was welcome, a stark contrast to the competitiveness that had pervaded the air moments ago. "I suppose so," I chuckled, appreciating the sensei's attempt to lighten the mood. "And it's always interesting to see how other styles approach the art of combat. There's always something to learn." "We are likewise honored by your presence," he responded, the formalities dissolving into a mutual appreciation for our shared love of martial arts. "Listen, I need to be on my way. Thank you for your hospitality." Chosen chuckled. "Myself and 5 of my students attacked you, and you call that hospitality?" "Absolutely," I smiled. "Kazuki, please return any time." "I'll do that." As I finally left the mat, I couldn't shake off the exhilarating buzz of the evening turn of events. This world, with its similarities and stark differences to Earth, offered experiences that resonated with my core being. I was Kazuki, the kung fu master from another world, finding my place in a dojo full of karate practitioners. Life was certainly taking an interesting turn. Chapter 22. As the morning sun began to seep through the office windows, coloring the usual sterile ambiance of the room with its warm hues, I saw Sakura step out of her office. Her colorful mane, a usual spectacle of energy, seemed subdued, her expression a rarity of gravitas. In her hand, she clutched a small remote, her nimble fingers expertly navigating its myriad buttons. The smartboard on the office wall, a piece of tech that usually displayed statistics, reports, and the occasional motivational quote, flickered to life. A familiar logo beamed down on us. The Silver City News Network, SCNN, standing proud and official.
Everyone, halt your clacking and look here,
Sakura commanded, her usually playful tone replaced with an urgency that immediately seized the office's attention. The incessant rhythm of typing ceased. The playful banter and hum of activity came to an abrupt stop. A collective air of anticipation swept through the room as every pair of feline eyes turned to the screen, awaiting whatever Sakura deemed important enough to disrupt the workflow. One by one, the cat girls left their desks, their attention now fully captivated by the large screen. I noticed Momo, Hannah, Babs, and all the others looking at the screen with a blend of curiosity and trepidation. The undercurrent of tension was palpable as Sakura turned up the volume and the familiar face of a local newscaster took over the screen.
Greetings, citizens of Silver City,
The newscaster began, her tone professional, yet imbued with a certain urgency. As she unfolded the news of the day, the mood in the room darkened. We learned about the Silver City Police Department's latest initiative, the establishment of a Catgirl Protection Task Force.
the task force, wholly committed to investigating and resolving the escalating issue of catgirl kidnappings, represents a significant shift in the law enforcement landscape.
She continued. The video footage shifted to show officers in training, studying maps, and interacting with members of the catgirl community. The news went on to detail the horrifying realities that prompted the formation of this task force, a chilling rise in kidnappings, organ theft, and catgirl trafficking. As the newscaster delved into the grim specifics, I felt a shiver trace my spine. The office had fallen into an eerie silence, broken only by hushed whispers. I could feel the tension seep into the room, the reality of the situation hitting close to home. Momo, usually the brightest and most exuberant of us, was silent, her usual cheer replaced by a sober concern.
This is why we always move in groups,
She said quietly, her eyes fixed on the screen.
Organ theft? Trafficking? Is it really increasing that much in Silver City? This is just horrific.
Babs whispered to Hannah, who could only nod in silent agreement. A murmur of assent passed around the room. The seriousness of the situation was inescapable.
A catgirl was kidnapped last night on the south side of Silver City. She was walking down the street at 9 p.m. last night, and a van pulled up beside her. The side door slid open, and two masked men grabbed her and pulled her into the van and sped off. I saw CCTV footage on FaceSpace this morning,
Sakura announced. The news screen then transitioned to display an individual snapshot of the missing catgirl. Her name was Claudia Clawmaster, a young, vivacious soul whose lively spirit was now just captured in the single, still image. The photograph did justice to her ethereal beauty, but could hardly encapsulate her vibrant personality. Claudia's hair was a sea of pale blue, flowing like a cascading waterfall down to her mid-back. The vibrant strands glimmered in the light, resembling a captivating sapphire hue under the sun. Her captivating eyes mirrored the same azure shade as her hair. They were beautiful and wide, giving the impression of a clear, boundless sky. It was said that the windows to one's souls were their eyes, and Claudia's projected a spark of life that was now painfully missed. Her ears were perked up, fluffy and a slightly darker shade of blue than her hair. They were a distinctive feature, a classic trait amongst her breed. In the image, Claudia was clad in a pastel-colored yukata. It was a delightful ensemble,
adorned with a cherry blossom print that only highlighted her youthful innocence. The attire, although lovely, only added a somber undertone to the grim circumstances that surrounded her mysterious disappearance. As the freeze frame of Claudia faded out, the screen split into a two-way interview. On one side was the stoic newscaster, a woman who had seen it all, but whose voice now bore a hint of vulnerability. On the other end were Claudia's distraught parents, a middle-aged couple caught in the heart-wrenching plight no parent should ever experience. Their harrowed countenances mirrored an unfathomable depth of despair and uncertainty. Claudia's mother, her eyes crimson and swollen from countless tears, voiced a desperate plea directly into the camera.
To anyone, everyone watching this, if you have seen our Claudia, if you know anything, we beg you to come forward. Our baby girl, she needs to be with her family. We need her here, home, safe and sound.
The mother's voice trembled as it trailed off, succumbing to the overwhelming flood of emotions. She broke down, sobbing uncontrollably as she clutched a handkerchief to her face. Next to her, Claudia's father held his weeping wife, his own stoic facade breaking at the edges. Despite his obvious struggle to keep his emotions at bay, he added, "We have arranged for a substantial reward. Any information, any at all that leads us to our Claudia. Please, we beseech you, help us bring our girl back home." His voice was a solemn echo in the haunting silence that followed. It was filled with a strange mixture of resolution and desperation, stirring a chilling realization within the confines of our office. Hannah began to sob.
This is so sad. She looks so innocent. I hope she's okay.
Resting my back against Babs's desk, I crossed my arms tightly over my chest. Fury was bubbling up within me, but I exerted every ounce of self-control to maintain a calm facade. Let's all hope that this task force can trace the van and ensure the safety of the captured catgirl in time, I muttered, the undercurrent of my rage seeping through my words.
Indeed,
Sakura replied, her voice heavy with worry. She then clapped her hands, a clear signal for everyone to pay attention.
Starting from today, each one of you will be taken home via taxi until we see the end of this ordeal. If it ever ends, that is. I assume none of you have personal vehicles, correct?
Momo shook her head, her eyes flicking with uncertainty.
Not as far as I know. We usually walk or use public transportation. Taxis can get quite pricey, you know. Are you sure Whisker Wonders can handle that kind of daily expense?
Sakura responded with a firm shake of her head, her gaze unwavering.
The company will bear the cost. The safety of each and every one of you is of utmost importance to me. I've already been in touch with a reliable taxi service nearby and sorted out all necessary details. It might require some of you to share a ride in order to cut down the costs, but rest assured, transportation will be provided. Does anyone have any objections to this new safety measure?
A unanimous chorus of
No
reverberated across the office. The office chatter died down, replaced by a palpable silence. Suddenly, Hannah chimed in.
But what about Kazuki? Does he get a taxi too?
A chuckle slipped out as I shook my head. No, that won't be necessary. My apartment is just a couple of blocks away, and I don't exactly fall under the category of a catgirl. That's fairly obvious, isn't it? The office filled with a mix of relief and gentle laughter. The water cooler hummed in the background as we formed a small huddle beside it, our faces worn with a grim seriousness that seemed too heavy for such a light-hearted environment. I took a sip from my cup,
the cool water failing to quench the burning dread welling up inside me. "Can you believe it?" I started, my eyes darting between the two cat girls flanking me. "Right here in Silver City. Kidnappings happening in broad daylight. It's like some twisted nightmare, only we're wide awake." Momo's golden eyes, usually filled with mischief and humor, held an unfamiliar fear. She crossed her arms protectively, as if she could shield herself from the reality of our situation.
"It's really scary, Kazuki.
She admitted, her ears flicking nervously.
To think that it could easily be one of us. We walk down these same streets every day."
I nodded gravely, not wishing to minimize her fears, but also trying to instill some reassurance. "Yes, we do. But it's important not to let fear take over our lives. We've always been a community, sticking together in tough times." It was then that Hannah decided to voice her opinion. Her ears stood up straight, projecting a determination that was surprisingly soothing in this tense atmosphere.
"Exactly. We can't allow ourselves to be ruled by fear. This is our home, and we won't let anyone scare us into submission. We need to remain strong."
"Yeah," I echoed, locking eyes with both of them. "We need to look out for each other more than ever before. This situation is nothing short of horrifying, but we won't let it overshadow our lives." Momo let out a long sigh, her feline eyes squinting as she released her defensive stance, her arms falling loosely to her sides.
"I just can't wrap my head around it. How can anyone be so sick? Kidnapping someone for their organs? It's beyond comprehension."
"Even more reason to hope the police and the new task force can nab these criminals soon," I said, trying to instill some hope. "They're out there, working to keep us safe." Suddenly, Momo's gaze narrowed in thought.
"Speaking of organs, is it true that only the heart is sold on the black market? I mean, why just the heart?"
Hannah, ever the font of knowledge, responded, her voice slightly trembling.
"Well, as far as I know, that's correct. It's the heart that seems to hold the most value. Catgirl hearts can be donated to any human that needs a heart transplant. They're a universal match."
For a moment, we all remained silent, the water cooler humming in the background. It was a bitter reality to swallow, the fact that the very thing that kept us alive could make us a target. In the midst of our heavy discussion about the heart transplants, Hannah suddenly straightened up, her tail lashing nervously behind her. She drew a deep breath, and with a decidedly apprehensive expression on her face, abruptly switched the topic.
"Okay, I'm drawing a line here. This is getting too intense, and it's freaking me out,"
she declared, her emerald eyes flicking back and forth between Momo and me. A moment of silence fell upon us, and then Hannah continued, her voice a little quieter.
"I wanted to ask you last night, Kazuki, but I ended up dozing off on the couch. What's going on with you and Babs?"
The plastic water cup that Momo had been absently twirling stopped mid-twirl. Her cat-like ears perked up, a clear sign that her curiosity was now fully engaged.
"Oh yeah!"
She jumped in, her eyes glowing with renewed interest.
"I've been meaning to ask about that too."
I stared back at them, playing the part of the clueless bystander with a shrug. "What are you talking about?" I replied, feigning confusion. I had been hoping that our earlier conversation about the Catgirl kidnappings would have overshadowed any office romance speculation, but it seemed my hopes were dashed. Not to be deterred, Hannah stared me down, a playful but challenging glint in her eye.
"Kazuki, everyone, and I mean every Catgirl in the office, saw that long emotional hug between you and Babs yesterday. There's no way you can deny it happened."
Trying to steer the conversation away from any personal implications, I latched onto the first defense that popped into my mind. "Oh, you mean that? When Babs thanked me for helping her with the spreadsheets?" I responded, brushing it off with a wave of my hand. That was strictly professional, nothing more. At that, Momo, who had been taking a sip of water, nearly choked. She sputtered, a few droplets splashing onto her blouse, but quickly recovered. Her eyes danced with mirth as she let out a chuckle.
Professional?
She echoed, her voice filled with disbelief and amusement.
Oh, Kazuki, that hug lingered way past what anyone would call professional.
Hannah joined in the laughter, her tail swishing behind her in amusement.
She's right, Kazuki. Besides, we could all see that it meant more than just a casual thanks for the help to Babs. It was a full-on I deeply appreciate your existence kind of hug.
I had to admit, they had me cornered. Their observations were astute, and I couldn't deny the truth in their words. I shrugged, attempting to hide the blush creeping up my cheeks. The situation was already a complex jigsaw puzzle in my mind, and their good-natured teasing only added more pieces. However, before I could whip up another feeble denial, Momo leaned towards Hannah with a wicked gleam in her eyes.
You know what, Hannah? I think we should demand our fair share of emotional hugs, too. It's only fair that we aren't left out.
Hannah nodded in enthusiastic agreement.
Absolutely, Momo. Let's ask Kazuki for some professional hugs next time.
As they dissolved into bursts of laughter, I joined in. Their teasing, as relentless as it was, lightened the mood and brought a sense of normalcy to an otherwise tense day. And despite their relentless teasing, I felt a sense of warmth toward my new colleagues, who were also my friends. Amidst the pressing concerns and disturbing news, we were still able to share a laugh, and for that, I was profoundly grateful. Chapter 23. Under the relentless midday sun of Silver City, I found myself flanked by Hannah and Momo, each of us casting shadows on the vibrant sidewalk teeming with urban life. The object of our collective attention was the quiet, stoic building across the street, Chosen's Dojo, a bastion of martial arts in the heart of the city. We were in the midst of our customary lunch break from our duties at Whisker Wonders, and I'd invited them on this peculiar outing. Why, you may ask? Well, I had an idea. One that could potentially safeguard their future in a city that was growing increasingly dangerous for their kind. But before I brought it up with Sakura, our boss, I wanted to gauge the reaction of my two colleagues. The dojo, a tranquil sanctuary that stood in sharp contrast to the city's ever-present turmoil, was yet to open its doors for the day. I watched as Hannah and Momo absorbed the sights before them, their unique cat-like eyes taking in every detail, their ears twitching in anticipation of what was to come. Breaking the silence, I turned to them, gesturing to the dojo as I started to speak. "I've been thinking," I began, keeping my tone casual as I leaned against a nearby lamppost. "It might be beneficial for you girls to learn a bit of self-defense, maybe even some karate." Momo turned toward me, her eyes wide.
Karate? Really, Kazuki? Isn't that a little extreme?
Hannah chuckled.
Well, it could be fun, but won't we need those cute little white uniforms?
I laughed, shaking my head. I don't think so. But it's not about the outfits. It's about safety. It wasn't that I couldn't teach them myself. In fact, I was a seasoned kung fu master, but I was acutely aware that my techniques were advanced and complex, perhaps too complicated for beginners. More importantly, I never saw myself as a teacher. Chosen, the seasoned sensei of this dojo, was undoubtedly a far better choice. His curriculum, grounded in the basics, would be simpler for novices to grasp. It was with these considerations in mind that I had approached Chosen with my proposition, asking if he'd considered offering self-defense lessons to the cat girls at Whisker Wonders. To my relief, his reaction had been enthusiastic. Being a drow, he strongly believed in the importance of self-defense and personal safety. The opportunity to teach a new group, especially ones as unique as the Catgirls, appealed to his teaching spirit. He was also acutely aware of the kidnappings of catgirls that have plagued the city recently. To provide Hannah and Momo with a sense of what to expect, I'd arranged a meet and greet with Chosen. I wanted him to take them around the dojo, offer them a glimpse into the world of martial arts, and give them a rundown of the beginner's curriculum. Our sparring match had been a baptism of fire for our mutual respect. I knew Chosen was not just a skilled fighter, but also a dedicated and effective teacher. I felt confident that he would be the perfect mentor for these girls, who already showcased immense bravery and resilience in their everyday lives. A vibrant blue SUV pulled up to the curb in front of us, the vehicle's sleek design radiating an air of commanding presence. The SUV looked like a panther in the concrete jungle of Silver City, its muscular stance poised for action. A striking contrast of aggressive lines and elegant contours marked the vehicle, bearing the unmistakable hallmarks of luxurious, sporty design. Its distinctive front grille was adorned with a flashy emblem, a hallmark of power and performance that shone under the city's sunlight, a proud proclamation of its pedigree. The SUV's tinted windows added an alluring sense of mystery, a promise of intrigue that only deepened our curiosity. We could not see who was inside, but their choice of vehicle certainly announced their arrival with flair. As the vehicle's engine quieted down to a low hum, its driver's side door swung open with a whisper. The hush of anticipation among us was palpable. Out stepped a figure we instantly recognized. The familiar blue-black skin, the muscular frame, the unmistakable countenance of Sensei Chosen. His wide smile was an island of warmth, a contrast to his usual stern demeanor during training, and it instantly put us at ease. Chosen's clothing choice was as flamboyant as his arrival. He was clad in a vibrant red tracksuit, the color so brilliant it could give a stop sign a run for its money. Tailored to his fit form, the suit emphasized his muscular physique, leaving no doubt about the physical prowess of its wearer. The rich red hue of his attire seemed to compete with his blue-black skin in a vibrant dance of contrasts, presenting a sight as arresting as it was impressive. He strolled over, an air of confidence in his stride. His gaze shifted between the three of us as he approached, taking in our stunned expressions.
"Well," he chuckled, "you all look like you've seen a ghost. Didn't Kazuki tell you I was coming?"
Maybe it's the car,
Hannah whispered under her breath to Momo, her eyes still wide.
I've seen less flashy UFOs in movies.
Momo stifled a giggle, trying not to draw attention to our whispered asides.
It looks like Sensei goes hard on everything, even his fashion choices,
she replied, earning a small laugh from Hannah. The initial shock of Chosen's grand entrance was slowly wearing off, replaced by the realization that this meeting could signify the beginning of a crucial journey. We had an important proposition to discuss, a potential mentor to negotiate with, and the empowerment of my feline colleagues to consider. With a dash of charm and a grin as wide as the Silver City horizon, Chosen stepped forward from the dojo entrance, a figure of both welcome and intrigue.
"Ladies," he began,
drawing out the word as if it were a personal compliment.
"I'm Chosen. It's an absolute delight to meet both of you."
His voice was mellow, wrapped in the timbre of friendly jest and genuine warmth. There was an easy confidence to Chosen, a compelling blend of wisdom and authority that filled the air around him. It was almost like he wore an aura of light-hearted charm, making the world just a touch brighter and causing any tension to seep away. He had a knack for respectful flirtation, a playful, warm engagement that made everyone around him feel seen and appreciated. In response, the girls erupted into soft giggles, their cheerfulness a perfect complement to the pleasant atmosphere that Chosen had created. I watched, a grin tugging at my own lips, as the two cat girls responded with their own introductions, trying to match Chosen's playful tone with equal measures of charm and wit.
Well, aren't you a charmer, Chosen?
Hannah said, a teasing glint in her eyes. Momo giggled, agreeing with a playful nod.
Truly a sensei in the art of charm, too,
she chimed in. With a flourish and a bow, Chosen swept his arm in a wide gesture, inviting us to follow him into the dojo. As we ventured inside, Hannah and Momo visibly brightened, their eyes reflecting the awe of stepping into a new world. The dojo, with its fusion of modern and traditional design elements, painted a scene of quiet resilience and deep-rooted tradition. The dojo bore the mark of Chosen's touch, an intimate personal space that resonated with his passion and dedication to martial arts. As Momo marveled at the dojo's setup, she found her voice amidst her awe.
Sensei Chosen,
she started, her voice barely above a whisper in reverence of the dojo.
how long has this place been here?
Her curiosity was genuine, spurred by the blend of awe and respect she felt for the place. Chosen, ever the charismatic storyteller, leaned against a wooden pillar, arms crossed as he began his tale. "It has been a journey of a few years, my dear Momo," he began, his voice interlacing pride and nostalgia with eloquence. He described the painstaking process of finding the perfect location in Silver City that echoed his vision for the dojo. He spoke of late-night perusals over blueprints, of wrangling with zoning laws and safety regulations, and of the many hours he'd spent personally overseeing the construction. His words weren't mere descriptions, but rather a vivid narrative that brought us into his journey, allowing us to share in his challenges and triumphs. The story humanized the dojo, transforming it from a simple building into a living testament to Chosen's dedication and willpower. As he concluded his tale, a comfortable silence fell over us. It was a moment of reflection, a shared understanding of the journey this dojo represented. We weren't just standing in a martial arts training center. We were standing in a space that was deeply personal to Chosen, a manifestation of his passion and dedication. All at once we broke into laughter, Momo nudging Hannah and gesturing towards Chosen.
Hannah,
she teased.
You think we could convince him to teach us the art of charm, too?
Hannah joined in the laughter, shaking her head.
Oh, Momo,
she sighed.
One day at a time.
Momo, always the spirited and jovial one, showed a different side of herself as she contemplated the prospect of self-defense classes. She turned to face me, her feline eyes filled with uncharacteristic seriousness. Her tail, typically swaying with animated excitement, remained still, matching the gravitas of the situation.
You know, Kazuki,
she began, her voice steady and thoughtful.
I think this idea of learning self-defense is more than just beneficial. It's essential, especially given the circumstances we find ourselves in.
She paused for a moment, glancing around the dojo, the impact of the proposition sinking in.
We can't afford to remain helpless. And Sakura? Sakura would be behind this 100%. She always prioritizes our safety. In fact, I'd wager she'd be ecstatic with this proposal.
There was a subtle but profound shift in her demeanor, a transformation from the playful, teasing Momo to a resolute, focused individual. It was fascinating to witness her mentally preparing herself, welcoming the challenge of the upcoming lessons, determined to master a new discipline. Hannah, never one to suppress her inquisitiveness, directed her attention toward Chosen. Her eyes held a spark of keen interest as she asked,
Sensei Chosen, what kind of things will we learn here? What does your self-defense curriculum entail?
Chosen's lips curved into a smile, the kind that hinted at the depth of knowledge he possessed and was eager to share. As he prepared to answer Hannah's question, he adjusted his stance, standing tall with an air of authority that commanded respect. "Well, Miss Hannah," he began, his tone matching the seriousness of his countenance, "the curriculum I offer for beginners focuses first and foremost on building a foundation. It's crucial to understand the basics and principles behind self-defense. It's not just about fighting. It's about understanding your own strengths and weaknesses, as well as those of your potential opponents. You'll learn to strengthen your mind and body through rigorous training. Karate isn't just a physical exercise. It's a mental discipline as well. You'll learn stances, blocks, punches, and kicks. You'll learn how to read your opponent's movements and intentions, anticipate their actions, and respond effectively. Self-defense is about strategy, evasion, and escape whenever possible. It's about disarming an attacker, not engaging in a drawn-out fight. My goal is to teach you to protect yourselves, to prevent harm from befalling you, and to instill confidence in your abilities. Believe me, there's nothing more empowering than knowing you can defend yourself."
You do karate, and Kazuki does kung fu. What's the difference? Isn't it just, yeah?
Chosen smiled and nodded. "Sure. I'll provide a simplified explanation for the difference between karate and kung fu. Karate and its techniques primarily focus on linear punching and kicking, with an emphasis on strong, direct strikes. Karate is often recognized for its simplicity and effectiveness, with clear-cut movements and a focus on discipline, self-improvement, and precision." Chosen took a quick swig of water and continued. "Kung Fu is an umbrella term that encompasses a variety of martial arts styles, many of which have fluid and circular movements. Kung Fu is often characterized by its fluidity, flexibility, and incorporation of animal styles and movements. It can be very acrobatic and artistic, with a deeper focus on flowing energy, also known as ki or chi." "This is like a history lesson," I added with a smirk. Chosen drank more of his water, emptying the bottle, then tossing it into a wastebasket. "It's important to note that within each martial art, there are different styles and schools, so there's a lot of variation within both karate and kung fu. The emphasis on philosophy, spiritual development, and the integration of mind, body, and spirit also vary depending on the specific style and school." The atmosphere within the dojo had finally begun to unwind after the extensive tour, with every minute detail of Chosen's curriculum explained, and our minds swimming with visions of martial stances and quick reflexes. The idea of initiating self-defense classes was beginning to take shape in the face of our grim reality, and the prospect seemed promising. I gave Chosen a respectful nod, the corners of my lips curling up in a grim smile. "I'll take all of this up with Sakura," I promised, adjusting my glasses as a sign of the seriousness of my commitment. "Either she will be in touch, or I will. And truly, Chosen," I took a moment to express my gratitude. "Thank you for being open to this, for embracing the opportunity to make a difference." As the words escaped my lips, a light-hearted tune echoed around the dojo's interior, breaking the heavy atmosphere like the surprising flicker of a candle in darkness. Hannah fished her phone from her pocket, a cheeky grin spreading across her face as she glanced at the screen.
"Well, speaking of the devil,"
she giggled, her eyes gleaming with amusement.
It's Sakura. I should probably take this outside.
Offering us a little wave, she slipped through the dojo door, her silhouette blending into the brightness of the day. With Hana out of the room, Chozen, still wearing an inquisitive expression, filled the sudden silence.
"Kazuki, I have a proposal," he said, his gaze lingering on me. "Have you considered teaching a kung fu class here? Your mastery is remarkable, and I believe my students could benefit immensely from your expertise."
I had just parted my lips, preparing to respond to his intriguing proposition, when an abrupt and intense chaos unfolded outside. The tranquility of the moment was brutally shattered by the ominous roar of an engine and the piercing shrieks of terror. Instantaneously, Chozen and I found ourselves charging toward the door, drawn to the pandemonium like moths to a flame. The scene that unfolded before our eyes was nightmarish. A menacing black van, its engine humming like a predator in the shadows, had parked itself unceremoniously on the curb. Its sliding door was wide open, and within its dark recesses, two masked men held Hana in their malicious grip. I broke into a sprint, my heart pounding a furious rhythm against my ribcage. But my efforts were in vain. With a screech of tires and a cloud of dust, the van was gone, disappearing into the busy streets with a speed that left us staring in disbelief. The gravity of the situation took a few moments to fully register. Momo, her complexion ghostly white and eyes wide in shock, was bending down to collect the remnants of the struggle. Hana's glasses and phone that lay abandoned on the unforgiving concrete. She held them tightly, her hands shaking visibly, a silent testament to the horror that had just transpired. In the whirlwind of chaos, Chozen emerged as a beacon of calm.
"Kazuki, in the car, now!"
he ordered, pointing toward his parked vehicle.
"We can't lose them."
I turned my gaze to Momo, her terrified face etched into my mind. "Momo, listen carefully," I said, striving to keep my voice steady. "Lock yourself in the dojo and immediately call the police. Do not leave until they arrive. Stay safe." Without waiting for her response, I dashed toward Chozen's car, the echo of her whimpered agreement trailing behind me. As the vehicle roared to life and sped off in pursuit of the kidnappers, the dojo, once a sanctuary for training and discipline, now stood as a chilling symbol of the lurking dangers that plagued our lives. The adrenaline surged within me as we tore through the heart of Silver City, with the fate of our friend hanging by a thin thread. Chapter 24. The bitter sting of Hana's abduction seemed to freeze time itself, a harsh wave of adrenaline and shock crashing over me. For an instant, I felt an almost paralyzing fear, but as my eyes locked with Chozen's, his quiet determination acting as a spark to ignite my own, I found myself snapping back to reality with a start. "Chozen!" I issued the command, the words echoing in the confined space of the car. "Tail that van, but remember, we mustn't get too close. The last thing we want is to send them into a panic." Chozen offered a single, firm nod in response, slipping into the driver's seat of his royal blue SUV with a grace that spoke of countless hours of experience.
"Understood, Kazuki."
His voice was calm, steady, breaking the eerie quiet that had fallen over us like a thick shroud. His fingers wrapped around the keys, turning them and jolting the vehicle's robust engine to life. The sudden growl of the car, its power vibrating beneath us, dispelled the silence completely. With Chozen at the helm, the SUV leaped into motion, tearing through the city streets like a predator in pursuit of its prey. His gaze, sharp and focused, remained locked on the fading outline of the black van that held Hana captive, tracking its movements with unwavering attention. Beside him, I too kept my eyes trained on the fleeing vehicle, watching its every twist and turn, my mind filled with the fierce, unwavering resolve to rescue Hannah from her captors. Chosen navigated the city's congested streets with a skill that was nothing short of awe-inspiring. His vehicle weaved in and out of traffic with an almost balletic grace, the raw power of the SUV harnessed under his expert control. As we continued our pursuit, my mind was a whirlwind of emotions and grim, unpleasant possibilities. They won't harm her. Not right away, at least, I found myself muttering, the words almost lost beneath the noise of the city around us. They need something from her. Her organs or trafficking her. Goddamn heartless. My co-pilot remained focused on the task at hand, his hands clutching the steering wheel with determination that matched my own. Yet, after a stretch of silence that seemed to stretch on forever, he finally spoke up. We won't let them succeed, Kazuki. We'll get Hannah back before it's too late. I can't believe how rapidly this Catgirl crime situation escalated. You mentioned that new police task force to Momo, didn't you? Without tearing my gaze away from the van, I nodded, the line of my mouth hardening with resolve. Yes, I did. The task force needs to know what's happening, but we can't afford to sit around and wait. I need to get Hannah back right now. You've already risked so much by simply being here, Chosen. I can't ask you to also engage in direct combat. However, Chosen dismissed my concerns with a shake of his head. No, Kazuki, you're misunderstanding me. I'm here to fight with you. This isn't about what you're asking me to do. It's about what I need to do. Taken aback, I offered him a nod of gratitude. I appreciate it, Chosen. He shrugged, as though it was nothing. It's the least I can do. The urgency of saving someone is one thing, but there's a part of me that's been itching to put my skills to the test. It might be satisfying to take down some of these criminals. With his words ringing in my ears, we continued our pursuit. As we kept a careful distance from the van, we noted it was heading toward an old, decrepit warehouse at the edge of the city. The warehouse stood in the grimy light of the setting sun. Its rusted, twisted exterior seemed to reflect the darkness of the deeds being committed within its walls. As the van disappeared into the warehouse, Chosen and I exchanged glances. The tension was palpable, our silent understanding conveying more than words could. A moment later, we silently disembarked from the SUV, creeping toward the warehouse with the stealth of predators on a hunt. Our steps were careful, calculated, every movement designed to minimize sound and remain hidden from view. We slunk around the back of the warehouse, eventually finding cover behind some abandoned, stacked wooden crates. From here, we could see the warehouse's entrance, the very door that the van had vanished through moments ago. For a moment, we simply watched. Our gazes were fixed on the looming entrance, our bodies as still as statues. Then, slowly, our attention shifted to the narrow, grimy window near our hiding spot. Its glass was specked with dust and grime, but it offered a clear view into the warehouse's interior. With a boost from me, Chosen was able to reach the window. His hands moved with a gentle precision, carefully prying open the rusty latch that held it shut. The window creaked softly as it was opened, its protest drowned out by the far-off sound of terrified cries echoing from within the warehouse. Peeking through the window, we got our first glimpse at the grisly sight inside. 3 catgirls, Hannah among them, were being dragged from the van by a group of men. Hannah was fighting against her captors, a defiance that was met with physical abuse. The sight was heartbreaking, fueling the fire of our resolve even further. 8, Chosen whispered, his gaze locked on the captors. 8 of them, 1 woman among them. His words were laced with a disbelief that mirrored my own. We watched in stunned silence as the woman joined her colleagues in subduing the terrified catgirls. With the warehouse's interior now fully visible, we took a moment to study the situation. To our relief, none of the captors appeared to have guns. Most were relying on their raw strength alone, their muscular bodies looming threateningly over the captured catgirls. Only 2 were armed. They had swords strapped to their backs. As we turned to each other, a shared determination reflecting in our eyes, we knew there was no turning back. The time for action was now. Mustering every ounce of courage we had, we slipped through the window and into the warehouse, ready to face whatever horrors awaited us. Our sudden appearance caught the captors by surprise. We used that moment of shock to our advantage, launching into action. Taking a deep, measured breath, I peeled off my shirt with a swift, deliberate motion. I tossed it aside, letting it hit the grimy, dust-ridden warehouse floor with a soft thud. The act was more symbolic than anything, a conscious shedding of restraint and a declaration of my readiness for the forthcoming battle. Underneath the fabric, my body stood revealed, muscular and chiseled, the result of relentless hours honed in training, ready to bear the brunt of the imminent combat. I was a seasoned warrior, my body language conveying a message of unyielding determination and fearlessness. Adjusting my stance, I slipped into a sophisticated kung fu pose, a tangible embodiment of my preparedness. Every muscle in my body was coiled tight, prepared to unleash an onslaught of devastating strikes at a moment's notice. The atmosphere around me seemed to freeze, the world holding its breath as if anticipating the eruption of violence. Breaking the silence, I let out a resounding, primal Asian battle cry, a raw, guttural sound that echoed throughout the vast expanse of the warehouse. The intimidation it carried was palpable, a fierce declaration of the storm about to be unleashed. The battle commenced with a shared nod between Chosen and me. It wasn't merely a mutual acknowledgement or a go signal. It was an affirmation of a pact forged in the heart of adversity. We were united by a common purpose, to safeguard the innocent lives endangered by the menacing threat before us. With that mutual understanding bolstering our resolve, we leapt into action. Our movements were synchronized, like a choreographed dance of action and reaction, painting a silent symphony of coordinated warfare. With the fire of conviction blazing fiercely in my eyes, I surged towards my targets, 2 of the kidnappers. Their eyes dilated with dread as they watched me approach, a human storm of controlled fury. Every stride, every twitch of my muscles spoke of an awe-inspiring blend of power and agility. My form, a product of disciplined training and seasoned by numerous battles, moved with an elegance that would be fitting on a ballet stage. Yet, my expressions reflected the relentless intensity of a hardened warrior, charging fearlessly into the heart of the battlefield. The clash with my first opponent served as an exhibition of my proficiency in Wing Chun, a style of kung fu renowned for its emphasis on close combat. My limbs moved in a flurry of strategic maneuvers, weaving a complex pattern of attacks and parries. An agile sidestep allowed me to evade an impulsive lunge from my adversary, creating an opening for a swift, powerful punch to his ribs. The force behind the blow was sufficient to stun him, leaving him gasping for breath and staggering under the impact. From the corner of my eye, I could see Chosen in action, a blur of swift strikes and evasive maneuvers. The Drow sensei was a force of nature, a whirlwind of fists and kicks that radiated an almost supernatural speed and power. His corner of the warehouse had turned into a battlefield, where each hit and block was a seamless fusion of martial art and brutal combat. Even as my attention was partially drawn toward Chosen's performance, I engaged my second adversary. A swift shift of my weight allowed me to penetrate his defensive perimeter. My arms transformed into relentless engines of destruction, launching a barrage of rapid-fire chain punches. A trademark Wing Chun technique. My fists moved in a rhythmic sequence, delivering powerful strikes aimed squarely at the man's chest. Under my relentless assault, the man stumbled backward, failing to mount any effective defense. As he crumbled onto the cold, unyielding warehouse floor, I seized the opportunity to deliver the final blow. A swift roundhouse kick aimed at his head. The impact was significant, sufficient to render him unconscious. Once the second opponent was incapacitated, I returned my attention to the first. He had partially recovered from the initial surprise attack, and was attempting to mount a feeble resistance. Undeterred, I closed the gap between us and launched another series of attacks. My strikes were precise and swift, ending with a Bill G, or thrusting fingers strike, aimed at his throat. The impact sent him reeling backward, clutching his throat as he gasped for air. He slumped onto the floor, joining his comrade in unconsciousness. With two opponents neutralized, the atmosphere inside the warehouse was now a deafening symphony of grunts, shouts, and bodies hitting the floor. In this storm of violence, I stood victorious, panting from the exertion, but ready for the next wave of opponents. My chest heaved with each adrenaline-fueled breath, my senses on high alert, anticipating the next attack. The brawl had been swift and ruthless, punctuated by stylish maneuvers and fierce strikes, a testament to my expertise in Wing Chun. The unconscious form of my opponents lay scattered around me, casualties of my relentless offensive. But my battle was far from over. 4 enemies remained, and 2 of them were now unsheathing samurai swords. The remaining kidnappers shuffled nervously, their fearful glances darting between me and their fallen comrades. Their bravado was ebbing away, replaced by a growing sense of dread. The silence in the warehouse was deafening, the tension palpable as the razor-sharp blades of the samurai swords reflected the dim lighting. Among them, one unarmed man seemed particularly unsettled, his grimace failing to mask the palpable fear in his eyes. As I advanced toward him, my steps were a perfect balance of strength and grace, the spirit of a true warrior undeterred by the impending odds. As I engaged this new adversary, our battle evolved into a mesmerizing dance of violence. My moves were fluid yet lethal, a spectacle of agile movements and decisive strikes. My fists whizzed through the chilly warehouse air, raining down on the man's face and ribs with a relentless flurry of jabs. His attempts to defend himself were futile against my offensive onslaught. "You think you can just kidnap someone and get away with it?" I sneered, my voice echoing ominously across the warehouse. The raw anger and disdain in my voice were palpable. "You chose the wrong catgirl to mess with today." My aim was not just to inflict pain. I sought to incapacitate my opponents swiftly. Recognizing the opportunity, I deftly sidestepped a poorly aimed punch and seized the man's arm. With a swift, fluid motion, I executed a textbook jujitsu-inspired arm lock. The sickening sound of the bone snapping echoed throughout the warehouse, followed by the man's agonized screams. However, I wasn't done yet. Releasing his now useless arm, I drew back my fist and delivered a powerful punch straight to the man's nose. The harsh sound of cracking bone echoed around the vast space as the man's head jerked back. Blood burst from his shattered nose, spattering the cold concrete floor beneath us. The man staggered, his eyes rolling wildly before collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. In the dim, grime-covered expanse of the warehouse, a terrified man with a samurai sword squared off against me, his eyes flickering with the wild energy of pure panic. A deadly weapon, a samurai sword, rested firmly in his grip, its menacingly polished blade refracting the meager light that filtered through the grubby windows. The hauntingly empty space around us was all set to witness a dance of life and death as we stepped into the eerie silence of confrontation. The man lunged, his fear transforming into a desperate attack, his sword slicing through the tension-laden air with the lethal grace of a predator. His blade carved an intimidating arc, aimed straight for my torso. However, I was already on the move, my body coiling to the side in a swift evasion that saw his sword whistling past me, striking nothing but the empty space I had just vacated. As his initial attack came to naught, I sprang into action. Using his momentum against him, I darted toward him, my feet moving with the silent agility of a cat stalking its prey. My aim was his exposed wrist, the fulcrum of his weapon. If I could disarm him, it would level the field. But this was a man used to danger, his reflexes honed by threats unknown. He retracted his weapon with impressive speed, his defensive instincts keeping him in the fight. So began our perilous dance. His blade, a metallic viper, darted toward me time and time again, each strike a desperate plea for survival. I moved in response, my body twisting and turning like a specter, my instincts guiding me through the storm of his assault. Each attack and evasion followed an invisible rhythm, a cadence known only to those locked in the deadly embrace of combat. Our engagement became a symphony of power and precision, the warehouse echoing with the sounds of our struggle. His fear began to manifest in his attacks, the strikes coming at me faster, more frantically. Yet, this rapid onslaught only served to expose his weakness. His moves, once measured and precise, were now marred by fear-induced haste. He was expending his energy in chaotic bursts, his desperation leaving him exposed and vulnerable. It was clear to me his unchecked panic would be his downfall. Even as an unarmed man against a deadly blade, I held my ground, my body a testament to master-level kung fu skills. Each of his attacks was met with my steely determination. Evasions, deflections, sidesteps. The repertoire of my defense was as vast as it was effective. Through it all, my focus never wavered. My eyes remained locked on my foe, my senses hyper-aware of his weakening condition. The fight turned in my favor when, in a final display of desperation, he raised his sword above his head, aiming to bring it down in a final crushing blow. But the exhaustion was evident in his slow, shaky movements. As his sword descended, I moved in, closing the distance until his weapon had no room to gain momentum. I retaliated with an upward punch, my knuckles colliding sharply with his exposed ribcage. His breath hitched, a grunt of pain piercing the heavy silence, but he held onto his sword with grim determination. Recovering from my assault, he attempted to create some distance between us, likely aiming to regain control of the situation. But I refused to let him dictate the rhythm. Charging at him, I rammed my shoulder into his chest, his body stumbling backward, his grip on the sword waning. Seeing my opportunity, I struck with a roundhouse kick, my heel connecting with his wrist with a satisfying thud. The sword slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the cold, grimy floor of the warehouse. The tides had turned, the armed kidnapper now standing unarmed and dazed. Now, the fight was mine to finish. Advancing on the disarmed man, I delivered a sharp punch to his stomach, my fist sinking into his flesh. As he doubled over, I followed through with an elbow strike to his face, his head snapping back from the impact. The taste of victory was in the air, But I didn't let my focus waver. Not until the fight was truly over. Gathering my strength, I spun around, delivering a final back kick squarely into his chest. The force of my blow sent him sprawling across the warehouse floor, his body crashing into a pile of discarded wooden crates. As he lay motionless, the warehouse returned to its eerie silence. Exhausted yet victorious, I stood tall, the adrenaline slowly fading from my veins. In the immediate aftermath of the fierce combat, with dust and echoes of our conflict still hanging in the air, I turned my attention to Chozen. He was standing triumphant, albeit weary, over the fallen form of the woman who had brandished the samurai sword with such malicious intent. Chozen's typically serene and unwavering demeanor was disrupted, betrayed by the gleam of sweat on his forehead and the harsh clenching of his jaw. Despite the signs of strain, he remained unyielding, a beacon of determination and resilience that had held its ground in the face of overwhelming adversity. "Chozen, are you okay?" I found myself asking, my words laced with concern that had clawed its way up from the depths of my heart. The reply came as a quick, assertive nod, his face taut with suppressed discomfort as he gasped out a terse, "I'm good, Kazuki." Through the shadowy gloom of the warehouse, under the sickly illumination of dim, flickering overhead lights, I caught sight of a dark stain, slowly creeping its way down Chozen's arm. The crimson droplets fell with a haunting rhythm, each one splashing onto the grimy concrete floor beneath him, each one a stark reminder of the violent clash that had just transpired. With a sense of urgency creeping into my voice, I pointed out the seeping wound. "Chozen, you're bleeding." He responded with a dismissive wave of his hand, his voice displaying a forced casualness that poorly masked the undertones of discomfort and pain. "It's just a scratch, Kazuki. Nothing serious." As if orchestrated by some cosmic puppeteer, the tense stillness of the moment was abruptly shattered by an intrusive dance of flashing red and blue lights. They careened wildly around the room, casting long, distorted shadows that scuttled across the warehouse's worn and grimy walls. It was an uncanny light show that signaled the arrival of the law enforcement. "Chozen," I instructed him, urgency wrapping around my words like a vice. "You need to explain everything to the police. Let them know what happened here. I have to check on Hannah." The fading echoes of her screams were still bouncing around the inside of my skull, a chilling reminder of the immediate peril she had been exposed to. Turning on my heels, I sprinted toward Hannah, her cries of terror gradually morphing into sobs of relief as I closed the distance. Her name found its way out of my lips, escaping in a breathless whisper of relief. I saw her there, a tragic image of vulnerability and strength, her face wet with tears, her eyes wide with the horrific memories of her ordeal. Without a moment's hesitation, I enfolded her in my arms, pulling her close to me. The warmth of my body seeped into hers, an unspoken reassurance of safety and comfort. My voice, gentle but firm, whispered into her ear, "You're safe now, Hannah. It's over. It's all over." As Hannah's cries softened into silent weeping, the grating cacophony of heavy boots and authoritative voices filled the warehouse. The police officers stormed the space, their faces stern and unyielding, reflecting the grim severity of the situation. One by one, the kidnappers were subdued and handcuffed. The large, brutish figures, once so menacing and intimidating, surrendered to the cold steel of the handcuffs with a grudging reluctance, their dream of a grim enterprise shattered into 1,000 irreparable pieces. Simultaneously, other officers emerged onto the grim scene, moving with a determined purpose. They worked to free the other captive catgirls who had shared Hannah's harrowing fate. The team discovered an additional 10 catgirls, their bodies battered and weakened from malnutrition and cruel treatment, confined in the basement of the warehouse. The sight of them was a heart-wrenching tableau of suffering and resilience. A grotesque canvas that further detailed the horrifying truth of this nightmarish operation. However, the police's grim findings didn't stop there. They unearthed 8 body bags, each concealing the lifeless remains of catgirls whose chests bore monstrous cavities, the chilling consequence of heart removal. The sight was a shocking testament to the unthinkable cruelty these innocent beings had been subjected to, a horrifying spectacle that would remain etched into our memories forever. In the midst of this tumultuous scene, an officer from the specialized Catgirl Task Force approached Hannah. She was seated in the back of an ambulance, a flurry of activity around her as a paramedic attended to her. The officer, his demeanor kind and understanding despite the surrounding chaos, initiated a gentle inquiry. He recognized that this was more than a simple case. It was a gruesome narrative of exploitation and abuse that would reverberate through the halls of justice, demanding a response for the cruel atrocities inflicted upon these innocent lives. I was amid the sea of flashing red and blue lights when the screech of tires seized my attention. A taxi had pulled up at the edge of the chaos, its headlights cutting through the swirl of dust and confusion. Momo, Hannah's roommate, practically flew out of the car and sprinted toward Hannah. As I watched, a rush of emotions swept through me. The relief on Momo's face mirrored my own. I'd been able to protect Hannah, to ensure she was safe, and now she was being reunited with her best friend. Watching them embrace tightly, their bodies shuddering with sobs and relief, I couldn't help but let out a long, slow sigh. Soon, the chatter reached me. Hannah was recounting the evening's events to Momo, her voice a mixture of terror and exhilaration. I could see her animated gestures, her wide eyes. She was praising me, recounting my actions and how I'd taken on the kidnappers. Yet, I felt the need to set the record straight. I looked at them, pointing out, "I wasn't the only hero tonight, Hannah," and gestured toward Chozen, who stood a few feet away, nursing his battle wound. Chozen was right there with me. He fought just as hard. We all did our part. The conversation continued, eventually veering toward what would happen next. Momo, her eyes filled with concern, asked Hannah if she felt ready to return home. Hannah, still visibly shaken, agreed but made a sudden request. She asked if I could accompany them. Her words hung heavily in the air, a testament to the night's terror. Momo immediately reassured her.
Hannah, you're not alone.
She insisted.
I'm your roommate. I'm with you.
I could see the lingering fear in Hannah's eyes as she glanced back at me.
I know,
she finally whispered.
But I think I'd feel safer if Kazuki were with us. Just for tonight.
It took me by surprise, but the sincerity in her voice left no room for me to refuse. I nodded, promising her, if it will make both of you feel safer, I'd be happy to stay over. Chapter 25. The moment we stepped back into the familiar surroundings of Momo and Hannah's apartment, the weight of the night's events hung heavy in the air. It was almost as if the past hours had left their mark on the space, making everything feel unfamiliar, daunting. Hannah was still carrying the residual shock in her posture, her face bearing traces of the ordeal she had been through. Quietly, almost mechanically, she had disappeared into the bathroom. The muffled sound of water from the faucet running into the bathtub echoed through the apartment. It was a comforting sound,
a familiar routine in the midst of chaos. Momo was right beside her, a steady presence that, no doubt, brought a sense of normalcy back to Hannah's world. I couldn't help but feel a pang of admiration for Momo. Her unwavering support for Hannah was palpable, even from where I stood in the living room. Feeling like an intruder on their moment, I decided to distance myself. I needed to decompress, to allow the adrenaline coursing through my veins to subside. With that in mind, I sauntered into the kitchen, rifling through the fridge until my hand closed around the reassuringly cool bottle of beer. As I extracted the beverage from its cold confinement, I felt a slight release of tension. I held the beer up to the light, observing the condensation that had started to form around the glass. With a sigh of relief, I made my way back into the living room, sinking into the couch. The plush cushions enveloped me, providing a comforting embrace, a much-needed respite. I popped open the beer, the hiss of carbonation acting as a momentary distraction from the turmoil of the night. I took a long, slow sip, feeling the cold liquid cascade down my throat, momentarily numbing my senses. With the bottle in one hand and the remote in the other, I began to navigate through the television interface. The bright, colorful interface of the anime app greeted me, an array of vibrant anime thumbnails filling up the screen. The variety was almost overwhelming, yet I had a specific genre in mind, something light, something humorous. I needed a break from the grim reality that had consumed the past hours. My eyes scanned over the titles until they landed on one that piqued my interest. The Misadventures of Tofu Sensei. The thumbnail was an image of a block of tofu, dressed in a suit, dashing through a bustling city scene, a stack of paperwork trailing behind. The premise seemed absurdly hilarious and perfect for the mood I was in. The animated show revolved around the life of Tofu Sensei, a humble block of tofu living in Tokyo, trying to navigate his everyday life while maintaining the secret of his true identity. I clicked play and was immediately transported into this charmingly eccentric world. I watched, chuckling as Tofu Sensei raced through a bustling subway station in the opening scene. He was struggling with a stack of papers that seemed to multiply with each passing second, a comically oversized briefcase in one hand, and a dangerously full cup of coffee in the other. The caffeine splash trail was as much an indicator of his path as it was a testament to his struggle. The next scene switched to an office setting, where Tofu Sensei was the only non-human in a sea of corporate workers. The juxtaposition of a tofu block amongst humans was ridiculously entertaining. I found myself laughing out loud at his desperate attempts to fit in, with his food-themed puns sailing over the heads of his human counterparts. The absurdity of the situation was a much-needed contrast to the harsh realities of my own life. The climax of the episode was a beautifully animated scene in the office kitchen. It involved Tofu Sensei and his mortal fear, a pot of boiling water. I could feel the tension, even in its animated form, and I found myself completely engrossed. The scene was a comedic masterpiece, capturing the concept of everyday fears through the lens of a block of tofu. As the episode came to a close, I appreciated the genius of the show. It was simple, yet profound in its portrayal of the daily struggles faced by an individual, albeit a block of tofu. I sat there, on the couch, savoring the last of my beer, the bitter taste mingling with the residual laughter from the anime. I felt a sense of calm settle over me, a soothing contrast to the turmoil that had dominated the evening. The light-hearted humor of Tofu Sensei's world had offered a brief reprieve from the intensity of my reality, and for that I was incredibly grateful. As I relaxed into the comforting silence, waiting for the next step, I couldn't help but hold on to the glimmer of hope that the rest of the night would unfold in a less dramatic fashion. When Momo emerged from the bathroom, she was donning a set of pajamas that captured her vibrant personality perfectly.
The top was a strappy tank, cut just short enough to showcase her lean, athletic frame. It was a delightful shade of sky blue that contrasted beautifully against her sun-kissed skin. A playful pattern of white clouds danced across the fabric, bringing an element of whimsy to the ensemble. Her shorts were a matching set, mirroring the same playful cloud pattern. They were cut daringly short, highlighting her toned legs to perfection. The elastic waistband sat comfortably on her hips, adding a casual, laid-back vibe to the outfit. Despite its simplicity, the set had a youthful charm to it that was hard to ignore. The playful design, coupled with the comfortable fit, made it an ideal choice for a relaxing night in. Momo's choice of attire perfectly encapsulated her lively spirit and spunky energy. Even in the aftermath of a challenging day, her resilience and determination shone brightly, reflected in the vibrancy of her attire. The soft cotton fabric hinted at a desire for comfort and rest, while the playful pattern served as a gentle reminder of her vivacious nature and indefatigable zest for life. The ensemble was as much a part of her as her infectious laughter and boundless energy. It was uniquely Momo, vibrant, comfortable, and charmingly playful.
Kazuki?
Momo began, her eyes sparkling with a hint of amusement and concern.
Maybe you should consider immersing yourself in the comfort of a warm shower?
Her tone was gentle, teasing, yet held a note of genuine suggestion.
Don't get me wrong, it's not that you smell unpleasant or anything. It's just that, well, you've been in the thick of combat, showcasing some extraordinary kung fu skills against those villains. Your body must feel somewhat sticky with sweat, dirt, and exertion. Washing it all away would probably make you feel a lot fresher, don't you think?
At her words, I glanced down at my own form, at the torn remnants of the shirt that clung to my torso. I chuckled, a sense of amusement warming me at the recollection of my dramatic shirt-tearing moment earlier. I did make quite a spectacle with this one, didn't I commented, fingers brushing over the shredded fabric with a slight shake of my head. A soft giggle escaped Momo's lips, her eyes shining brightly.
Indeed. While the rugged look does have its appeal, particularly on you, I believe you'd find more comfort in something a bit more intact.
Just then, Hannah stepped out from the bathroom, the soft texture of a bathrobe adorning her recently shaken form. She looked noticeably calmer, the rough edges of her earlier trauma smoothing out. She headed straight for the fridge, retrieving a beer. The sound of the bottle cap being popped off echoed in the room, followed by the near silence as she drank the contents in a few swift gulps.
Feeling a little thirsty, are we?
Momo queried with a cheeky smirk, watching Hannah with twinkling eyes. Hannah, having finished her beer and thrown the empty bottle into the trash, shot back a retort.
Ever find yourself in the clutches of malevolent men planning to carve out your heart?
Her voice was drenched in sarcastic undertones, a sharp retort to the light-hearted banter. Momo chuckled, conceding the point.
Fair enough. Want me to fetch you another one?
Hannah smiled, a small gesture of gratitude as she adjusted her glasses on her nose.
I'm fine. Thank you, though.
Her refusal was soft, kind, showing the initial shock of the evening's events was wearing off. Seeing your smile again is a relief, I interjected, my own happiness at her recovery spilling out into the words. Suddenly, Hannah dropped a bombshell, her tone matter-of-fact.
You know what? I'm done pretending. Kazuki, you are extremely attractive. The sight of you tearing off your shirt at the warehouse, it was the most tantalizing sight I have ever witnessed. Momo, you should have seen it. My God, it was something else.
Her candid admission took me by surprise, yet it was a flattering surprise. Wow. Thanks, Hannah. I guess in the heat of the moment, it felt right. Felt like a tear-your-shirt-off kind of situation. The joviality faded from Hannah's face, replaced by a somber, sincere look.
You know, I might not be here, alive, if it wasn't for you. I owe you my life. Thank you.
I'm glad I could be there for you, Hannah. You're welcome, I replied, a warmth spreading through me at her heartfelt gratitude. Without any further preamble, Hannah rushed toward me, her arms wrapping around me in a tight embrace. The sweet scent of her shampoo filled my senses, making me feel somewhat dizzy with its pleasantness.
Now go on and take that shower. We'll prepare your clothes for you.
Sure. Sounds like a good plan. Thank you, I said, already looking forward to the rejuvenating touch of the warm water. The shower was pure bliss, to say the least. The warm water worked wonders on my strained muscles, soothing and relaxing them. It washed away the grime, the sweat, and the remaining residues of the adrenaline-filled showdown. I felt cleaner, fresher, and decidedly more relaxed. As I toweled off, I noticed the folded pile of clothes resting on the pink fluffy cover of the closed toilet seat. It was a small, simple thing, but it made me smile nonetheless. Grateful for the comfort of fresh, clean clothes after the exhausting events of the day. The outfit they'd left for me was casual, yet invitingly comfortable. The t-shirt was a soft cotton blend in a muted shade of cobalt blue. Its texture, when I picked it up, was soft against my skin, worn in and comforting, an evident sign of good quality. It was lightweight, which meant it wouldn't cling uncomfortably to my skin, and slightly oversized, the way I liked my shirts. Even from just holding it, I could tell it was the sort of garment that would let my skin breathe. The design was simple and understated, just a minimalistic graphic of a bonsai tree on the left chest area. There was something intrinsically calming about its simplicity. It struck me as the kind of shirt that could make a statement without screaming for attention. The jeans, too, were pleasingly understated. They were a pair of dark, indigo-dyed denim, with a slight worn-in look to them that gave a ruggedly casual vibe. The fabric felt sturdy but well-worn, promising comfort along with style. The cut was straight-fit, offering a balance of comfort and form. Not too tight, but not too loose either. What struck me the most, though, was the way the jeans had been lightly distressed. The minor signs of fraying and the faint whiskering details added a certain edginess to the outfit. It was the kind of detail that brought character to an outfit, that kind of lived-in aesthetic that spoke volumes about an individual's style statement. The t-shirt and jeans were a cool, easygoing combo. They were comfy and casual, yet had this sort of nonchalant stylishness to them. Slipping into them, I felt at ease instantly. It was clear Momo's dad had good taste. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt, though. I mean, these clothes were supposed to be his birthday present, but, well, they were here and I needed something to wear. So, shrugging off the guilt, I emerged from the bathroom, ready to join the girls who had by now made themselves cozy on the bed. They were all engrossed in some TV show, Hannah having swapped her bathrobe for an oversized pink t-shirt with a cute koala print. As soon as I walked in, Hannah gave me an approving once-over and declared,
Wow, you look good in those clothes, Kazuki.
Momo chimed in, grinning.
Yeah, they suit you way better than they would have my dad.
I could feel my face turning red. To change the subject, I asked, So, are you guys calling it a night? After everything that's happened today, I wouldn't blame you. Hannah shook her head, eyes still glued to the TV.
No, not yet. We're gonna stay up for a bit. Wanna join us? Maybe lay here with us?
My face felt like it was on fire now. Yeah, sure. If that's what you want. Momo laughed.
Calm down, Kazuki. We don't bite.
I hesitantly slipped between them, and as I lay down, they snuggled up to me, resting their heads on my chest. It was kind of mind-blowing, being sandwiched between these two beautiful cat girls. The occasional stroke of their hands across my chest, the brushing of their knees against mine, was enough to send my mind into overdrive. And, along with that, there was another problem. One that was growing harder, literally, to ignore. The denim of my jeans was starting to feel uncomfortably tight around my crotch. Please don't let them notice, was all I could think. Their twitching ears, their fluttering tails, the intoxicating smell of their hair, all of it was driving me crazy. Just when I thought my jeans couldn't get any tighter, I heard a giggle from Momo, followed by Hannah's laughter. Feeling a bit out of the loop, I asked, "Am I missing something?"
We certainly aren't missing something,
Momo teased. My stomach dropped. They were going to think I was a pervert. Maybe I was a pervert. In my defense, I was lying in the bed between the two most gorgeous creatures I'd ever seen in my entire life.
Don't be embarrassed.
Hannah said.
We'd be sad if we didn't have that effect on you.
What kind of effect is that? I stammered.
The massive erection you have right now? That effect.
Momo giggled. I'm sorry. I'm not a creep. I can't help it. Both of you are so fucking gorgeous, and I'm right between you. It's just how the human body works, I guess.
Kazuki, just shut up and let us take over.
Hannah whispered, as she placed her hand on the outside of my pants. This was happening. It was really happening. No, this was a dream. It had to be a dream. But it wasn't a dream. Momo slid her hand under my shirt and began nibbling on my neck.
Momo, you can't have the first kiss. I get the first kiss.
Why is that, Hannah?
I don't know.
Momo placed her index finger on my lips and patted them.
We'll kiss him at the same time. I'll kiss this side of his mouth, and you kiss the other. That's fair.
Hannah agreed. Hannah and Momo kissed me simultaneously, and it was as erotic as you would expect. Momo pulled off her shirt, revealing huge, braless breasts. Hannah followed suit, revealing her equally impressive rack. They pulled my shirt over my head and smashed their breasts on my bare chest as they kissed me some more. Ladies, if you don't unfasten my jeans, my cock is going to suffer permanent damage.
We wouldn't want that now, would we?
Hannah purred as she unfastened my pants and pulled them down along with my boxers simultaneously. My cock sprung from its prison. Both women gasped as it came to life. The cat goddesses flanked my shaft and licked it up and down. It was complete bliss. I ran my fingers through their hair and played with their ears. They seemed to love that, with the volume of moans I was rewarded with. They went to work on my shaft like it was a melting ice cream cone.
I want you to fuck me, Kazuki.
Hannah whispered.
Me too.
Momo added, I want to fuck you both.
Good.
Hannah replied sharply. Then she stood and slid her white panties to her ankles and kicked them in the corner of the room. She got on top of me and guided my cock into her wet pussy and slowly rode me up and down. My eyes rolled into the back of my head as the warm wetness enveloped my shaft. Fuck, Hannah. This is so good. I panted as I placed my hands on her hips. She looked at me with a gaze that pierced right into my soul and bit her bottom lip as she rode me faster and faster.
God, you're so big, and you're stretching my little pussy. You like stretching my little pussy?
Yes, I like it. I like it so much.
Save some of that cock for me, Kazuki.
Momo sarcastically pouted.
It looks like fun. It is fun. Fuck!
Hannah panted as she began running her fingers through her hair. I could see her tail flicker and sway behind her. God, you're fucking amazing. Fuck.
Oh, I'm gonna come, Kazuki. Fuck! Don't stop. Fuck!
I began to thrust into her harder and harder. She climaxed and almost rattled the photos off the wall. She plopped to the right side of the mattress beside me and shuddered as her orgasm continued to attack her.
Is it my turn?
Momo asked. Definitely. Get on all fours, I commanded.
Oh, Kazuki with the orders. I like it.
She replied as she got on all fours, arching her back and raising her ass toward me. I squeezed her left cheek and stroked her green tail with my right hand. I could see her juices dripping from her sex. I fondled her folds with the head of my dick, then slowly inserted it into her wet canal.
Oh, fuck. That feels so good. Yes.
Momo growled. I pulled her hips into me to get deeper inside her. I thrusted harder and harder until the slapping sounds were deafening. Momo's tail began to rub my cheek lightly, which only added to the ecstasy. Fuck, you're so hot. Oh, this feels so good.
Fuck me harder!
Momo yelled. God damn it, I'm gonna fucking come, I said, as I tugged on her pretty green tail.
Come deep inside me, please.
If that's what you want, get ready. Her pussy clamped around my shaft as she climaxed, which brought me over the cliff's edge, and I squirted white ropes of my cum deep into her little catgirl pussy. My life in this new world couldn't get any better than it was right now. Could it? End of Volume 1. This has been There's a Catgirl in My Cubicle, a Slice of Life Office Harem. Written by Austin Beck. Narrated by Giancarlo Herrera and Hannah Schooner. Copyright 2023 by Austin Beck. Production copyright by Royal Guard Publishing, LLC.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.